The young man felt a wave of panic when he found himself sitting in the middle of a classroom. Hey Wang, what's up? You want to hit the Lying Wine bar tonight for a drink? Wang Teng, still breathing heavily, realized the person speaking was Su Ji, a close friend from high school. Back then, Su Ji used to call him boss, but they hadn't kept in touch for years. And now Su Ji looked just as young as before, even wearing a school uniform. Cold sweat ran down Wang Teng's forehead. He felt like he was seeing a ghost. His first reaction was to pull out his phone and check his reflection in the front camera. What he saw was his youthful face from the past. Overcome with shock, he slumped onto the desk and silently laughed. That's right, you've been reborn. But wait, something wasn't right. After laughing for a bit, Wang Tang suddenly straightened up and slapped his cheeks hard to snap out of it. He needed to figure this out fast. He couldn't let things unfold the same way they had before. Su Ji, noticing his strange behavior and muttering, looked confused. Wang Tang, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little tired, Wang Tang quickly replied. You guys go ahead tonight. I'm not going. Before Su Ji could say anything more, the students in the classroom began stirring, hurrying out the door. They seemed eager to watch the beautiful teacher handle a group of troublemakers. Wang Tang followed the crowd outside and saw he man wrong in the middle of a fight with several thugs. The students around her whispered in awe. She really lives up to her title as an advanced martial artist apprentice. Those thugs clearly don't know their place. Wang Tang stared, unable to look away, having never noticed how long he man wrong's legs were before. He was still in high school, yet his body had such perfect proportions. But what really caught his attention was the mention of the term advanced martial artist apprentice. It didn't quite sit right with him. Was this really the world he had come from? Hey, what's up with you today? You seem out of it, Su Ji said, walking over and giving Wang Tang a few light taps on the shoulder. Wang Tang quickly forced a smile and replied, I'm just a little tired today. I think I'll head home and get some rest. On the way back, his mind kept racing about what the term advanced martial artist apprentice meant. What was going on in this world? Driven by curiosity, he pulled out his phone and started searching the web. The information he found overwhelmed him, leaving him stunned and speechless. It said that 30 years ago, spatial rifts began appearing across the planet. One end of these rifts led to another world called the Star Martial Continent, where a mysterious energy known as Origin Force existed. People there trained in this energy to become martial artists. Scientists began studying Origin Force and believed it might be a form of dark matter. As these rifts spread, Earth itself started changing. Under the influence of dark matter, creatures on Earth began mutating. Plants grew taller and more vibrant. Even species thought to be extinct started reappearing. Animals grew larger and more powerful as well. Humans, too, began undergoing unpredictable changes. In response, countries around the world began cooperating to explore these rifts. The military and experts from various fields began advancing and taking control of the Star Martial Continent. These individuals were known as pioneers. After years of research and experimentation, the people of Earth finally figured out how to cultivate. Eventually, the governments decided to make the cultivation method public, ushering in an era where martial arts would be practiced by everyone. Wang Tang read through the information, but he didn't know how to react at first. He hadn't expected such a drastic change in the world, and he had no idea what was happening back home. All he could do was hope that, at the very least, his parents were still the same. Standing in front of his house, Wang Tang felt a deep sense of tension. He feared that even his parents might no longer be the people he remembered. After gathering all his courage, he pushed open the door. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Home early today. Just get ready, and we'll have dinner. The familiar voice echoed through the house, and Wang Tang's first instinct was to burst into tears. Thank goodness, they're still my parents. Wang Tang sat down and enjoyed a home-cooked meal, something he hadn't had in a long time. In his previous life, the Wang family had offended the wrong people, leading to their complete downfall. Within a month, his father's Sing Teng group and his grandfather's Ying Sing group both went bankrupt. After that, his father, Wang Shengguo, was pushed to his limits. His mother, Lai Xiaomai, soon followed him, falling into grief. From that point on, Wang Tang spiraled into a life of decline, trying to escape reality. Little did he know that his own cowardice would send his life into a tailspin, ultimately leading to the tragic end everyone had witnessed. When the time came for Wang Tang to leave this world, he finally realized that the only way to protect himself and his loved ones was by becoming stronger. That was the only true path forward. The next day, Wang Tang headed to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery, the most prestigious institution in the area. Even from the outside, its imposing presence was overwhelming. The two guards at the gate asked Wang Tang to cooperate with the usual checks. Wang Tang's gaze lingered on the guns they carried. Each one was engraved with runes of primordial energy, making them far more powerful than regular firearms. Even a martial artist could be severely injured or worse if they faced one head-on. Once inside, Wang Tang went to the reception desk to register as a student. The receptionist then directed him to training room number 2 for a health check. There were many others in the room, but something strange caught Wang Tang's attention. Floating above their heads were odd words inside bubbles like strength +1, speed +3, constitution +1. However, the martial artist apprentices around him acted as if they couldn't see them at all. It was baffling. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Without thinking, he bent down and touched the floor beneath one of the bubbles. As soon as he did, the bubble popped. A window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he had gained 1 point in strength. It was clear now. He had unknowingly unlocked an attribute collection system. Wang Tang felt a rush of excitement. He remained kneeling instinctively, slowly crawling forward to gather the other floating bubbles. Because he wasn't paying attention to the road, Wang Tang accidentally walked right into a tall, beautiful woman, creating an incredibly awkward moment. When he realized what happened, he noticed everyone in the room staring at him. Sorry. I noticed the floor is really slippery. I just got distracted," he quickly apologized. The girl didn't say a word and hurried away. Wang Tang didn't think much of it after that. He was more focused on the system he had just received. On the screen, his stats were displayed: 18 for perception, 5 for physique, 5 for strength with an extra point added, and 7 for agility. He'd only ever read about male protagonists in transmigration novels getting systems, but he never expected something like this to happen to him. Just as he was deep in thought, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. He tensed up, worried the person might have seen his system, but when he turned around, he saw a guy grinning widely. "Hey, buddy. I heard you're supposed to be some rare, one-in-a-lifetime martial arts genius. Pick a book." The guy was holding a few martial arts manuals. Wang Tang was speechless. He worried for nothing. He grabbed the one that looked the most advanced, only to get a sharp knock on the head from the guy. "Coming here asking for treasures and still being this greedy. Can you even learn this yet? Come train with me and start with the basics." Wang Tang sighed deeply, and so began his first day of training. He never expected the basic training methods of the Star Martial continent to be so similar to the routines in national rhythmic gymnastics competitions. Not only did it waste your time collecting attribute bubbles, but spending the whole day on it left you feeling completely embarrassed. Fortunately, your stats have gone up a little. Your perception is now 19.3, physical strength is 13, power is 135, and speed is 76. Plus, Wang Tang gained 2 new combat skills: basic fist technique, beginner, and basic body movement, beginner. After a long day at the training center, Wang Tang got home just as his parents were finishing dinner. Luckily, his mom had saved him some chicken noodle soup. "You come back so late. What trouble have you been causing?" his father, Wang Shangguo, asked sternly. "I was training at the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery," Wang Tang said, shoveling a big bite of noodles into his mouth. He chewed while replying, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you talking nonsense?" Wang Shenggu immediately reached out to feel his son's forehead, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing. After all, Wang Tang had never been interested in martial arts before, so it made no sense that he would suddenly start now. Still a bit skeptical, Wang Shenggu was reluctant to argue further, especially when he saw how serious his son seemed. He decided to support him. "If you're sure about this, I'll back you up. I'll even arrange for a good teacher." As soon as Wang Tang saw his father pull out his phone, he immediately panicked. "Dad, let's hold off on hiring a teacher for now," he said quickly. "Actually, I want to see what my potential is first. Let me train at the martial arts school for a few days and then we'll talk about it." Wang Tang could let his father hire a tutor because he had already noticed something important. The attribute bubbles kept appearing while other martial artist apprentices were training. If he didn't go to the martial arts school, he wouldn't be able to continue picking up these attributes. Seeing that Wang Tang had a point, Wang Shenggu ended the call. After all, the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery was one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the country, so it was certain that there would be talented individuals there. Wang Tang would be fine learning in such an environment. After finishing his meal, Wang Tang quickly headed back to his room. His parents watched him leave for a long time. Then, Wang Shenggu sighed and patted his wife's hand. "If the boy wants to change, even if it's just for now, as his father, I need to support him as best as I can. Tomorrow, tell him to buy more exotic beast meat. It'll help with his martial arts training." Lai Xiaomai understood that her husband, though tough on the outside, had a soft heart and always cared deeply for their son. Even if he often seemed strict, she was happy to see his care. The next morning, since it was Saturday, Wang Tang headed to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery early. Once there, he greeted everyone cheerfully. He was in a great mood because he had collected a ton of attribute bubbles. His enthusiasm was so obvious that everyone gave him strange looks, like he was a bit crazy. Wang Tang didn't mind though. He was in high spirits and had no idea just how strong he had become. He checked his system, then jumped right into training. From boxing to running, he worked on everything. The more he trained, the harder the exercises became, but his attributes kept improving. Wang Tang quietly calculated his progress, thinking that his current strength was probably enough to be considered a novice martial artist apprentice. But that wasn't enough for him. He planned to push himself further today and reach the level of an intermediate martial artist apprentice. As he thought to himself, a guy with long hair walking by couldn't help but glance at him with a judgmental look. He then thought, isn't that the guy who embarrassed himself with some girl yesterday? He's back again today. What a shame. He's good looking, but clearly an idiot. It's probably best to keep my distance. At that moment, Wang Tang received a new notification from the system. After a tough training session, he gained 0.6 points in perception, 5 points in strength, 2 points in speed, and 3 points in proficiency for his newly unlocked basic swordsmanship skill. After unlocking the skill, he couldn't wait to head over to where his sword was stored. It was just a training weapon, but it had been crafted to look like a real sword, making it perfect for him to try out his new skills. The moment Wang Tang swung the sword, everyone nearby took notice. Just yesterday, he was only doing some basic exercises, but now he was practicing swordplay at such a fast pace. Wang Tang swung the sword twice, found it comfortable, and then sheathed it, putting it back in its place. The crowd was even more surprised, including the long-haired guy. Wait, is he done already? He practiced swordsmanship just twice and now he's switching to boxing? How could he possibly improve like this? This junior brother is really dedicated, but something's clearly off with him. Wang Tang didn't care that the crowd had gathered, whispering about him possibly having some issues with his mind. He was fully focused on his gloves and began practicing his boxing. It wasn't until the muscular guy who had taught him the basics the day before showed up that the crowd finally started to disperse. "What are you doing standing around instead of training this morning?" he shouted. "Pang brother, what's all this? You've only practiced the sword for a short time and now you're already good at basic sword techniques. Now you're starting boxing too?" The crowd murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Tang kept his focus on the punching bag in front of him. After a while, he finally noticed his basic training instructor had arrived, so he paused. "Did you come, teacher?" The guy seemed taken aback by Wang Tang's quick progress, and the term teacher seemed to age him right there. "Teacher, just call me Pang brother," the guy said, walking up and putting an arm around Wang Tang's shoulder. "Pang brother, you're early too." Wang Tang casually switched to the informal address. "Junior, your talent isn't anything special. You're already over 20 and still only an advanced martial artist apprentice. You'll just have to work harder," Pang brother remarked. "All right, I'm heading up to the 3rd floor to train now. Another advanced martial artist apprentice is coming today to guide everyone. If you have any questions, just ask them," Pang brother added quickly before heading off. Wang Tang felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to gather some attributes from him, but even though Pang brother left, his luck wasn't over. Wang Tang immediately turned his attention to a girl nearby. She had just finished her cultivation technique and a bunch of bubbles had fallen around her. After approaching the other party, Wang Tang quickly seized the opportunity and absorbed all the attribute bubbles. He then made up an excuse to leave. After a long, tiring day of both training and collecting attribute bubbles, Wang Tang finally achieved his goal of becoming an intermediate martial artist apprentice. That night, when he got home, he ate like there was no tomorrow. His parents, hearing him boast that his brother at the martial arts school praised his natural talent, were overjoyed for him. Perhaps the happiest of all was Wang Shengguo, who saw his son becoming more mature, and with a brighter future ahead. Just the thought of his son becoming an advanced martial artist apprentice made him feel proud and eager to hold his head high among his peers. Wang Tang ate, quietly observing their expressions. He felt it would be best not to mention that he was already an intermediate martial artist apprentice, at least for now, to avoid making his parents think it was unrealistic. Before he had even finished half of his meal, Shuji called, saying they were at Liang Wai's bar and urged him to come quickly. Wang Tang had already turned him down once, so this time he had no choice but to agree. He told his parents he was stepping out for a bit and hurriedly left. Though it was late at night, the entertainment district was even busier than before. The taxi stopped in front of Liang Wai's bar, and as soon as he stepped out of the car, Wang Tang immediately felt a familiar sensation. Even in his past life, after the Wang family had fallen, Wang Tang hadn't visited this place much, but he still remembered one time when he was out partying, holding 2 girls in his arms here, and Su Ji, looking panicked, rushed in to tell him that his family had run into trouble. But back then, Wang Tang hadn't cared at all, continuing to enjoy the party as if nothing was wrong. In this life, you've made a vow never to fall into depravity again, because you know that being reborn, as willed by heaven, is meant to change everything. Wang Tang walked into the bar and noticed that everyone had already gathered. Among them was a very familiar face, Bai Wai. Since he had arrived a bit late, Wang Tang sat down and poured himself a drink as a kind of self-imposed punishment. Afterward, he turned to strike up a conversation with the young man sitting next to him. Zai Hao, it's been a while. For Wang Tang, it felt like a long time, but for Zai Hao, it had been just a few weeks at most. Recently, his father had been pushing him hard to practice martial arts, but tonight, he had finally managed to sneak out. He proudly boasted about how he had become a novice martial artist apprentice. Seeing his enthusiasm, Wang Tang thought it best not to mention that he was already a level ahead. While Wang Tang remained calm, Suji couldn't hold back. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted excited. Damn it, you little brat didn't say a word and already became a novice martial artist apprentice. Out of all of us, only you leveled up. If we get into trouble, we'll definitely come to you. Bai Wei, who had been quiet until then, moved closer, draping her arm over Wang Tang's shoulder. In a soft, playful tone, she said, Brother Wang, we've been waiting for you so long. You've only had one drink and already want to send us off. How do you want me to leave? Wang Tang played along for a moment, but before Bai Wei could respond, a loud crash suddenly echoed from behind them. They all turned at once to see a man stumbling, with a broken bottle lying at his feet. Seeing there was nothing particularly interesting, Wang Tang continued talking with his friends. After all, it had been nearly 10 years since they last met. Where's that kid, Yuan Zhenghua? Wang Tang asked. Tuji's expression changed at the mention of his name. Yuan Zhenghua has become Lai Ying Cheng's loyal lapdog now. He doesn't have time for us anymore. Well, everyone has their own path. Nothing to blame there, Wang Tang said, trying to comfort him. But Tuji was still upset. He grabbed a full bottle of liquor and started drinking it in large gulps. His tolerance was just as impressive as it had been in his previous life. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The drunken man who had broken the bottle earlier suddenly noticed the beautiful Bai Wei sitting behind him. In his drunken state, he staggered over to her. Hey, little sister. The strong smell of alcohol and his sudden approach startled Bai Wei. Want to hang out with me? His eyes showed clear desire as he reached out to touch her, but was stopped by Zai Hao. Hey, what do you think you're doing? To everyone's surprise, the drunk man shoved Zai Hao aside. It seemed he was also a martial artist apprentice, and his strength was far greater than Zai Hao's. Who the hell are you to stop me? After knocking Zai Hao down, the man became even more arrogant and charged straight for Bai Wei. Wang Tang rushed to act. First, he helped his friend get back on his feet. Zai Hao muttered angrily to himself, cursing under his breath. The person he had just faced turned out to be a novice martial artist apprentice at the peak level, with strength nearly on par with an intermediate martial artist apprentice. Naturally, he couldn't fight back. But soon after, the drunk man was taught a lesson by Wang Tang. With a simple wave of his hand, Wang Tang sent his opponent flying backward. Blood streamed from the man's nose and mouth, and the way he crashed to the ground was far more intense than Zai Hao's earlier fall. Just as I thought, if I don't stop you, it'll take it too far, Wang Tang said, slowly standing tall as everyone around watched in stunned silence. With pressure radiating from him, Wang Tang approached the drunken man and continued, You dare bully my people. Who do you think you are? The man, now furious, tried to rise and strike back, but Wang Tang easily blocked his punch and retaliated with one of his own. Without using full strength, he sent the man flying, crashing into the wall. During the fight, Wang Tang took the opportunity to collect attribute bubbles that fell from his opponent, gaining 15 points in strength and 12 points in speed. The punch had knocked the drunken man sober. Staggering to his feet, he now realized that his opponent was an intermediate martial artist apprentice, but his defiance wasn't shaken. You think being an intermediate martial artist apprentice makes you special? Oh, sorry. Someone like me, an intermediate martial artist apprentice, can pretty much do whatever I want. Wang Tang replied with a teasing smile, clearly enjoying the reaction. The man was furious, his body trembling with rage. He pointed his shaking finger at Wang Tang's face and challenged him. Got guts? Then tell me who you are. I'll go get someone to teach you a lesson. I'm scared. I must be named Lai Ying Cheng. I'll give you half an hour to contact that person. If you're not done by then, I won't wait anymore. Just stay there. The drunk guy gripped his arm, which felt like it was about to snap from the pain, and quickly left the bar. At that moment, Bai Wei couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Wang Tang had the nerve to blame Lai Ying Cheng, which was partly because he was angry at her and partly because of Suji. If Lai Ying Cheng found out, she'd be furious enough to have a stroke. On top of that, Wang Tang had originally planned to hide his strength, but he was forced to reveal it earlier than he intended. Suji stared at him, his expression almost glowing, clearly not understanding when Wang Tang had become so strong. To them, Wang Tang had always been the weak one. The four of them were in high spirits as they left together. In truth, Wang Tang had no intention of waiting for the guy to make the call. The manager and the staff had been hiding under the table the whole time, and although they hadn't paid, they didn't dare to stop them from leaving. Seeing Wang Tang, still young but already an intermediate martial artist apprentice, the manager realized his background was definitely not ordinary. He warned his staff seriously. Remember, today's mess was caused by Zhao Yang Bao. Don't be the one paying the bill. Got it? After that, the group went their separate ways. When Bai Wai got home, she quickly messaged Wang Tang, but there was no reply for a long time. She stared at its contact name on her phone and couldn't help but remember how he had stood up for her at the bar. She was so excited that she rolled around on her bed. After a fun night, Wang Tang went back to his usual routine the next day. You arrived at the martial arts school early, but even so, plenty of people had already gotten there before you. As usual, Wang Tang greeted everyone loudly and even hugged each person, all in an attempt to collect attribute points. To others, though, he seemed no different than a madman. Having already gathered all the attributes on the first floor, he planned to move up to the second floor today to collect even more. But as Wang Tang approached the stairs leading to the second floor, which was reserved for intermediate martial artist apprentices, he was stopped by the long-haired guy who always looked down on him. There was a rule at the martial arts school. Novice martial artist apprentices weren't allowed on the second floor. Thanks for the reminder, but I actually broke through to intermediate martial artist apprentice last night, Wang Tang replied casually, making the guy mutter under his breath, "Damn it." It wasn't just this guy, many others were shocked too. Wang Tang had only been training at the school for 2 days, and already he had reached the intermediate martial artist apprentice level. His progress was almost unbelievable. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Wang Tang opened the door to the second floor. What he saw inside was like a paradise. Attribute bubbles floated everywhere on this floor. Once he stepped onto the second floor, Wang Tang wasn't planning to train alone. His target was a chubby guy. He had already fought with him once on the first floor, and now he was chasing him again, hoping to collect speed attribute bubbles. "Can you stop it already?" the chubby guy yelled in frustration. "Haha, it's not that I think you're training alone and getting lonely," Wang Tang teased. "I just want to train with you." "Fine then, let's have a match," the chubby guy replied, clearly fed up. He made the suggestion with a condition. "If Wang Tang loses, you have to stop bothering me. But if you win, and this fatty here will have to accept you as his boss." The fatty initially thought that losing was impossible, considering Wang Tang had started practicing martial arts much later than he had. However, to his surprise, he was easily defeated by Wang Tang in their duel. Forced to acknowledge his defeat, the fatty bowed to Wang Tang, accepting him as his superior. Wang Tang helped him up, feeling satisfied with the victory and the long-term attribute package he had gained. After that, he decided to spare the fatty temporarily and continued challenging other martial artist apprentices, hoping to collect more attribute bubbles. Seeing Wang Tang act so confidently, openly challenging those who had been training far longer than him, some thought he was simply foolish and overly obsessed with martial arts. Still, a few accepted his challenge. These opponents were tougher than the fatty, but in the end, Wang Tang managed to come out on top each time. Whether it was a duel of swordsmanship or boxing techniques, Wang Tang racked up more attribute bubbles with each fight, defeating opponent after opponent. As a result, his stats had improved significantly. His perception had reached 43, his physique was 84, his strength had shot up to 964, and his speed was 533. His 4 combat skills, basic boxing, basic body technique, basic swordsmanship, and basic blade technique, were all mastered to perfection. With these stats, Wang Tang was now at the level of an advanced martial artist apprentice. Having been inexplicably reborn and receiving such good fortune, there had to be more to this than he could understand. Although Wang Tang was a bit skeptical, he still had to rely on his golden finger to gather attributes and get stronger. The next day was Monday, and Wang Tang had to go to school in the morning. During lunch break, Zai Hao and the others gathered with him in the canteen. As soon as Bai Wai sat down, he started complaining. "Brother Wang, it's really hard to hang out with you now. Even on weekends, you don't show up. You've been really busy lately, huh? Let's wait until you've got some free time." Wang Tang responded casually. Just then, Zai Hao shouted that he had spotted Yun Chenghua. Xu Ji, who had been dozing off, snapped awake when he heard this. They looked over and saw that Yuan Zhenghua was with a guy who had a bruised and swollen face, still bandaged up. Bai Wai immediately recognized him as Lai Ying Cheng. "Why'd he get beaten up like that?" Xu Ji blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 of them fell into deep thought. They quickly remembered the prank Wang Tang had pulled on Saturday night, and instinctively, they burst into laughter. Their bright, clear laughter made Lai Ying Cheng stop dead in his tracks. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" he yelled. "With a face like that, you think you're the heavenly marshal?" Xu Ji shot back sarcastically. "Looking that ugly, you should be a little more humble. Stay out of other people's business." Lai Yingcheng immediately realized they were laughing at him, and in a fit of anger, he charged straight at Suji. He was desperate to vent all the frustration he felt after getting beaten up for no reason. Just as Lai Yingcheng's fist was only inches from Suji's face, Wang Tang stepped in and blocked it. "Young Master Lai, my little brother was just speaking out of turn. It's best if you don't take it seriously," Wang Tang said politely, but his grip was firm, preventing Lai Yingcheng from moving. "I choose to take it seriously. If you don't let go, you'll regret it." Lai Yingcheng growled, but Wang Tang didn't budge. Lai Yingcheng struggled and repeatedly demanded, "Let go," but Wang Tang ignored him every time. The situation was becoming increasingly humiliating for him. After a while, when Lai Yingcheng was giving his all to break free, Wang Tang suddenly released his grip. This caused him to lose his balance and stagger backward, falling clumsily to the ground. Lai Yingcheng was far more humiliated than hurt. He ground his teeth in frustration, wanting to curse at Wang Tang. Meanwhile, Wang Tang just sighed, looking innocent. "Young Master Lai, you asked me to let go, don't blame me for that," he said calmly. Not wanting to lose more face, Lai Yingcheng nodded at Yuan Zhenghua and walked away. But before he disappeared, he told Wang Tang that he would settle things with him later at the martial arts school after class. Bai Wai and Suji were worried when they saw this. "Brother Wang, are you really going to fight him?" "Yeah, Brother Wang, do you think you can win?" In response to their concerns, Wang Tang simply shrugged and said he had no intention of going. So they all went back to class. When the bell rang, Wang Tang still had no plans to head to the martial arts school to deal with that fool. The next morning, Lai Yingcheng, followed by his followers, barged into Wang Tang's classroom with a sense of arrogance. "I knew it. It's your brat who pushed me into this. Take this. We'll settle it here and now." He threw a sword towards Wang Tang. Before Wang Tang could respond, Bai Wai shouted in protest. "Lai Yingcheng, you have no shame. Brother Wang hasn't even decided what weapon he's using, and you've already picked one that suits you." "It's fine." Wang Tang gently patted Bai Wai's head to calm her down, making her cheeks turn bright red like ripe tomatoes. Whatever weapon he picks, the result will be the same. At that moment, Lai Yingcheng was still injured. However, the wound wasn't enough to stop him from trying to defeat Wang Tang with his sword skills. As soon as Wang Tang grabbed the sword, Lai Yingcheng lunged at him. Unfortunately, his speed was far too slow compared to Wang Tang's, and Wang Tang easily dodged. Seeing his attack miss, Lai Yingcheng froze, his mouth hanging open as he muttered, "How is this possible?" That moment of distraction caused him to lose focus, and in the split second of hesitation, Wang Tang appeared behind him. "Time to end this." With a smile, Wang Tang spoke, and then the sound of the blade slicing through the air filled the room. Wang Tang's move was quick and decisive. After the strike, he immediately sheathed the sword. He had taken down Lai Yingcheng in a single move, so fast and clean that Lai Yingcheng hadn't even had time to fully feel the pain from the wound on his back. Lai Yingcheng, still determined to fight back, shakily turned around. Once again, Wang Tang vanished right before their eyes, only to reappear behind Lai Yingcheng like a ghost. This time, he landed another blow with his bare hands, sending Lai Yingcheng crashing to the floor. During the fight, 20 proficiency points in basic magic and 12 strength points dropped from him, which Wang Tang quickly collected. Then, with one hand, he lifted Lai Yingcheng's large body and tossed him back to his subordinates. The group, full of cowards, saw their boss humiliated and immediately backed off, scattering in fear. Meanwhile, Suji and his group were clearly pleased. With such a spectacular display from their boss, Yuan Zhenghua, who had been watching closely, hadn't left yet. "He's a cowardly demon," Suji said. "He betrayed you to join Lai Yingcheng before, but now he's afraid to hold a grudge and make things difficult for him." Truthfully, Wang Tang didn't care at all about Yuan Zhenghua. The only thing on his mind was his own progress. After defeating Lai Yingcheng, his attributes had risen sharply, and he'd also learned basic magic. While lost in thought, Wang Tang casually noticed a nearby cafe. The waitress was Lin, the class monitor from his school. What caught his attention, however, was that she was being harassed by two of her colleagues, both vying for the chance to take her home. With the workday nearly over, they were both trying hard to win her favor, but she politely turned them both down. Wang Tang watched for a while and quickly figured out why she looked so uncomfortable. With someone as clingy as that guy, who wouldn't feel irritated? So, Wang Tang decided to step in and play the hero, ready to rescue the damsel in distress. "Beautiful lady, could I get a cup of milk tea, please?" he asked, casually walking up to the counter and leaning on it with a confident smile. "Why are you here?" Lin Suhan asked, surprised. "Why not me?" Wang Tang grinned even wider. Lin Suhan nodded and started bringing up his order. Her two colleagues, picking up on the slight tension between them, became more alert. One of them, trying to act brave, asked, "Who is Wang Tang?" "He's my deskmate," she replied briefly, but her colleagues weren't ready to let it go. "Your deskmate? He doesn't look like just a deskmate," one of them commented. Wang Tang could feel his patience starting to wear thin, so in front of both of them, he boldly suggested to Lin So-han, "How about you come home with me after work?" Realizing he was trying to help, she immediately agreed. It was just the right timing. Work had ended. The two colleagues stood there stunned like they'd just been slapped as they watched Lin So-han walk off with Wang Tang. They walked together to the bike parking area. Lin So-han grabbed her bike and was about to leave alone, but Wang Tang slyly pointed behind them. She followed his gaze and saw her two colleagues still peeking at them. "Are you sure you want to go by yourself? I was actually hoping for a ride. Let me give you one," he said with a smirk. With no other choice, Lin So-han reluctantly climbed onto the back seat, and Wang Tang took the lead, riding the bike. The atmosphere between the two was incredibly comfortable, and even pretending to be a couple felt completely believable. Wang Tang had originally planned to leave, but remembering the two employees still lurking nearby, he couldn't help but speak up, his voice sharp. "Hey, you two, next time you call my name, make sure you use my full name. Don't just say So-han, got it?" The two of them jumped in surprise and nodded vigorously, clearly intimidated. On the way back, Lin So-han stayed quiet. To break the silence, Wang Tang spoke up first. "Hey, class monitor, I just dealt with those two pests for you. How are you going to thank me?" "Of course, I'll tutor you so you can pass the college entrance exam. That's actually why I was assigned to sit next to you in the first place," came the cold reply, leaving Wang Tang at a loss for words. When they got near Lin So-han's house, they said their goodbyes. Wang Tang carefully placed the 18 yuan bubble tea in her bike basket, claiming he was giving it to her because he hadn't had it in a while and didn't like it anymore. "What are you talking about? Didn't you just buy one last week?" Lin So-han asked, confused. "Just kidding. Hurry up and go home. It's getting late," Wang Tang said, trying to brush it off. Of course, Lin So-han couldn't understand what he really meant, but she did feel that her deskmate was acting a bit differently, as if he were a completely different person. Wang Tang stood there for a moment, watching her walk away. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a loud noise startled him. It took a split second for him to recognize it. The unmistakable sound of a gunshot. Wang Tang glanced around cautiously and noticed that everyone here was a martial artist apprentice. They seemed to be on edge as if they'd just done something wrong. The moment he shifted his gaze slightly, they noticed him watching them. There were 3 of them in total, and the one with the scarred face, wearing a hooded cloak, appeared to be the leader. As soon as the leader saw Wang Tang, he quickly ordered his 2 subordinates to capture him as a hostage, since the police were about to arrive. Wang Tang sensed the danger and ran, but he had only taken a few steps when a gunshot rang out. The bullet whizzed past his head, slicing off a few strands of his hair. "Kid, stay still and come over here," the leader shouted. The shot was clearly a warning. If Wang Tang kept running, they might really shoot him. The situation felt strangely familiar to him, as if he'd experienced it before. In his past life, he died from a gunshot, so he wasn't about to take any chances this time. He reluctantly raised his hands above his head and slowly started walking toward them. When he was just a couple of steps away from the leader, he was hit by a punch that made his vision blur. They quickly dragged him into a vehicle where 2 other people were already waiting. As soon as they were all inside, the vehicle sped off. Wang Tang pretended to be exhausted, sweating heavily, which caught the attention of the others. "I just carried you over here. You didn't walk on your own, so why are you acting like you're out of breath?" one of them asked. "I'm just an ordinary person. Being suddenly kidnapped is pretty tiring too," Wang Tang replied, putting on a pitiful act. "You know very well that now is not the time to run. You have to wait for the right moment when the enemy lets their guard down before thinking about escaping. But the situation is tense, especially when the police arrive shortly after." Wang Tang quickly glanced in the rearview mirror and saw 3 police cars approaching. As soon as the criminals spotted them, they sped up, trying to get away. When the police started shooting, the leader of the gang grabbed Wang Tang by the neck and shoved his head out of the window, holding a gun to his head. "Put your guns down, or I'll send this kid straight to the king of hell," he threatened. The police immediately stopped shooting, realizing the gang had taken Wang Tang hostage. Seizing the chance, some of the criminals shot at the tires of the lead police car, causing it to spin out of control and crash into the 2 cars behind it. They watched with satisfaction as the chaos unfolded. Wang Tang understood that his situation was becoming more dangerous by the minute. If these criminals were willing to threaten police officers' lives, his life meant nothing to them. With the police now shaken off, he could only rely on himself. He had no idea how long the car had been driving, but by the time dusk was falling, they stopped on a deserted forest road. The criminals forced Wang Tang out of the car. They planned across the forest to take a shortcut to another city, hoping to escape the police. Naturally, they made Wang Tang go with them. This was the moment they let their guard down, focused on their escape, and no longer paying much attention to him. Wang Tang had never taken a life before, but he told himself these people were criminals, so there was no need to overthink it. They were armed with guns, and if he wanted to survive, he had to act fast and precisely. When the four of them weren't paying attention, Wang Tang seized the moment. By the time the others heard a grunt and turned around, their boss was lying motionless on the ground, and Wang Tang had already vanished. The worst part was that their boss was clearly dead, which sent the criminals into a state of panic. Wang Tang used their confusion to his advantage. He appeared from behind and quickly took out another one. The remaining two immediately pulled their guns, but with half of their group gone, Wang Tang felt more confident. He relied on his speed, striking from behind and disappearing into the thick bushes, leaving his enemies no time to react. Things got even worse for them when one ran out of ammo. Without their firearms, they were no match for an advanced martial artist apprentice like Wang Tang. He jumped out from the bushes, finished off another criminal, and grabbed his gun. The last one standing aimed directly at Wang Tang. The two fired almost at the same time, but Wang Tang's shot was more accurate. The battle ended with his victory, but since he had never killed anyone before, Wang Tang now felt uneasy. A wave of nausea and dizziness washed over him, making him feel like he might faint. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Fortunately, the bullet missed its target, or Wang Tang would have been done for. You turned your head and the boss was still alive. Wang Tang quickly struck again, delivering a blow to finish him off. But he couldn't shake the tension. The earlier situation had been incredibly dangerous, and he had made a huge mistake. If luck hadn't been on his side, if the bullet hadn't missed, his fate would have been exactly the same as in his past life. Wang Tang checked once more, confirming that all the criminals were dead, 5 of them in total. But there were 6 guns. Wang Tang figured the police probably hadn't noticed, so he boldly took one of the guns with him. Not long after the police arrived, after investigating, they were stunned to find that Wang Tang was the only one still alive. He was focused, deliberately putting on a distressed look to seem like someone who had been deeply shaken by the events. Captain Yang, after assessing the situation for a while, concluded that Wang Tang was an advanced martial artist apprentice who had taken down the criminals. Unfortunately, he was still a student and his mental state wasn't fully stable. The incident had clearly left him with a heavy psychological impact, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. "We'll wait until he's calmed down and then take his statement," Captain Yang said to his team. After all, those guys brought this upon themselves. Wang Tang secretly smiled. It seemed his acting skills weren't too bad. After that, he was allowed to leave without anyone suspecting anything. The next morning, he went to school as usual, but when he sat down, he noticed that Lin Suhan, who sat next to him, also had some strange bubbles coming from her. Though she wasn't a martial artist, Wang Tang decided to test it. He touched the bubbles and found that he gained 10 points in Chinese proficiency, 15 points in English proficiency, and 8 points in math proficiency. Wang Tang was completely caught off guard, never expecting the system to help him gather learning attributes. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about where this system came from. He continued to play with the bubbles, but to someone like Lin Suhan, who couldn't see them, Wang Tang must have looked like he was having a fit. After a while, Wang Tang noticed her staring at him. He turned around, flashing a bright smile. "What's the matter?" Lin Suhan quickly turned away, embarrassed. There's nothing more awkward than being caught staring. Luckily, Suji appeared shortly after, giving her a much-needed escape. Suji wanted to invite Wang Tang to a party at the Zhao family's house this weekend. At first, Wang Tang had planned to decline since he needed to go to the martial arts school. But before he could say anything, someone suddenly hugged him from behind. "Mr. Wang, don't be so boring. You should take some time to relax." It was Bai Wai, the beautiful woman who had used every trick in the book to get his attention. Now Wang Tang had no way out. With his rapid progress, a single day of fun probably wouldn't make much difference. So that weekend, they went to the lavish party at the Zhao family's house. But as soon as they arrived, Wang Tang started to regret giving in. Socializing with these aristocratic families was even more exhausting than martial arts training. The party had been going on for a while when the host, the young lady of the Zhao family, made her entrance. Su Ji, who had been busy snacking on chicken legs, paused to admire her beauty. Then they noticed Lai Ying Cheng was also at the party, and he seemed to be chatting quite intimately with the Zhao young lady. Su Ji was already frustrated with the guy, and seeing him cling to the goddess only made his anger grow. Wang Tang, sensing that his younger brother might cause trouble, quickly shoved a chicken leg into his hands to distract him. As they were talking Zhao, the young lady approached. From the looks on everyone's faces, one might wonder which prestigious family she came from. The beautiful woman spoke first, and Wang Tang responded modestly, saying, We're just ordinary guests, not worthy of your attention, Miss Yo." At that moment, Lai Ying-cheng appeared silently behind her, gently reminding her that this was the young master of the Wang family. Wang Tang, Zhao laughed. "Ah, so you were the young master of the Wang family. I apologize for my rudeness." Her smile was perfect. The Wang family wasn't particularly influential, and the Zhao family didn't have any particular reason to form ties with them. Still, Zhou young lady found herself intrigued by how Wang Tang was nothing like the rumors she had heard. After a few polite exchanges, Zhu young lady returned to the center of the banquet hall and announced that the main event of the evening would be held at the hunting area. She invited everyone to head there and get ready. "The person who hunts the most game will receive a special gift," she said. Wang Tang wasn't too interested in the party itself, but the hunting caught his attention. He had recently learned how to shoot from some criminals, and now he had the perfect opportunity to practice. Bai Wai wasn't a fan of such a violent activity, so she went to relax by the poolside, leaving only Xu Ji, Zai Hao, and Wang Tang to head to the hunting area together. It was already dark, so visibility was poor, but Wang Tang quickly shot the first rabbit. Xu Ji couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement. They hadn't even clearly seen the prey, yet Wang Tang made such a precise shot. "Just lucky," he said modestly. "Let's head deeper into the forest. Maybe we can find something better." Just then, a gunshot rang out. From the nearby bushes, a white fox leaped out, apparently hit by a bullet. It darted towards Wang Tang's brute, with another bullet following closely behind, narrowly missing Xu Ji and causing him to stumble backward. The fox quickly took cover behind Wang Tang. The shooter of those two bullets was Lai Ying-cheng. As soon as he emerged from the shadows, Xu Ji yelled and cursed. "Lai Ying-cheng, who are you shooting at? What are you doing here? Where's my white fox?" A voice from the other side responded. Wang Tang could feel the small creature trembling behind his legs, so he stepped forward and asked Lai Ying-cheng to spare it, offering to take it in and care for it. At first, Lai Ying-cheng was reluctant to agree, but Zhao, the young lady, intervened. "I also think this fox has a lot of spirit. Let young Master Wang take it in." "Thank you, Miss Zhao," Wang Tang said politely. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded nearby. Zhao looked in the direction of the blast, her fear momentarily visible, but she quickly composed herself. She instructed the bodyguards to escort the guest back to the main residence before heading off to investigate what had happened. As soon as Miss Zhou finished speaking, the security team quickly dispersed and started carrying out their tasks at an incredible speed. The guests couldn't help but be impressed. This was the Zhao family's security, after all, made up of a whole team of advanced martial artist apprentices. Wang Tang, curious about what was going on, called Xu Ji and the others to keep an eye on the white fox, then quietly slipped away. Most of the guests were busy rushing back to their villas, but Miss Zhao was the only one who noticed Wang Tang's movements. She seemed genuinely surprised when she realized that he, too, was an advanced martial artist apprentice, much stronger than Lai Ying-cheng. "Miss," one of the bodyguards stepped forward, interrupting her thoughts. "The explosion came from a very distant location. There's nothing happening within this area. I understand. You may go now." Wang Tang moved as fast as he could, heading straight for the center of the forest. Soon, he reached the site of the explosion, and the sight before him left him stunned. The ground had been blown into a massive, deep crater, still releasing thick smoke. It was clear the damage had been caused by a martial artist's power. With such a strong force at play, getting involved would only cause more problems. He turned to leave, but suddenly, it felt like his past self was holding him back. He seemed to see an image of himself carrying his parents' ashes, his face cold and emptied from despair. It was the tragedy of his past life. He had been weak, and that weakness had led to his downfall. Where martial artists fight, many elemental attributes are left scattered around. You don't want to stay and gather them, but instead want to run away. Do you really want to remain useless forever? Wang Tang quietly struggled with his thoughts, feeling torn. In the end, he decided to take the risk, hoping the rewards would outweigh it. Another explosion echoed nearby. Wang Tang quickly made his way toward the sound. This time, the shockwave created a massive crater in the ground, and he immediately spotted the source of the commotion. At the center of the crater stood two senior martial artists. The one who appeared to be winning had a clear advantage as he wielded fire element power. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted by the moment of victory, Wang Tang pulled out the gun he had hidden from the criminals earlier. Using the shooting skills he just learned, he fired a bullet straight through the fire element martial artist's forehead. To be sure, Wang Tang fired a few more shots, ensuring the opponent was completely taken down. The gun, loaded with elemental force bullets, had enough power to overpower even a strong martial artist. Thankfully, he had managed to hide it from the police last time. Wang Tang dropped down from the tree and cautiously approached the crater. It was clear that a fierce battle between senior martial artists had taken place with energy bubbles scattered everywhere. Wang Tang first absorbed the attributes of the fire element martial artist, feeling his own strength surge. He also learned the fire kill and sword technique, a basic fire element skill, and the crimson fire technique martial art. Then he turned his attention to the fallen opponent. This person had ice element power. Fire and ice were opposing forces, and absorbing both could be dangerous, but Wang Tang couldn't bear to waste the opportunity. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand. When you touched the ice attribute energy bubbles, a surge of power rushed into your body. But soon after, Wang Tang felt a searing pain, as if his body was being ripped apart. He wasn't mistaken in his guess. The ice and fire attributes were clashing violently, and he was the one suffering the consequences. The pain was so intense that Wang Tang collapsed, but he refused to give up. He didn't want to miss out on any attributes. He decided to take a risk because if he succeeded, he would gain power far beyond what he had ever imagined. Before long, it seemed that Wang Tang had succeeded. He had been right. Of course, the system would step in to assist. Not far away, the Zhao family's bodyguards were startled by another explosion. What was even more terrifying was that this explosion had set an entire forest on fire. After things calmed down, Wang Tang returned to the Zhao family's main villa as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he felt the weight of many curious eyes on him. Even Su Ji kept signaling at him, trying to get his attention. "What's going on?" Wang Tang asked, confused. Before Su Ji could respond, 3 loud claps echoed through the center of the gathering. Zhou's young lady slowly walked forward, followed by Lai Yingcheng. In front of all the guests, she spoke up. "Young Master Wang truly has hidden talents. Surely, as an advanced martial artist apprentice, you've noticed something by now." Behind her, Lai Yingcheng shot Wang Tang a cold, piercing look. Wang Tang still couldn't understand what was going on. Su Ji leaned in closer and whispered in Wang Tang's ear that Miss Zhao had accidentally seen him leaving earlier. Wang Tang made a sound of understanding, so he'd been noticed. It wasn't a big deal though, just a slip-up. He quickly regained his usual calm and replied, "Miss Zhao is just teasing. A student like me, even if I were an advanced martial artist apprentice, how could I gather information like your bodyguards? But then why did young Master Wang take so long to leave?" Miss Zhao pressed, still curious. Wang Tang shrugged and casually explained, "I was just curious, so I wandered around a bit. I found a hole that looked like it was from a martial artist battle. But before I could investigate further, a fire broke out and I had to leave. On my way back, I got lost, which is why it took me so long." In reality, Wang Tang had already collected all the bubbles from the 2 ice and fire element martial artists. The wildfire that caused the forest fire was also in his doing, and to cover his tracks, he carefully watched as the Zhao family's bodyguards approached the scene, making sure they didn't notice anything unusual. As for the treasure he found, he'd hidden it in the motorcycle compartment before returning, so it wouldn't become evidence. What Wang Tang said wasn't a complete lie, just a bit of a stretch. On the outside, he appeared calm, but Miss Zhao was sharp. Based on his explanation, she wasn't fully convinced he was entirely uninvolved. "Miss Zhao didn't believe me from the start, so why even ask? Why not try using a lie detector?" Wang Tang suggested, trying to be helpful. Seeing how determined he was, Miss Zhao didn't want to push him any further. After all, he was a guest. Once all the guests had arrived and no one was hurt, she announced that the party was officially over. Wang Tang and his group made their way home. That night, Wang Tang lay in bed, constantly opening the system to check everything. The resources he'd gotten that night were truly overwhelming. He never imagined he'd get so lucky. As for the treasure from the fight, it included the weapons of the 2 martial artists, each engraved with runes of primordial energy. These weapons were incredibly valuable, and if sold, they could easily fetch several million coins. Wang Tang continued going through his bag. Among the spoils was an object that looked like an egg covered in strange patterns. He wasn't sure what it was, so he didn't dare to do anything with it just yet. Although he wasn't sure how powerful those 2 martial artists were, one thing was clear. He had benefited the most from the whole ordeal. Before all this, he had no talent or attributes. Without the system, he probably would never have become a martial artist in his lifetime. But now, with the ability to collect attributes and even unlock heavenly talismans, Wang Tang's curiosity about the system only grew stronger. The next morning, he didn't wake up until just before 8 a.m. Panicking, he quickly got dressed and rushed to school. Thankfully, he wasn't late. When Wang Tang rushed into the classroom, he quickly realized that his classmates were all waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, they excitedly said, "Thank you, Wang," which left him both startled and confused. "What's going on? Can someone explain?" he asked, still trying to figure it out. His classmates eagerly started explaining that thanks to Wang Tang, even intermediate martial artist apprentices could now take part in the upcoming expanded martial arts entrance exam. This was a recent official announcement from the Ministry of Education. They also mentioned that Wang Tang had reminded them about it earlier, which gave them enough time to prepare. Wang Tang was completely baffled. A vague memory started to surface. He recalled a time when he had been standing at the front of the class, acting a bit out of it, and saying, "Let me tell you all, this year's martial arts entrance exam has expanded and even intermediate martial artist apprentices can join. You should all thank your Wang Tang right now." That memory clearly belonged to a time before he had traveled through space and time. It seemed the young Wang Tang, after hearing the news from his father, had gone around bragging about it. "Ha ha, we're all classmates here. Just don't forget about me when you all pass the exam." Wang Tang laughed, then added, "Don't worry. From now on, I'm your big brother." Wang Tang chuckled awkwardly and returned to his seat. He noticed that Lin Suhan was reading a martial arts book, and suddenly remembered that she was also an intermediate martial artist apprentice. Recently, she had been studying hard, so it seemed like she probably wanted to take part in the exam too. When Lin Suhan saw Wang Tang approaching, she didn't react as eagerly as the other classmates. Instead, she smiled and thanked him. Her warm smile left Wang Tang momentarily speechless. Watching the students filled with youthful determination, Wang Tang suddenly felt a strange longing to experience youth again. But then he remembered how difficult studying with them was. He could practice martial arts all night without feeling tired, but the moment he opened a book to study for even 5 minutes, he'd start dozing off and end up napping until the class was over. On his way home, Wang Tang thought about stopping by the pet store and have someone check what that egg really was. But as he crossed the street, he suddenly heard someone shout loudly twice, "Watch out!" Instinctively, Wang Tang looked up and saw a huge bird swooping down. Its size was massive, and just one swipe of its claws could have been deadly. But this bird also had the ability to attack by spitting sparks. The attack was aimed straight at Wang Tang, and behind him was another man who looked like an ordinary person with no martial arts skills. Wang Tang was in a tough spot, but putting his safety first, he moved as fast as he could to dodge. The beast's attack hit the ground with a massive explosion, causing destruction all around. The young man behind him likely wouldn't have been able to escape. Wang Tang didn't even have time to feel bad for him, because even if the man ran, the beast would definitely chase him down. Wang Tang kept running, breathless and completely confused. Why was the beast targeting him? Why was it chasing him? He hadn't even done anything to it. He yelled out in frustration, but then froze as the thought hit him. "Wait a minute, kid? Could it be that the egg in my bag is this bird's offspring?" Wang Tang quickly opened the bag, planning to return the egg to the mother bird, hoping it wouldn't attack him anymore. However, before he could act, he turned around and saw that the beast had been struck by an arrow and was already dead. He stared in shock, and at that moment, a crowd of people gathered around to see what had happened because of the loud noise. Wang Tang then asked the young man next to him, "Do you know who this newcomer is? How could he be strong enough to take down that fierce bird with just one arrow?" The man replied, "He's a martial artist who protects our city, so of course he's strong." Wang Tang nodded quietly, but his attention was soon drawn to a blue bubble that had fallen at his feet. He hadn't expected an attribute to drop even after the beast had been killed. Given how strong the martial artist was, Wang Tang figured the bubble must hold some kind of powerful attribute. He bent down to pick it up, but a few guards nearby thought he was getting too close and quickly stopped him. "Sorry for your safety. Please don't approach any closer. We'll clear the battlefield shortly, just wait for a moment." Soon, a large truck arrived and began hauling away the giant beast's body. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Wang Tang learned that these people were part of the city's protective team, a special division dedicated to maintaining safety within the city. Aside from the civilian staff, everyone here was quite powerful. Wang Tang fell into thought. The giant bird had suddenly started chasing him, and though he wasn't certain yet, it seemed likely that it was after the egg. If it really was its offspring, did that mean he was about to own a beast from when it was still young? Just the thought of it got Wang Tang excited. He immediately wanted to go out and buy an incubator. When he got home, he dove straight into studying the new air bubble he'd found earlier. When he opened it, it revealed a talent called Eye of Spiritual Sight. Wang Tang tried activating it and felt a slight discomfort, almost as if he were wearing contact lenses. There wasn't anything particularly special about the feeling at first, but when he looked at the egg, he quickly realized just how unique this talent was. He could see the fire elemental essence radiating from the egg, and that made him thrilled. Could this talent let him detect the elemental essence of others? If so, that would be incredible. He could use it to gauge the strength of other martial artists. However, after using Eye of Spiritual Sight for a short time, Wang Tang felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by dizziness and blurred vision. It actually drained his mental energy, and he realized that he couldn't use it carelessly after all. That night, after a good rest, Wang Tang went outside to practice martial arts. Not long after, he got another chance to test Eye of Spiritual Sight. He suddenly sensed someone approaching and immediately activated the talent. He saw the elemental essence surrounding the stranger, which indicated that the person was likely a martial artist too. When the stranger noticed that Wang Tang had spotted him, he stopped pretending to be polite. He stepped forward and demanded, "Kid, hand over the stuff you took from the mountain." Wang Tang played dumb. "What mountain? I've never been there." The stranger sneered. "Never been there? Then where did you get that sword and those gloves? You think erasing all the traces means we can't find you?" The opponent's voice was as cold as ice, sending a wave of tension through Wang Tang. The threat continued, "You better hand over the items quickly, or I won't hesitate to show you the difference between a martial artist and a martial artist apprentice." "All right, I surrender," Wang Tang replied. "Come over here and I'll give you the items, but you have to spare my life." Wang Tang was using the same trick again, pretending to surrender. As the opponent moved closer, he swung his sword, planning a sneak attack. But this time, the opponent was a true martial artist, not one of the simple criminals Wang Tang had dealt with before. He had already anticipated that Wang Tang wouldn't give up so easily, so he stayed on high alert. With a single hand, he easily caught Wang Tang's sword. However, just then, Wang Tang's sword suddenly caught fire. The intense heat and the power of the fire element forced the martial artist to retreat. He had taken internal injuries, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, pain spreading through his body. How could this be? He muttered, unable to believe that a martial artist apprentice like Wang Tang could overpower him. Wang Tang pressed his advantage, charging forward and combining fire and ice elemental power in his attack, leaving the opponent dazed and unable to defend himself. For his arrogance, the opponent paid the ultimate price, losing his life at the edge of Wang Tang's sword. This world was one where the strong preyed on the weak, and only the powerful could survive. Yet, even after taking a few lives, Wang Tang still wasn't used to the unsettling feeling that lingered. The only comfort he found was the bubbles emerging from the martial artist's body, signaling his talent for the earth element. Wang Tang, having gained this new talent, took another step closer to mastering all the attributes. However, the events of the day also reminded him how dangerous the world of martial artists could be. He needed to be more careful, keeping his two force-powered weapons hidden and his true strength concealed. Otherwise, he risked becoming a target for dark forces. The scene changed to Wang Tang sitting in front of his computer, a notification sounding from the system. Wang Tang smiled when he saw the message. "Great, the weapon storage box is ready. Now I can carry the battle sword and gloves I found with me." But then, as he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh. His wallet had just taken a big hit. Suddenly, he froze as if realizing something. Wait a minute. On the chat screen, another prompt popped up. It read, "Please enter martial artist ID." Wang Tang was confused. What's this? He kept typing, but after a while, he became frustrated and muttered to himself, "Why does this thing keep asking for an ID? Why can't you just ship the items first and let me add my ID later?" It wasn't just him. Another person had received the same message. Ligda, laughing, typed back, "Quick, go to the Martial Arts Dodo Association for certification. You can only use ruined weapons after you're certified. Once you finish, I'll send the items to you today." The scene shifted to school. The bell for the end of class rang. Wang Tang was sitting in his poetry class, but his mind was elsewhere. It turned out he had been staring at the classmate sitting in front of him the entire time. Suhan blushed, her heart skipping a beat. "Why is Wang Tang looking at me?" she wondered. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, she quickly glanced to the side. Just then, he stood up, leaned in close, and spoke loudly. "Class Representative Suhan," the machine answered. "What do you want me to do?" Her heart began to race. He's getting too close. What does he want? Wang Tang mischievously moved closer and whispered, "We have to go to the Martial Arts Dodo Association later. I'd really appreciate your help with the teachers." Suhan felt frozen, her voice stumbling out. "Maybe you're embarrassed. I'll stand up right now and shout, 'Why do you want to skip class? What are you going to the Martial Arts Dodo Association for?'" Wang Tang smiled calmly and answered, "I'm going to handle some adult business, don't worry." "Shut up. I've never done anything I wasn't sure about." Before Suhan could respond, Wang Tang rushed toward the door. "All right, I'm leaving," he called back. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The Martial Arts Dodo Association? Isn't that where martial artists get tested? Could it be that Wang Tang? How could that be? Meanwhile, at the Donghai Martial Arts Dodo Association, Wang Tang had just arrived and couldn't help but be impressed. This place looks impressive. From what he saw, most of the people coming and going were martial artists. He glanced around and reminded himself, "There are a lot of people here. I should probably disguise myself." After changing his appearance, Wang Tang walked in. The moment he entered, everyone was taken aback. In his superhero outfit, he cleared his throat awkwardly and introduced himself. "I'm here to test as a martial artist." A staff member, seeing his attire, couldn't help but break into a sweat. Still, they politely said, "Please follow me." She introduced Wang Tang and told him to just follow the instructions in the room. After completing the machine test, he would receive his certificate in under 10 minutes. After lying in the machine for a while, the staff finally announced the test was finished. Congratulations to Wang Teng for becoming a martial artist. Your certificate is being processed. Please wait. Some time passed before a loud notification bell suddenly rang on the screen. Old Vice couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? He asked. Wang Tang spoke up. I'll go check it out. Looking at the evaluation board, Wang Tang was taken aback. Old Vice, come here and take a look. This kid named Wang Tang. He became a martial artist at 17. He vaguely recognized the name. Earlier, someone from the martial arts school sent me a report about him. We'll know more once we check the camera. As soon as the boy's image appeared, Old Vice's excitement grew. It's him. The report said that he'd only been at our martial arts school for less than a month, and he's already gone from an ordinary person to an advanced martial artist apprentice. Old Vice was stunned. He had planned to observe him for a while longer, but to his surprise, Wang Tang had already become a martial artist. What a genius. Wang Tang smiled proudly. Looks like a big dark horse is about to show up in this martial arts competition. When the time comes, let's go watch together. Meanwhile, Wang Tang held the certificate in his hand with a proud grin. With a martial artist certification, it would be much easier to navigate things now, according to the association's rules. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Right, I need to quickly ask Master Lu to send the goods to me. All right, now it's time to head back to school. The scene shifted to Wang Tang's school. After the survey ended, he quickly returned to school. After the break, you were standing there chatting happily when suddenly a voice called out, Wang Tang. It was Su Han. She looked at him with a sad expression and asked, Wang Tang, could you talk to me for a moment? He was curious, but agreed. The two quickly found a private spot to talk. Su Han seemed hesitant. Her words stuck in her throat. Her face was as red as a gack fruit, and she kept stumbling over her words. That, she started. Wang Tang smiled and gently spoke. If you need something, just tell me directly. Su Han continued to mumble, unable to form a complete sentence. Could you? She trailed off. Finally, she gathered all her courage and blurted out, could you lend me some money? Wang Tang thought it was something serious and sighed. How much do you need? Su Han blushed even more and explained 150,000 coins. I know it's a lot, but I promise I'll pay you back as soon as I get my salary. Wang Tang didn't ask any more questions. He took out his phone and said, give me your card number and I'll transfer it to you. But even as he did, he couldn't help wonder why she needed such a large sum of money. Su Han looked like she might cry. Thank you. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Wang Tang reassured her. Don't worry, class monitor. Don't think about doing a part-time job. Right now, focusing on your studies is the most important thing. After receiving the money, she didn't say another word. She turned quickly and left. Wang Tang watched her walk away, a sense of unease creeping over him. Something felt off. What had really happened to her? A feeling of worry stirred inside him. No, he thought. I have to follow her. I need to see what's going on. So, Wang Tang kept following behind. Su Han went into the department store, and as he watched his classmate, Wang Tang sighed. He learned that the class monitor's family owned a small shop, and it was clear they were struggling. Meanwhile, a group of people noticed Cam's disheveled appearance and approached him. They stepped up to the front and taunted him, threatening, What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Tang didn't want to get involved, so he quietly walked away. One of the men shouted, It's the shop up ahead. If we don't get money today, we'll smash it to pieces. Hearing this, Wang Tang stopped and turned around. The thugs had already entered the shop and were causing a scene, making their power known. The leader of the group, a sly man, asked, So, have you got the money yet? Su Han's mother whispered, Boss, my family has borrowed money from relatives and friends. The fat man listened, then gulped down an entire bottle of soda in one go. Su Han's mother continued to beg, Please, give us a few more days, Mr. Shu Shu. The fat man slammed the soda bottle down onto the table. A few more days? I've already given you 3 days. Isn't that enough? He pointed at the mother and daughter's faces and yelled, You people don't have any intention of paying. She explained calmly, Boss, it's not that we don't want to pay, we just don't have enough yet. Please give us a little more time. But he wasn't willing to back down. Cutting off her plea, he snapped, If you don't pay today, your shop is done for. Then he ordered his thugs, Smash it for me. At that moment, Su Han suddenly froze and shouted loudly, Wait, you're blocking my mother's way. Give me the IOU and I'll pay you 150,000 right now. The fat man stared at them as if he was weighing something in his mind. After hearing her words, he laughed out loud. Big talk. Huh? You even have 150,000 to pay? Su Han's mother, clearly panicked, asked, What are you talking about? Where will we get that much money? Su Han quickly responded, I'll transfer the money to you right now, but you have to leave my family's shop as soon as you've received it. The man grinned slyly. All right, as long as you pay me, I'll leave right away. But 3 days ago, it was 150,000. Now, he paused, a thought crossing his mind. This girl has grown up pretty well. Maybe she could be useful. You'll have to pay me 200,000. Both mother and daughter were shocked. Her mother turned pale and asked again, 200,000? How did it go up to 200,000 in just 3 days? Sohan screamed, you shameless scoundrels. This is illegal. I can report you to the authorities. The man sneered arrogantly. Go ahead, I don't care. Whether or not your family shop stays open, that's something I can't promise. At that moment, he revealed his true intentions. Little sister, looks like you still don't have any money. How about this? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll pay off this debt for your family. Her mother gasped in horror and pulled her daughter close. Meanwhile, Suhan, now red with rage, shouted at the people around her, no way. Don't even think about it. Even if my family shop goes under, you will never touch a hair on my daughter's head. The overweight man laughed arrogantly. Well, don't say I wasn't polite anymore. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from outside the door. How do you want me to be polite? Suhan, recognizing the voice, was instantly surprised. Wang Tang, come into the store right now. He quickly realized who it was and chuckled. You little brat. Then he smiled widely. Looks like you two know each other. Are you playing the hero saving the damsel in distress? Wang Tang glanced at him with disdain. Hero saving the damsel? Fine, let's call it that. I'm just here to swat some flies. The boss's anger flared at Wang Tang's arrogance. You want to die? Beat this little brat to death for me. Without a moment's hesitation, his men charged at Wang Tang. As they approached, Wang Tang struck them effortlessly, his voice icy. Hey, watch out. Don't make a mess in the shop of our class monitor. In no time, he had sent them flying out the door like a group of pests. Wang Tang raised his foot with skill, kicking one man in the face and knocking out his teeth. The screams that followed echoed in the air, and the thugs froze in shock. The fat man, in particular, was so stunned he couldn't even speak. Wang Tang dragged the thugs up from the ground and asked, Want to keep going? Let's take this outside. He had already taken down the whole group by himself. The men lay on the ground, unable to get back up. The last two standing by the fat man stepped forward, and he ordered, You two, go together. Don't be afraid, he's alone. Wang Tang said nothing. He simply gave them a cold smile. Right after that, a powerful punch landed, and the two of them exchanged blows for a moment. Before long, the two henchmen were knocked down, collapsing to the ground. The fat man, now panicked, turned and fled, shouting, You brat, this isn't over. You'll pay for this. Once he ran off, Wang Tang bent down and grabbed the phone from one of the henchmen's pockets. Without hesitation, he threw it hard at the fat man's head. The impact was strong, causing the fat boss to cry out in pain. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel frustrated. The man had already fled, so why was he still running his mouth? He noticed small round pieces falling out of the phone, and to his surprise, it seemed like even regular people could have bubbles coming out of them. Annoyed, Wang Tang slapped the fat man across the face and said, Hurry up and hand over the IU. Now clearly terrified by Wang Tang's presence, the fat man trembled and quickly handed it over, muttering, Here. Wang Tang immediately switched his tone. He checked the document and then looked at the man, his face dark. Borrowing 100,000 and paying back 200,000. It's almost like robbing a bank, isn't it? Don't even think about pulling any tricks. I'm guessing you've seen the news, right? Then Wang Tang started to threaten him. You remember the bank robbers from a few days ago? Guess who took care of them? Realizing the danger, the fat man quickly dropped to his knees and begged, Big brother, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Give me a chance to live. Wang Tang turned to her and said, Transfer 100,000 and 100 coins to him. Wang Tang added, The 100 coins are the interest. Tear up the IU. Sohan blushed and said, Thank you. By the way, how did you end up here? Wang Tang smiled warmly. If I told you I came here just to see you, would you believe me? Sohan's face flushed deep red. She quickly turned away without saying anything. I'll go check on my mom, she muttered. With the heavy debt settled, both of them felt a sense of relief and happiness. When her mother saw Wang Tang, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Xiao Tang, thank you so much. We'll make sure to repay you as soon as we can. She hesitated for a moment before asking, By the way, would you like to stay and have a meal with us? Sohan, still a bit embarrassed, quickly responded, Mom, what are you saying? He's just a friend of mine. Her mother smiled even wider. Xiao Han, take Xiao Tang upstairs to sit. I'll go to the market and then start cooking. After her mother left, Wang Tang, noticing only her aunt, asked, Class monitor, where's your father? Isn't he usually in the shop? Suhan glanced over briefly and replied, You'll meet him later. The two of them went upstairs. Suhan called out, Dad, I'm home. A man with no legs was resting in a chair looking exhausted. He appeared to have suffered greatly. Wang Tang looked at him and asked softly, "What happened to your father?" So-Han's voice grew sad as she answered, "My dad was once a martial artist. He became like this after returning from another world. Not only did he lose both his legs, but his core was shattered too, leaving him completely crippled." Hearing this, Wang Tang was taken aback. He hadn't realized how brutal the world of martial artists could be. He couldn't help but think, if the world of martial artists is so harsh, why does he still want to practice and take martial arts exams? So-Han was so furious that her face turned pale. "I want to take revenge," she said. "My father's teammates told me that their opponents set a trap that hurricane like this and I have to get revenge." Wang Tang stepped forward. "What about his teammates? Don't they know what's going on with your family?" She answered, "Most of the time, they're in another world and can't come back. This time, my younger sister's illness suddenly flared up and my mother had no choice but to borrow money from those people." Wang Tang was surprised. "You have a younger sister?" So-Han replied, "It's just that you didn't know I had one." "Her illness?" Wang Tang asked awkwardly. "What kind of illness does she have?" So-Han sighed. "If I knew what illness she had, that would be easier." Just then, she knocked on the door and called out, "Shixia, I'm bringing a friend. Can we come in?" A voice responded, "Come in." They opened the door and entered. Wang Tang was taken aback when he saw purple bubbles floating in the air. This is a dark room, he thought. The girl was sitting by the window, looking heartbroken. As soon as she saw them, she cried out, "Sister." Wang Tang was stunned. "Oh my god, so many bubbles?" So-Han told him, "It's best to stay behind me. Don't get too close." He stepped back a bit. "So-Han, I'm here." He watched quietly. An ordinary person would have been knocked out by now. So many bubbles with that kind of property. It probably had nothing to do with her strange illness, right? Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his arm. Poison attribute level 2. Poisonous system X1. Poisonous body X1. Wang Tang couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected the poison element to have something like this too. Meanwhile, So-Han was still happily talking with her younger sister. When she turned around, she noticed Wang Tang's reaction and immediately realized something was off. He was thinking, "This is bad." The little girl was also staring at me, probably wondering why I can sense the poison element. Seeing Wang Tang's odd behavior, So-Han asked, "What's wrong? Why are you sweating so much?" Wang Tang forced a smile and replied, "Maybe it's because I'm standing next to you. I'm a bit nervous." He silently sighed in relief. He had finally absorbed everything. He had almost been caught. Shixia, curious, asked her older sister, "Sis, who is he?" So-Han laughed and gently introduced, "He's Wang Tang, my friend." Wang Tang felt a bit of sympathy for the poor child. She couldn't go outside because of her rare poisonous body constitution, something neither martial arts nor medicine could fix. The poison element constantly radiated from her, and anyone who stayed too close would definitely be poisoned. No wonder the class monitor had warned him not to get too close. Shixia looked at Wang Tang with innocent eyes and asked, "Is he my brother-in-law?" So-Han froze, a chill running down her spine. "Brother-in-law? What are you talking about, you little brat? He's not your brother-in-law." Wang Tang couldn't help but silently admire her. This little girl is something else. So-Han quickly explained, "She's just joking. Don't take it seriously." Wang Tang laughed, clearly amused. "Why are you so worried?" He stepped closer and said, "Hello." So-Han panicked and called out, "Wang Tang, don't come any closer." He smiled calmly. "It's fine." Seeing his calm reaction, she asked, confused, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Wang Tang looked at her, surprised but still composed. "Afraid of you? Why would I be?" She said casually, "Afraid of my face? If you get too close, we might both end up with darkened faces." She continued, "Afraid of the atmosphere around me?" Wang Tang gently ruffled her hair and smiled warmly. "Do you really think it would affect me?" Suddenly, it clicked for her. "Oh, right. How come it doesn't bother you?" Wang Tang replied with a playful grin, "Probably because I often drink jade wine, so my resistance is pretty strong." So-Han was left speechless at his explanation. Wang Tang took a step closer. "If you don't believe me, you could try it yourself." He extended his hand toward her, inviting her to hold it. So-Han hesitated for a moment, then thought to herself, there really doesn't seem to be anything wrong. The sticky tension in the air had vanished. As she sensed the change in the atmosphere around her, she stared at him completely bewildered. 1,000 questions raced through her mind. Who is this person? Wang Tang raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep it a secret. She couldn't stop wondering, could he be the one who can heal me? So-Han spoke up, "Wang Tang, if you discover anything, I hope you'll let me know. This is really important for our family." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. If I find a way, I'll definitely tell everyone right away." So-Han, feeling a bit more at ease, added, "Sister, don't be too hard on my brother-in-law." She quickly wrapped her arms around her younger sister in a tight hug. "So-Han, don't worry. I've already signed up for the martial arts test. I'm going to become a martial artist and figure out how to cure you. The little girl looked up, happy, and asked, Sister, isn't Mom stopping you from practicing martial arts? Wang Teng immediately understood. So that's what it was. No wonder the class monitor had been working so hard. He smiled, feeling a bit proud of himself. He never expected to have received poisonous energy, which he could later mix into his attacks during battles, poisoning his opponent before they even had a chance to react. It was a little sneaky, but effective. As the night began to fall, it was time for him to say goodbye to everyone. Her mother called out cheerfully from behind, Xiao Tang, don't forget to visit sometime. Thanks for everything today. Wang Tang waved and called back, it's nothing. Class monitor, you're heading home now? He heard someone say. He walked away while checking his system. His gun skills were still a bit lacking, so tomorrow he planned to visit the shooting range to see if they had any airlocked rounds available. As Wang Tang strolled along, he passed by a shooting range. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Hey, bro, you really are a sharpshooter. The person over there blushed and said, You're flattering me. My shooting skills are nothing special. Wang Tang quietly observed. With all the attribute energy bags around, it was clear this person was a master. The young man smiled and explained, I once met a marksman who could actually change the trajectory of a woman's arrow. That was true skill. Everyone was surprised, a technique that can change the direction of an arrow. He sighed and went on. Unfortunately, that marksman was too proud and fell into someone else's trap. He ended up using his proudest technique to kill a woman he loved. Wang Tang's curiosity was piqued, so he asked, What happened after that? The young man answered he couldn't handle the loss. His spirit was broken, and now he's in the Jiao mental hospital. At this, the young man let out a deep sigh. Such a pity. Everyone murmured in agreement. Indeed. Wang Tang thought to himself, I should pay a visit to Jiao mental hospital. Without wasting any time, he headed straight to the hospital alone. As soon as he walked in, Wang Tang assumed the person sitting there must be the attending doctor. He watched the doctor yawn and realized he'd need to find a way to distract him to get past. Just then, a bell rang out, confusing the doctor. What's that sound? He muttered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tang quickly covered his face and struck the doctor at the back of his neck with a swift blow. A sudden but incredibly swift and decisive blow. The on-call doctor barely managed to groan before collapsing to the floor. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Now this is more like it, he muttered. He neatly propped the doctor up in a chair, then quickly put on his uniform. Good night, he added, before reaching for the keychain hanging on the cabinet. After finishing everything, Wang Tang casually walked through the hospital, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he glanced into one of the rooms where a girl was sitting under a blanket. His thoughts began to race. Damn, all those bubbles are made of spiritual energy, Wang Tang thought to himself. Do psychiatric patients have spiritual air bubbles too? Wait, turns out it wasn't the girl after all. A man in the room saw him approach, turned and asked, Do you know who I am? I am the god of creation, the man declared, imagining himself to be a true deity surrounded by a glowing aura. Wang Tang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. I think you should take your medicine, he said, then moved on to the next room. Inside, someone was shouting loudly, Goddess, my goddess, don't go. Stay just a little longer and see if this is the one I'm looking for. Wang Tang thought to himself, this person isn't the one either. He quickly moved on to the next room. The last room. This must be where the gun god is. When Wang Tang entered the room, he noticed that unlike the others, the man inside appeared unusually calm. He sat still on the bed, saying nothing, his expression distant as if lost in thought. Wang Tang couldn't help but wonder. This man had an impressive presence, and the energy around him was intense. Could he be some kind of gun god? The moment the man saw Wang Tang, he opened his eyes and spoke. Kid, after a brief pause, he asked with a serious tone, Are you a martial artist at such a young age? Wang Tang was caught off guard and asked in return, How did you know? The man pointed to his face and replied casually, I can sense the primal energy. After all, I was once like that. With a smile, the man added nonchalantly, It's been a long time since I had a smoke. A cigarette would be nice right now. Wang Tang silently thought the cigarettes might have come from his father. He quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack. The two of them shared a laugh and chatted for a while. Then the man tossed something to Wang Tang. All right, take this. It has what you need. Afterward, the man lay down, turned to face the other side, and decisively dismissed Wang Tang. Go on, I'm getting sleepy, and remember to turn off the lights. Wang Tang stood there, stunned by the man's blunt actions. All right. As he left the room, Wang Tang couldn't help but think to himself, he just handed me something so important like that, and here I am, in a mental hospital, gaining 55 points in spiritual power. I must be pretty lucky after all. This place really does make people feel scared. It's better to head home quickly and see what's on the USB. He opened his eyes immediately and thought to himself, that kid actually believed it. Thinking about it, he smiled to himself. This would be a huge surprise for him. As soon as he got home, he rushed to his computer desk to see what was on the USB. The moment he plugged it in, a loud, screeching moan echoed through the room. Wang Tang froze in shock. Does it really need to scream this loud just from opening a file? Let's watch it till the end, though. After all, the female lead is as beautiful as that. Then he noticed something strange. Why were there still so many progress bars left to fill? Quickly, Wang Tang moved the mouse and read. Gunfighting is a powerful skill that combines martial arts, gun techniques, and swordsmanship. At this point, Wang Tang was confused. So it's turned into gunfighting techniques, but how do I upgrade it? He sighed, forget it. I'll just buy some enchanted bullets first and figure it out after passing the martial arts test. A few days later, the news broadcasted that the university entrance exams were in 2 days. Donghai City's television station wished all students good luck. His father sighed deeply. Son, don't worry about the exams in 2 days. If you fail, you can retake them. You'll have another chance next year. Mother, he continued. That's right. Both your father and I are mentally prepared. You don't need to stress about it. But son, please don't bring home a duck egg, or your father and I won't know how to face anyone. He then turned to his wife and added, your mother is right. If you bring home a duck egg, his expression darkened. I'll tell you not to take the exam. We can't afford to lose face. Wang Tang gave a bitter laugh. Do you really have no faith in me? In his mind, he thought, once I pass the exam, I'll definitely surprise my parents. Time flew by, and soon the day of the exam arrived. The teacher reminded the class, everyone, make sure you take care of your exam cards. Don't let a small mistake ruin the hard work of the last 3 years. Now I'll hand out the martial arts exam cards. When I call your name, please come up to collect it. The room buzzed with excitement. Is the class president a martial artist? The class president was beautiful, skilled in martial arts, and truly the class's goddess. The teacher continued, Wang Tang, come up to get your exam card, shocking everyone. The crowd, seeing his smile, whispered among themselves. Wang Tang is taking part too. He's from a rich family. He must have some connections. Let's stop being jealous. He heard everything clearly and sneered inwardly. Just wait and see how I handle all of you. Meanwhile, Su Han, looking concerned, thought, Wang Tang, we all need to give it our best. At that moment, Wang Tang's parents were shocked by the news. Did you sign up for the martial arts exam? His father asked. He answered casually, yes, of course. Why else would I be training in martial arts? His father continued. I heard the martial arts exam is a real combat test. You've only been training for a short time. Are you planning to be a punching bag for everyone? His mother, worried, said, son, don't treat your life like a joke. Wang Tang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. If I can't even pass the intermediate martial artist apprentice evaluation tomorrow, I won't have to take the real combat exam. The next day, his classmates couldn't help but be amazed. Are those cars here to pick up the students for the martial arts exam? I'm impressed. We still have the written exam today. I guess this is our goodbye. Wang Tang said goodbye to his father. Dad, I'm leaving now. Don't worry. His father gently reminded him, remember, safety comes first. If it doesn't work out, we can always try again next year. Wang Tang nodded. Got it. I remember. As he watched his son walk away, his father thought to himself, son, the martial arts path is tough. I hope you can gain great strength and break free from an ordinary life. Once Wang Tang got into the car, he saw Su Han. Cheerfully, he said, is the class leader waiting for me? Su Han blushed when she heard him. She quickly replied, who's waiting for you? Then, to break the awkwardness, she loudly announced, all right, let's get in the car. Wang Tang sat in the car, deep in thought. Isn't this the road to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery? Could the ranking test be held there? The students in the car couldn't help but whisper to each other. Aren't those the students from private high school Hao Ying? I've heard they're really strong, with 8 advanced martial artist apprentices. Our Dong High School isn't weak, though. When the time comes, we'll show them what we're made of. At the same time, the students were excited. Look, the Inspection Bureau. People from the Inspection Bureau are here. Wang Tang couldn't help but ask, what's the Inspection Bureau? Su Han quickly explained, I've heard that there were a lot of incidents during the first martial arts examination, and it only settled down after the Inspection Bureau stepped in. He then hurriedly said goodbye. Oh, really? Class monitor, I'm heading in first. I'll catch up with you after the exam and get back to you right away. On the other side, the invigilator began reading the results aloud. Wang jumping, strength 362, speed 100.8 meters per second, physique 56, pass. Jiang Dali, strength 298, speed 100 meters in 6.9 seconds, physique 51, fail. Jiang Dali, Frustrated shouted, "No way. I just didn't perform well today. I'm already an intermediate martial artist apprentice. You believe me." Before he could say more, a scream pierced the air as he was quickly restrained. The invigilator then called, "Next." Even as they dragged him away, Zhang Gali kept struggling. "Please, let me take the test again." Two other students watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. "We should just stay calm and prepare properly." Yeah, after all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. From a distance, a voice called out, "Vice Hall Master, President Qin, how many promising talents do you think will emerge this year?" Wang Tang replied, "I'm not sure about everything, but there's one talent with the potential to become a battle general." Director, he looked confused. "Are you two joking with me?" Wang Tang pointed toward the 8th group nearby. He walked off of the field and added, "But today's just for level evaluation. The kid doesn't need to show all this strength, but it's enough for him to get into the best university." A voice over the intercom announced, "Wang Tang, please step forward for the test." With a sly smile, he responded, "Here I come." He stepped forward and struck the ground with a powerful punch, creating a loud noise. As soon as he finished, Wang Tang dashed forward at lightning speed, completing the test in no time. The examiners began to evaluate the results. The scores were strength 1000 kg, speed 100 meters in 3 seconds, and physical fitness 100. Wang Tang showed no surprise at these results, as if he had expected them. The teacher next to him couldn't help but frown. All 3 categories had received perfect scores. Is the machine broken? The students were equally shocked. Could he have cheated? The supervision department is here, so that's unlikely. The examiner, still looking puzzled, paused and said, "Honestly, I feel like these results are a bit too unreal." A voice from the intercom replied, "There's no issue with the test results. Announce them as they are." The supervisor quickly responded, "Oh, yes." As soon as he turned and walked away, the group started whispering among themselves. Wang Tang had scored perfectly on the test and breezed through it with ease. He was truly someone who kept his talents understated. Wang Tang quickly walked over to So-Han, wearing a bright smile. "Class rep, pretty impressive, right?" She smiled back and gave him a quick glance. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to be this outstanding." Wang Tang continued, "So, have you finished your test yet?" She responded cheerfully, "My martial arts results aren't as impressive as yours. I just barely passed." Nearby, a student couldn't help but feel uneasy watching them talk so happily. He clenched his jaw, unwilling to accept it, and thought to himself, "I have to beat him." The test continued. Lin In Chang, strength, 812, 100-meter sprint, 4.8 seconds, physique, 83, passed. Frustrated, he threw his water bottles to the ground and muttered, "This isn't how I usually perform. Wang Tang really threw me off." Wang Tang glanced over and sighed to himself. "You're off your game, and I'm the reason." So-Han gently reminded him, "Should you let your parents know?" That's when it hit him. Oh, right. He quickly took out his phone. As soon as the call rang, his mother answered. His father's concerned voice came through. "Son, how did it go? When are you coming home?" "Your mom's making your favorite dish." Then his father added softly, "It's okay if things didn't go perfectly. We've already prepared ourselves. Just come home and focus on your studies. That's what matters most." After they finished talking, Wang Tang happily announced, "Mom, Dad, I passed. You don't have to worry anymore." His mother, sounding a bit confused, replied, "Passed? I thought you'd fail for sure. This is pretty normal." There was a brief pause before she quickly regained her composure and asked eagerly, "Wait, you passed?" The couple joyfully hugged each other. "Did you hear that? Our son passed." The elderly couple laughed heartily, just like we expected. "Now, and your father can go on his business trip without a worry." Wang Tang cheerfully said, "Dad, Mom, you've worked hard. When you get home, I'll make dinner for both of you." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Wang Tang sighed, lost in his thoughts. He figured it was probably best to focus on preparing for the practical exam now. After Wang Tang passed the exam with the highest score, Yang Jing'an came to congratulate him. "Young Master Wang, you're amazing. I never saw this side of you before." Wang Tang smiled and casually asked, "Yang Jian, your brother works for the Ministry of Education. Do you think he knows what the practical exam will be?" Yang Jian replied, "That's classified. The exam location changes every year, so there's no way to know in advance." So-Han, tilting his head, casually asked, "Is that our principal?" The principal, walking by, chuckled. "Ha ha," Wang Tang smiled. He really is quite the talented person. Wang Tang's eyes immediately brightened when he heard this. "Principal, you have some special martial arts you want to teach me. After that, will I go save the world?" The principal was left speechless for a moment before awkwardly chuckling. "Ha ha, Wang Tang, you're really funny." After a brief pause, the principal shared some good news. "We have a reward system for the martial arts exam participants. At this, Wang Tang and everyone else in the lobby were surprised. The principal continued. The top 50 will each receive an origin stone. The top 30 will get a spirit pill. And if you manage to get first place, not only will you receive the above rewards, but there will also be a secret prize. You won't be disappointed. At this, everyone cheered for Wang Tang. Wang Tang, you got to aim for the top. He gave a bitter smile in response. Haha, I'll definitely do my best to bring glory to the school. Wang Tang thought to himself, both the origin stone and the spirit pill were crucial for martial artists making breakthroughs. They were incredibly valuable. It looked like the principal was really pulling out all the stops. The bus took everyone to the next exam location, which turned out to be a military base. Upon arrival, Wang Tang couldn't help but be amazed, thinking, I didn't expect we'd have to stay in a military base. Are we really taking the exam here? When they got to the dormitory, the supervisor explained that this would be their accommodation for the night. The exam would be held in a different location the next day, but here they had to follow the military base's rules, or they would lose their qualifications. Once everyone had taken their places, Uncle Liu walked over and called out Yang Jian's name. Yang Jian was caught off guard and walked over to ask, what brings you here? Uncle Liu responded cheerfully, I need to discuss something with Wang Tang. Hearing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but glance their way. After they left the room, Wang Tang spoke up, Uncle Liu, is there something you need to talk to me about? Uncle Liu hesitated for a moment before replying, actually, it's not me who wants to see you, but someone else. Let's walk and talk. They made their way to the central administrative area of the military camp and then to the department office. As soon as Uncle Liu entered, he called out, Director He, Wang Tang is here. Director He greeted them warmly as if he had been expecting them. Wang Tang, welcome. Wang Tang politely asked, I'm not sure why Director He wanted to see me. He thought to himself, this must be the director from the Ministry of Education, right? Without wasting any time, Director He went straight to the point. Wang Tang, I hear you've already become a martial artist. Uncle Liu was surprised and repeated, a martial artist? Wang Tang smiled on the outside and said, Director, you're joking. I'm just a peep martial artist apprentice. How can I possibly be a martial artist? But inside, he was extremely anxious, thinking, how did he find out? I haven't made any mistakes. Is he testing me? The director continued speaking as if he hadn't noticed. You don't have to admit it, but I hope you perform well tomorrow. Inside, there was a glowing, extremely valuable essence core radiating the strength of a martial artist. This essence core belongs to you. The power from the core spread throughout the entire room. Uncle Liu spoke up, this is the essence of a star beast. Only a star beast with incredible strength can produce such an essence core. Standing in front of such a rare prize, Wang Tang couldn't help but feel moved. He had heard that the essence core contained a special power, and that weapons crafted from it could harness this energy. Wang Tang asked seriously, why would the minister agree to give away something so valuable? The director revealed his intentions. To advance in rank, to be honest with you, I've seen your potential, and I hope you could be the key to advancing my career. Wang Tang thought quietly to himself, this old fox is surprisingly honest, but while the essence core is tempting, I'm not sure if revealing martial artist power so casually will cause problems down the line. Then the director's voice grew more serious. I understand your concerns, but let me say something sincerely. Director, he stressed each word, a martial artist must fight. He then reminded Wang Tang, to reach the peak, a martial artist must consume vast resources. These are things taken from others. Even if you try to hide it now, unless you want to act like a turtle pulling its head back and give up the resources, you definitely won't be able to keep it hidden. Wang Tang was stunned by how accurately the man hit the mark. That's right. Every martial artist you've encountered so far is fighting for resources, and they're all pushing themselves to act and compete for them. Director D added, you have huge potential, but if you don't have the right mindset, you won't get far on your path. He sighed. All right, let's pretend I didn't come to see you tonight. Wang Tang politely bid him farewell and asked to head back to his room. Director He, I'll go back now. Inside, the old man began evaluating Wang Tang. This kid was so composed, not even falling for the trap. Before leaving, Wang Tang had left a parting comment. The tactic of provoking won't work on me, but I'll take the deal. Director He muttered angrily under his breath. Is this kid messing with me? Wang Tang scratched his head and replied, I wouldn't dare. Director He, let's continue our discussion. I've agreed. At that, the old man quickly brought the essence bone over, eager to check if it was ready to be taken, even before they had fully started. Dream on. Wang Tang made a face, clearly not trusting Director He's words. What if you regret it later and don't give it to me? With no other choice, Director He relented. All right, let's sign an agreement then. Wang Tang immediately agreed. Done, it's settled. The next day at the military camp, the participants were gathering in the lobby. They looked up at the sky, awestruck. Such a huge spaceship. Look, there are even runes on it. The supervisor stepped out of the spaceship's cabin and said, "Students, we wish you all a smooth and successful completion of the practical assessment. We hope everyone returns safely." Then they urged, "Hurry up, we'll be leaving for the assessment location right away." Inside the spacecraft, Yang Jian looked around in awe, clearly amazed by everything. He was acting like a country bumpkin seeing the city for the first time, his eyes wide with wonder. The ship was truly something remarkable, powered by Origin Force, with runes as conductors and Origin Force driving the entire vessel. Wang Teng, however, wasn't impressed. He casually asked Yang Jian, "So, this is like our Origin Force-powered cars and planes, right?" Yang Jian waved his hand dismissively and said, "Not exactly. I heard the technology for these Origin Force-powered spacecraft came from another world. It's very different from our own, but I'm not sure about the details." Hearing this, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He propped his chin up and muttered, "Half a day and you're still so vague." Sil-Han, curious, spoke up, "So, does that mean the other world has resources similar to our technology?" Yang Jian sighed, looking defeated. "Who knows? It seems like information about other worlds has been restricted, but once we become martial artists, we'll have a chance to visit those worlds ourselves." Wang Tang, still puzzled, turned to her and asked, "How come I didn't know about that? Didn't your father go to another world before?" Sil-Han answered honestly, "He never went. Back then, my father was still young, and after what happened, he never spoke about it again." Yang Jian glanced at them and thought to himself, "Something's off. These two are hiding something from me." The spacecraft landed quickly, and the sight outside the window made the candidates gasp in awe. I didn't expect the practical exam to take place on an island. "Look, there are two other ships landing over there. They must be candidates from another part of the Donghai region," they added. A voice came through the loudspeaker. "Welcome to the third exam site in the Donghai Sea region. Protective gear and weapons have been prepared for you. After roll call, you will receive your equipment. The exam will start in 2 hours. We wish all candidates a safe return." After stepping off the spacecraft, Wang Tang followed the group to the roll call area in the center of the island. Holding his bag, he approached the supervisor and asked, "The weapons I brought, after they're inspected, I'll still be able to use them, right?" The supervisor answered, "Yes. Once we check them and confirm there's no issue, you can use the weapons you brought. By the way, this armor of yours is impressive." Wang Tang began to activate his weapon system, and the supervisor was visibly impressed. "These are all 1-star runed weapons." Wang Tang, a bit confused, asked, "Is that a problem?" The supervisor replied, "No. The power of these weapons depends on your strength. As long as there's no issue with them, it's fine." Wang Tang didn't seem overly concerned and said, "Just give me a lighter set of combat gear, please." The supervisor cautioned, "This combat suit is light, but its defense is weaker. You'll need to be more careful with it." The group gathered in a corner of the yard, waiting for the assessment to begin. Sil-Han approached from somewhere, softly calling out, "Wang Tang." Noticing that Wang Tang was staring at her without saying anything, she awkwardly placed her arm around his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? Do I look strange in this outfit?" He couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "No, class monitor, your combat outfit looks perfect." But just then, a loud roar echoed from the forest, grabbing Wang Tang's attention. Everyone in the yard froze, startled by the terrifying sound. "Ah, it's a mutant beast." Wang Tang quickly turned to Sil-Han, his voice filled with concern. "Class monitor, are you okay?" Her face turned pale as she reassured him. "I'm fine, really." Wang Tang thought to himself that given the class monitor's strength, facing a mutant beast might be a bit much for her. Yang Jian sighed, scratching his neck. "I thought the real combat assessment wouldn't be so bad, but honestly, I'm a little scared now." Wang Tang laughed helplessly and said, "It's normal to be scared. Look around, is there anyone here who isn't?" At that moment, the instructor on the podium spoke up, "Attention, the real combat assessment is about to begin. I will now explain the rules of the test." He outlined the process. The assessment will last from 10 o'clock a.m. today until 6 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. You must stay in this primeval forest for a full day and night. The instructor reminded them they'd be responsible for their own food, water, and rest. The candidates immediately voiced their frustrations, shouting, "Wait, the forest is dangerous and you want us to stay here for a whole day and night? No way. Who knows how many mutant beasts are out there, just like the one from earlier?" The coach ignored their shouting and kept speaking. "To pass the assessment, you need to kill at least 5 exotic beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher your score and the more options you'll have when the scores are announced. Your combat uniforms are linked to our satellites, so we'll be monitoring your status. When you're in danger, pressing the alarm button will summon an expert to rescue you, but it means you're withdrawing from the test. He added, also during the real combat assessment, candidates are not allowed to kill each other, but there will still be competition. You'll need to guard not only against the exotic beasts, but also the other candidates. Martial skill is important, of course, but life is precious. Don't recklessly overestimate your own strength. He paused for a moment before continuing. That's all I need to say. Then he asked, so, before the real combat assessment officially begins, I'll ask one last time. Does anyone want to withdraw? Before he finished speaking, a girl quickly raised her hand and said, I withdraw. I don't want to risk my life. The coach asked again, anyone else? The remaining contestants were split into 10 teams, each entering the primeval forest from a different entrance. Wang Tang tried to comfort So-Han, who was standing next to him. Don't worry, hang in there. Before leaving, he reminded her, stay safe, take care. Wang Tang said goodbye to So-Han and walked forward with his team. I'll go ahead. At the entrance, the supervisor urged, it's almost time. Go in. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tang shot forward like an arrow, diving deep into the forest. A few hours later, he paused on a high branch, spotting a reptilian-type exotic beast in the distance. Wang Tang felt a surge of pride. I've been circling for hours and haven't seen a single beast. The first one I find is a high-level one. Lucky. It probably hasn't noticed me. A strike from behind would be perfect. He reached behind to grab his sword, but the motion caused a sound that caught the beast's attention. It immediately turned its head toward him. Upon seeing Wang Tang, the creature swung its tail at him. The force of the strike shattered the branch he was standing on, sending pieces flying. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Damn, that's strong. Sword in hand, Wang Tang prepared to leap down, muttering curses at the beast. You idiot, take this. The exotic beast opened its mouth and launched an attack toward him. Wang Tang dodged the strike just in time. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked from behind. Before the creature could react, he brought his sword down with all of his strength. The blow landed with such force that it caused an explosion at the spot where the beast stood, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. The battle ended quickly. The strange beast was knocked out by him and sent back to join its ancestors. Wang Tang glanced at the creature and let out a deep breath. Several colorful bubbles, in every shade imaginable, fell from its mouth. The moment he saw them, his eyes widened in shock. Ha! This is the reward for the contestant after killing a strange beast with an empty attribute 50 times the attribute and 20 times the strength. Wang Tang walked over to the beast, knelt down, and carefully picked up the bubbles that had just fallen. He examined what was in his hand and muttered to himself. Even bubbles with the empty attribute are dropping. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the drop rate of the empty attribute is higher when killing star beasts and strange beasts? But as he was piecing this together, he couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Hey! Wang Tang then raised his head, his eyes gleaming with calculation. It seemed the forest had once again become the best place for him to collect anti-attributes. In the control room, a report came in. A student has killed a high-level strange beast. Governor Jiang was impressed. That kid is really something. His battle awareness is excellent. Director He smiled and replied, of course, he's the only extreme martial artist apprentice in our Donghai contestant group. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Extreme martial artist apprentice, not bad. Let's keep watching. A character introduction appeared. Governor of Donghai, Governor Jiang. Time flew by. A few hours later, the classroom received an update. Half of the candidates had dropped out. The director, he remained calm and said, this is about the same as last year. Everything is normal so far. Suddenly, one of the judges spoke up. This candidate, Wang Tang, is impressive. He's already taken down several high-level exotic beasts. I think he'd be a great fit for our martial arts school's 100-fold tempering program. We should focus on developing him. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang shot up and yelled, no way. He's already a student at our Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery. You can forget about it. Just after Wang Tang dealt with the monitor lizard, another exotic beast, a giant snake, appeared nearby. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto him, ready to strike. But Wang Tang showed no fear. He calmly observed its every move. The snake suddenly hissed and made a move, preparing to strike. It lunged toward Wang Tang, intending to swallow him whole. But Wang Tang swiftly dodged, and the snake's strike sent rocks and dirt flying in every direction. Through the dust, the snake's bloodshot eyes fixed on him, its fangs bared and mouth wide open like a blood-stained basin, aiming to consume him. But Wang Tang had already jumped into the air, avoiding its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tang swung his sword at the snake before it could strike again. The blade struck its neck, sending the massive snake flying backward. The battle was over, and Wang Tang landed on the ground. Behind him, the body of the serpent, the exotic beast he had just sliced in half, lay motionless. Several skill bubbles floated out from its carcass. Wang Tang glanced at the mess of meat scattered across the ground, thinking to himself, even though they're all high-level exotic beasts, this serpent was a lot tougher than the monitor lizard I dealt with earlier. He stepped forward and started collecting the skill bubbles. Suddenly, the serpent's head twitched and its mouth opened wide, lunging toward him, but Wang Tang had already anticipated this move. He quickly turned around and struck again, severing the serpent's head for good. He looked at it with disdain. I was ready for you from the start. You think 5 years of the martial exam and 3 years of training with me were nothing. He tapped the head a few more times, but then paused, his brow furrowing. Now you're really dead, huh? Just then, someone emerged from behind a bush, firing an arrow straight at Wang Tang. Surprised, he quickly ducked, and the arrow lodged into a tree behind him. As he dodged, he quickly pinpointed the source of the attack. Without hesitation, Wang Tang dashed into the bushes, charging directly at the ambusher. Damn it, trying to sneak attack me. You're asking for trouble. The masked man was taken aback by Wang Tang's incredible speed, muttering, so fast. He quickly drew 4 arrows, raised his bow, and aimed at Wang Tang, shooting them without hesitation. Each arrow was sliced in half by Wang Tang's sword. Closing the distance between them, Wang Tang jumped into the air and came down with a powerful slash, accompanied by a deafening roar. Die. The masked man reacted fast, using his bow to block the sword strike. The weapons clashed with a sharp, ear-piercing sound, and the force of the impact sent the masked man flying backward. His bow slipped from his hands and fell to the ground, while he was thrown several meters away, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. Suddenly, he screamed, "Why aren't you guys doing anything? How long are you going to just watch? Can't you see he's trying to kill me?" Before he could finish, Wang Tang punched him square in the face. Annoyed, Wang Tang spat and said, "Shut up. Take your beating like a man." At that moment, a voice shouted from behind Wang Tang, "Stop!" A new burly figure appeared, swinging a hammer toward Wang Tang. Reluctantly, Wang Tang grabbed the masked man and jumped to a different spot. After landing, he shoved the man aside and said, "Is this all you've got? Got back up?" Ying Chang called out angrily, "Wang Tang, you're too cruel. These are all participants and you're acting this viciously." Wang Tang sneered, glancing at him with disdain. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out it's just young Master Lai." Upon hearing this, young Master Lai raised an eyebrow. Noticing that the burly man hadn't realized what was happening, he smiled maliciously at Wang Tang. Wang Tang, seeing the situation, immediately mocked, "Have I beaten you so many times that you're trying to get revenge during the martial exam?" He then glanced at the 2 men standing beside him, clearly curious. "But where did you find these 2 idiots? How could they be stupid enough to follow you?" The insulted man roared back, shouting meaningless words before swinging his hammer, ready to strike Wang Tang. Die. Wang Tang wasn't bothered by such a cliched move. He simply raised his sword to block the attack, and the 2 immediately engaged in a fierce fight. As he watched, Ying Chang couldn't help but think in frustration, "Damn it, I paid a fortune to hire these 2 advanced martial artist apprentices, and they can't even take a single hit from him." Meanwhile, Wang Tang continued to land powerful blows on the 2 mercenaries. Ying Chang, watching from the sidelines, stared in disbelief and muttered, "Martial artist level body technique. Martial master." The burly man, still clueless, shouted arrogantly, "Take a hammer blow from me." The hammer swung toward Wang Tang, but he barely even acknowledged it. Not only did Wang Tang remain unfazed, but he also gave the burly man a mocking smile. Just before the hammer struck, he raised his hand to block it. His strength was so overwhelming that the massive hammerhead cracked under the pressure. In an instant, the hammer exploded, sending the burly man flying dozens of meters away, screaming in pain. After dealing with the 2 mercenaries, Wang Tang turned to Ying Chang and asked, "How was that move?" Ying Chang could only reply, "You try it yourself." Needless to say, he was extremely frustrated. Why was this happening again, and even more intensely than before? Wang Tang saw him freeze in fear and inwardly cursed, "Useless Ying Chang." While he wasn't paying attention, the burly man who had been knocked out earlier had gotten up without him noticing. The man grabbed the hammer handle and charged at him, shouting, "If you keep fooling around, you'll be struck by lightning. Prepare to die." Just as the hammer handle was about to hit Wang Tang's head, he quickly bent down, narrowly avoiding it and saving his life. The burly man's face went pale when he realized his strike had missed. "What? You dodged it." Wang Tang turned around, his cold gaze making the burly man flinch. Before he could react, Wang Tang landed a devastating punch to the man's chin. The force of the blow made him gasp and air bubbles flew from his mouth. The impact was so strong that the burly man collapsed to the ground almost as if he was going to soar into the sky. Ying Chang rushed over, helping him back to his feet. The burly man coughed a few times, glaring at Wang Tang in disbelief, stammering, How can this power be?" Wang Tang's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at the trembling man. But then, his gaze shifted to a 5-star air bubble and several smaller ones floating nearby. He stared at them for a long moment, wondering if they were too weak to even bother collecting. Then, another air bubble fell from the unconscious masked man lying nearby. It was a 1-star basic Heavenly Law air bubble. By chance, at that moment, it fell right under Wang Tang's eyelid, leaving him briefly stunned. He slowly moved closer to the masked man, thinking, so it fell out, a talent-tech weapon. Wang Tang's expression turned cold. A sinister smile spread across his face as he muttered, "Not a waste of my effort." At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. "I'm going to get everything I can out of you." With that, he lunged forward, relentlessly pounding the masked man. The shockwaves from his punches blasted through the air, scattering debris across the ground. The two people standing nearby could only watch in stunned silence as the masked man was ruthlessly beaten into a pulp. Ying Cheng spoke up, "This bastard is brutal." The burly man nodded in agreement. "We need to get out of here." Wang Tang noticed their movements and paused, glancing over at them. His eyes glinted with the cold, hungry look of someone who had just spotted 2 easy targets. The 2 men instinctively stepped back, panic written on their faces. "What do you want? We've already surrendered. What else do you want from us?" They pleaded, "Please spare us. Next time we meet, I'll make sure you're treated with respect." Wang Tang sneered. "Ha ha! Don't worry, it won't hurt." Without saying another word, he dove back into action, quickly turning them into a disheveled mess. Afterward, he wiped his hands in satisfaction. Why didn't the attributes drop? How disappointing. Just then, while Wang Tang wasn't paying attention, the masked man behind him started to stir. Trembling, he pressed the button on his uniform to forfeit his right to display. A quick notification rang out, catching Wang Tang's attention. The mechanical voice repeated, "Contestant has forfeited their rights, sending someone for rescue. Please wait." As evening fell, Wang Tang sat on a tree branch, keeping an eye on the situation. His gaze darkened, and the whites of his eyes turned red. He thought to himself, "It's getting darker, and the number of exotic beasts is rising. This is great. Perfect time to collect some empty attributes." With that thought, Wang Tang dropped down toward a group of wolves below, who were eagerly licking their chops. Moving like lightning, he sliced through the pack with ease. Each swing of his sword was sharp and accurate. When he stopped, the wolves lay scattered around, their heads in one direction and their bodies in another. Several energy balls dropped to the ground, most of them 5-star empty attribute orbs. Wang Tang checked his system and smiled with satisfaction. The empty attribute has increased again minus 16 points. That's amazing. Just as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the earth beneath him, and even the distant mountain erupted, spewing lava. Wang Tang's expression shifted with alarm. What's going on? Elsewhere, Suhan quickly dove into a cave to take shelter. An earthquake? This place is too dangerous, she muttered through gritted teeth. I can't give up now. Meanwhile, at the other contestants' locations, similar chaos erupted. They were in total disarray, confused and panicking. What's happening? Why is this happening? Is it an earthquake? Why are the exotic beasts going wild? In the surveillance room, a group of people anxiously watched the situation unfolding outside. What's happening? The technical expert explained, there's a dormant volcano on this island. Something must have triggered activity inside it just now. Governor Jiang, clearly angry, repeated, something must have happened. He quickly ordered, stop the examination immediately and send people to investigate. The safety of the candidates comes first. Everyone responded quickly and under Governor Jiang's direction hurried out. The loudspeaker crackled to life with an announcement. All candidates, please be advised that an unusual event has occurred at the volcano near the examination site. The exam will be ended early. Please proceed to the nearest forest exit for evacuation. Panic spread quickly among the candidates. Why didn't they warn us about the volcano earlier? A voice echoed through the surveillance system. Quick, run! Governor Jiang sighed. All right, the next ones are your responsibility. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of 5 people appeared before him, a mix of men and women. Their mission was clear. Rescue the candidates still trapped in the forest. A horde of strange creatures began charging out of the forest, roaring as they pursued those running ahead. Several candidates in their panic pushed each other, desperately trying to escape. Ah, are you waiting for me? The volcano's mouth rumbled ominously, signaling an imminent eruption. This only fueled the candidates' terror, and they screamed in fright. Wang Tang, perched on a tree branch, watched the volcano closely. After a while, his brow furrowed. The fiery energy at the mouth of the volcano was overwhelming. Is the volcano about to erupt? Wang Tang thought, growing more anxious. He pursed his lips, wondering, or has something else happened? Turning away, he stopped looking and lowered his head in thought, his mind racing about what might have happened to Lin So-han. Suddenly, something flashed by him, making Wang Tang snap his head in that direction. Huh? Three streaks of light raced past him, heading straight for the volcano's mouth, which was on the brink of erupting. As he recognized who they were, he was taken aback. Are those three martial artists? Wang Tang quickly jumped to the ground and followed them. They must be the instructors sent to protect the candidates. They're heading into the mountains to assess the situation. I need to see what's going on. As he landed, the pressure from the three martial artists cracked the ground beneath them. The trio quickly adjusted their positions and began battling the strange beasts. Li Quan, who wielded water abilities, quickly formed a water sphere to combat the creatures. Dong Nan, surrounded by a metallic energy field, reduced anything within a 3-meter radius to rubble with his power. Lin Dong wasn't far behind, using his plant-based abilities to control vines in battle. Wang Tang hid behind a tree, watching in awe. Their attacks are so powerful. His eyes then fell on the spoils scattered on the ground. He thought so many bubbles have popped up, but the three martial artists don't even seem to notice. They're too focused on clearing the strange beasts. He glanced in another direction, silently calculating it would be stupid not to grab some of those bubbles. But the way they're heading, could they be planning to go deeper into the volcano? Wang Tang anxiously gazed up the volcano's mouth, wondering what he would do if it erupted. He sighed and closed his eyes. Forget it, forget it. Life is more important. It's better to just leave. After thinking that, he quickly started to leave. But suddenly, he stepped on something that felt oddly familiar. I'm picking up the exam card now, and I'm already panicking. The words Lin So-han were clearly visible, making Wang Tang uneasy. Why is it Lin So-han's exam card? He immediately turned around, scanning the area. Where is she? She must have gone to hide like the announcement said. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, could she have? He quickly turned toward the volcano. Could she have accidentally gone into the volcano? Without wasting another moment, Wang Tang sprinted after the three martial artists. I need to see what's going on. Soon, Wang Tang reached the mouth of the volcano. He activated his spirit sight skill, his pupils changing from white to black, then to red. With his eyes now wide open, he began to assess his surroundings. Fire element essence. The fire element energy coming from the volcano must be from here. Something's definitely wrong. He thought to himself as he moved deeper, feeling the heat rising. There can't be any monsters in the cave, right? Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Wang Tang instantly reacted. A monster? His heart sank as he rushed toward the sound. Lin So-han definitely won't be able to handle a monster. If she's inside, this is bad. He cursed under his breath. Those examiners are completely unreliable. How could something like this happen? Inside the cave, the martial artists found themselves trapped between two massive creatures. The monstrous lizards were relentlessly spewing lava at them, and one of them even swung its enormous tail to attack. Luckily, the martial artists were quick on their feet, dodging the strikes just in time. Wang Tang, who had just arrived, hesitated to get any closer. He hid by the cave entrance, his eyes wide with shock as he watched these strange beasts. They weren't just any monsters. They were star beasts. His mind raced. Where's Lin So-han? Did they eat him? Or did he never make it inside? Suddenly, a voice rang out, snapping him from his thoughts. Get out of the way. A fiery blast shot through the air, narrowly missing Lin Dong, and sped straight toward the two massive creatures. There was a deafening explosion that shook the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere inside the cave. The one who had launched the attack was Dong Nan. Through the thick cloud of smoke and dust, he shouted anxiously, Lin Dong. Lin Dong, blood dripping from his mouth, gasped for air and replied, I'm fine. He wiped the blood from his lips and warned, the volcanic lizard's magma bullets are extremely powerful. Everyone, stay alert. Before anyone could respond, another lizard appeared, charging at them. Dong Nan quickly raised a stone shield to defend himself. Wang Tang's eyes widened, and he felt his attribute energy begin to drain. The creature was gathering energy for another attack. It opened its mouth and let out a fearsome roar, preparing to launch a deadly strike. Watch out, Lin Dong yelled, his voice sharp with urgency. In that moment, the air around them seemed to distort as a terrifying surge of energy built up inside the creature's mouth. Both of them tensed, fully aware of the imminent danger. After absorbing enough energy, the salamander gathered its strength and spat it out. The attack shot directly toward the earth shield that Dong Nan was holding. The impact left a large portion of the shield scorched. Dong Nan struggled to speak. No, it's fine, I can still handle it. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as if he realized something. The salamander swung its tail, shattering Dong Nan's stone shield and sending him flying several meters away. He cried out in pain, ah! Le Quan quickly rushed to his side, calling out to Lin Dong. Behind them, another salamander appeared, ready to strike. The salamander launched its attack again, this time targeting Lan Quan. She narrowly dodged, just managing to avoid the deadly strike. Breathing heavily and with a furrowed brow, Lai Quan muttered, "Damn it!" She quickly formed a water shield to protect herself, then turned to Dong Nan and the others. "Hurry, go now, straight ahead. Dealing with 2 fire mountain salamanders is too difficult. We need to retreat." One of the cunning salamanders blocked their escape with a large rock. Dong Nan shouted, "No, it's blocked the way out." Wang Tang was stunned by the salamander's intelligence. The 2 beasts were actually working together, and now the 3 martial artists were in danger. With no way of escape, the 2 salamanders swung their tails wildly, attacking everything in sight. Dong Nan, while trying to defend himself, anxiously asked Lai Quan, "What do we do now?" Lai Quan stayed calm. "We only have one option, take the risk. Let's just hope the others get here soon, or we're done for." Lin Dong agreed with her decision, saying, "Then we'll just have to take the risk." Lai Quan, still a bit worried, asked, "Lin Dong, are you okay?" Lin Dong, holding his injured arm, answered, "I'm fine, just hanging in there." Dong Nan suddenly spoke up, "This is bad, I can't hold on much longer." Hearing this, both of them turned around in shock. Outside, the 2 fire lizards were still relentlessly spitting flames and attacking the earth shield protecting them. When Dong Nan could no longer keep it up, the shield shattered. Lai Quan rushed out, cursing, "Damn it." She quickly formed a water orb and threw it at the fire lizards. Wang Tang stood on a rock, watching the whole situation unfold. He was deeply worried for the safety of the martial artists below, knowing they had no way to escape in their current condition. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I can't just stand here and watch." Down below, the 3 martial artists were still struggling against the lava from the fire lizards. Dong Nan, barely holding on, muttered to himself, "Damn it, I can't last much longer." Sensing something was wrong, he quickly glanced behind him. What's going on now? What he saw was the fire lizard shaking its head wildly, as if something was clinging to it. Lai Quan and Lin Dong also looked on, just as confused by the sight. What's happening? For the fire lizard's back, Wang Tang shouted in frustration, "What are you waiting for? Move! Do something!" Lai Quan saw reinforcements arriving and immediately shouted with excitement, "Great! Help's here!" He quickly added, "I'll handle this one, everyone else focus on the other one." With that, Lai Quan pressed forward. "Got it," she replied. Then she called out to the others, and they all charged in together. To stay on the lizard's back, Wang Tang pressed his sword firmly into it. Not bad, this thing's strength is impressive. The lizard let out a cry of pain as Wang Tang held onto his sword with one hand and gathered his internal energy with the other. He was determined not to let it escape. With a fierce expression, he clenched his fist and slammed it down hard on the lizard's back. The lizard froze for a moment after the blow, then howled in agony, causing the cave to shake. Lai Quan quickly turned to the others, urging, "Hurry up, this cave won't hold much longer. Finish off the beast quickly." Lei Dong acted fast, summoning vines from the ground that whipped at the remaining lizard. The creature couldn't defend itself and was soon pushed back toward the cliff. Lai Quan launched a final strike to try and knock it off the edge, but missed. The lizard howled in frustration. Seeing this, Dong Nan stepped forward to help. He slammed his massive hand down onto the ground, cracking the earth beneath the lizard. The creature fell straight into the glowing lava below. Breathing heavily, a mix of exhaustion and relief on his face, Dong Nan said, "It's done." He then glanced over at Wang Tang and said, "I wonder how things are going on that side." Meanwhile, Wang Tang stood triumphantly on the corpse of the last lizard. He exhaled, thinking the battle was finally over. The star beast had been tough to handle, and he couldn't help but feel lucky. If it hadn't been for the surprise attack and the way the ice and fire attributes restricted the creature, defeating it wouldn't have been so easy. Still, Wang Tang felt a bit of regret. To defeat the beast, he had almost used up all the non-attribute energy he worked so hard to gather. It was truly a shame. Suddenly, Dong Nan appeared as if out of nowhere, standing below and shouting loudly, causing Wang Tang to jump in surprise and almost lose his balance. "Brother." Wang Tang quickly jumped down while Dong Nan was still talking. He was fine. As though he noticed something, Dong Nan immediately pointed at Wang Tang. "Wait a minute, you're a contestant?" Dong Nan glanced from the dead lizard to Wang Tang, clearly shocked, and asked, "Did you kill this beast?" Wang Tang stood with a trio of martial artists who were still recovering from the surprise of realizing he was a contestant. His face was covered in mud, and he sighed quietly, thinking that they had really overdone it. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose to stay silent, his gaze fixed on the scattered air bubbles on the ground. Were those bubbles worth it? The rewards Wang Tang had gained were definitely high quality. On the system board, he saw the powers of the wood and water elements, and he had unlocked the wood element at 4 stars and the water element at 7 stars. A smug smile spread across his face. "Awesome, now I've got 2 more attributes I didn't have before." That makes 6 different elemental forces I can use. Lai Quan stood beside him, hesitating for a moment before speaking up. You're a martial artist? I'm a bit skeptical. Did you really kill the Star Beast? Wang Teng responded firmly, yes, I did. I was in a hurry to find out where Su Han is. By the way, have you seen a girl around here? She has long hair and is quite attractive. Lai Quan seemed to think for a moment. A girl? No, I haven't seen anyone like that. Wang Teng paused, considering the possibility that she really hadn't come down here after all. Maybe he'd overthought it. Given her personality, she wouldn't have overstepped her limits. He glanced at the scene once more and concluded that the earthquake was likely caused by the 2 beasts. Finally, he asked for permission to leave. It's fine now, I'll head out first. Just as he was about to walk away, Lin Dong called him back. Wait. Wang Teng turned around to see Lin Dong offering him the reward. The volcanic salamander you hunted has high-grade materials. There might even be a spirit core inside. According to martial artist rules, it belongs to you. Wang Teng could hardly believe what he was hearing. He quickly asked again, does the star beast I killed during the actual combat test count too? Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. If you hadn't stepped in to help, the 3 of us might not have made it. This beast is yours. Wang Teng smiled widely and replied, in that case, I'll gladly accept. As he collected the reward, something caught his attention. Wang Teng muttered, noticing something unusual. He picked up a red glowing spear, the spirit core from the strange beast. There's no denying it, Dong Nam was incredibly envious of his luck. Kid, your luck is something else, Lin Dong, who was standing beside him, added. A rare spirit core. He sighed in frustration. We've taken down quite a few star beasts before, but never once did we get a spirit core. Wang Teng grinned sheepishly and said something to flatter himself, looking almost childish. Haha, maybe it's because I'm so handsome. Feeling insulted, Dong Nan shot back, oh, so we must be ugly then. Outside the cave, the group of people slowly began to arrive, clearly having resolved whatever situation had occurred. Their presence caught Wang Teng's attention. Lai Quan was the first to step forward and greet them. Governor, look at that man in front of us, Wang Teng thought, watching closely. His aura is incredible. Who is this guy? He realized that if not for his martial arts training and experience living in 2 different worlds, he might not have recognized such an important person with such high status. The governor stepped forward to greet him first. You're Wang Teng, right? I saw your performance in the practical test. Very impressive. Wang Teng scratched his head, feeling awkward. You're flattering me. The governor then turned to the group and praised them all, acknowledging their quick action in taking down 2 beasts and preventing the volcano from erupting. I'll be sure to give credit where it's due. Another team rushed into the cave. Governor, everyone's reporting in. The contestants have been brought to safety, but the casualty numbers are a bit higher than expected. The governor suddenly turned to Lai Quan and asked, Lai Quan, did you all kill this beast? Lai Quan quickly responded, no, this star beast that we all worked together to kill fell into the lava. This is something only Wang Teng could handle. One person from the group that had just rushed in couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Are you sure? This kid killed a beast by himself. They all turned to look at Wang Teng with wide eyes. He appeared to be a martial artist, and he had even killed a star beast. Not bad. He's got a bright future ahead, but I feel a strange pressure. Why does it feel so cold? The governor wasn't immune to the feeling. Was this really true? Lai Quan's words were something she would have to stand by. She didn't want to say much more and let them verify it for themselves. Governor Jiang, as to the outcome, everyone should check the traces of the original force left on the beast's wounds. The attributes are completely different from ours. The group moved in closer to examine the remains of the fire lizard. The investigation team quickly reported that there was indeed only one type of original force, but they hadn't expected it to be ice elemental original force. Wang Teng, still a bit confused, asked, so what's the big deal with ice element? Is it really that rare? Upon hearing this, the governor became extremely excited. Good, very good. I didn't expect that among this group of students, there would be a genius with mutated original force. He patted Wang Teng on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Congratulations, this year Donghai will definitely shine. Let's see who dares to look down on us now. Everyone started complimenting him one after another. Good job, kid. You should come join us at Martial Arts School Hundredfold Tempere. You can set your own terms. Why don't you come to Martial Arts School Thunderwrath instead? Our offer is better. Wang Teng felt really awkward. He had no idea where these 2 bold names came from. He was from the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery, and the head of the academy had to step in and calm him down. All right, you're in your 30s or 40s and you're still acting like a kid. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Come on, get down the mountain already. By nightfall, everyone had safely returned to camp. From a distance, Wang Teng heard So Han's voice calling out to him. She appeared in front of them, looking exhausted. Shyly, Wang Tang asked, "Class monitor, are you all right?" She immediately snapped at him. "What could possibly happen to me? I'm more worried about you. Look at your clothes, they're all torn up." Wang Tang then spoke in a mysterious tone. "By the way, did you lose something?" Xiu Han, still a bit confused, replied, "Lose something? What do you mean?" Wang Tang held up her examination card and teased, "You're so forgetful. You lost your examination card and didn't even realize." Xiu Han blushed and smiled with relief. "Thank you so much. Where did you find it?" Wang Tang didn't respond right away. Instead, he asked, "I still want to know, why did you go up to the volcano? Don't you know how dangerous it is there?" She defended herself quickly. "No, after I killed 5 alien beasts, I hid on the mountain. There were no more alien beasts around, so it felt really safe." Wang Tang thought to himself, could the volcanic salamander be the reason why ordinary exotic beasts won't stay on this mountain? But the class monitor really did manage to kill 5 exotic beasts. Xiu Han puffed up her cheeks, clearly annoyed by Wang Tang's look. "Why are you staring at me like that? Don't you believe I could kill exotic beasts?" She proudly patted her chest. "I used everything I learned from the 5 martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation training, plus some herbs to poison those 5 exotic beasts." Wang Tang could only smile awkwardly. "No way. Ordinary people can't do that. No wonder you're the class monitor. From now on, I'm calling you Lin Super Smart." He nervously thought Mom was right. The more beautiful a girl is, the more dangerous she can be. Yang Jian wrapped himself in a blanket, feeling both miserable and unlucky. "What do you guys think? How did the martial arts exam end up like this year?" His eyes were full of tears as he asked Wang Tang whether the exam results would still count. He placed a hand on his chin, looking deep in thought. The gap between the appearance of the beast wave and the end of the exam wasn't that long, so it probably wouldn't have much effect. Maybe the results would be cancelled. Suddenly, his tone shifted, becoming more mysterious. "And let's not forget the purpose of the practical exam." Yang Jian racked his brain. "I remember during the actual combat," Xiu Han added, "any accident is still part of the test." Wang Tang nodded firmly. "That's right. I'm sure that those who didn't kill 5 exotic beasts, but still performed well when the beast wave came, might still have a chance." Yang Jian smiled, clearly relieved. "If that's the case, then that's good. I was planning to kill the 5th exotic beast during the beast wave, but it escaped. I ended up saving another contestant instead, and the owner of the martial arts school, Hundredfold Tempering, even praised me." Outside, the loudspeaker blared, "All contestants, please pay attention. We ask that you focus immediately and gather at the open area." The governor, standing above everyone, began his introduction. "I am Governor Dong Hai. I will now announce details about the actual combat test." A moment later, someone in the crowd spoke up. "The governor himself is here. Is he here to observe our actual combat test?" Everyone was taken aback, and another person added, "Governor, many of us were just short of meeting the quota. What's the outcome of the test?" The atmosphere in the hall started to stir, and a contestant shouted, "Governor, many of our classmates died during the beast tide. They were so unlucky." He snapped sharply, "Silence!" The governor stood before the crowd, his expression serious as he took responsibility. "The accidents that happened were due to our negligence. All contestants who have died will be compensated." He paused, then continued, "But there's one thing I need everyone to remember." The governor said, "The path of a martial artist is far more difficult and dangerous than this. Don't just focus on the glory of being a martial artist, but also on what they must sacrifice. The world of martial artists is harsh and blood-soaked." His voice remained calm as he went on. "Your performance during the beast tide will also contribute to the final result. Those who perform well will earn extra points. Now I declare the actual combat test officially over. The meeting is adjourned." With that, the governor began to leave. From across the room, some sycophantic voices could be heard. "Yan Bang, you're amazing." That comment reached the ears of Wang Tang and his group. One of them remarked, "He actually killed 13 exotic beasts, including 3 high-level ones. Even a common thief has 4 children. Pretty impressive, right?" Yang Jian wore an expression of complete indifference as a group of sycophants surrounded him. He turned to provoke Wang Tang. "Wang, tell me about your accomplishments. I'm curious." Yang Jian tried to bait him. "Be honest now, Wang. How many exotic beasts have you really killed?" "Definitely more than that guy Yan Bang, right?" Class leader Lin would probably want to hear this too. Xiu Han blushed and quickly interrupted. "I never said I wanted to hear it." Wang Tang, ever the modest one, responded, "Honestly, it's not that impressive." He began to slowly recount his extraordinary feats. "All in all, I've killed 29 beasts, 19 high-level exotic beasts, and 10 common ones." Yang Jian listened, counting silently to himself. "Wang, are you joking with me?" Even Xiu Han couldn't believe it. "Wang Tang, are you making things up?" They all knew he was strong, but this seemed unbelievable. A little annoyed, he muttered to himself, I've been telling the truth lately, so why doesn't anyone believe me? If only they knew that if he told them he had killed a beast, they'd probably faint. Yan Bang sneered. Ha ha, this is hilarious. A guy named Wang Teng from First High is actually claiming to have killed 29 exotic beasts. Does anyone believe this nonsense? His followers immediately chimed in. Bragging has its limits. Killing 29 exotic beasts is like reaching for the stars. 29? Come on, that's just ridiculous. Playing around will only get you struck by lightning and killed, Yan Bang said in his usual annoying tone. I've heard you're the top martial artist apprentice Wang Tang. I was planning to challenge you, but looking at your skills, it seems like all that talk is just empty. Pathetic. A group of Zhou Wu's followers approached from a distance, adding their own jabs. Wang Tang, when we step outside, we represent First High. We hope you'll stop provoking us, one of them warned. Zhou Wu, unprompted, stepped forward to apologize to Yan Bang. Sorry, I really did let you guys down, he said. Man Wrong reminded me. Zhou Wu, you've crossed the line, Man Wrong said, showing some annoyance. Man Wrong, why are you saying that? I was just trying to remind Wang Tang, that's all. Zhou Wu explaining, his voice defensive. The mocking continued. Wang Tang, you see. I wasn't wrong, was I? Xiu Han had enough of it. You're going too far, she said. We were having our own conversation. What's it got to do with you? Yang Jian jumped in as well. Exactly. We were talking about our own stuff. Some people just can't stand seeing others do better and have to cause trouble. Zhou Wu forced a polite tone. Student Xiu Han, you misunderstood me. I was just thinking about the school's reputation. I don't mean any harm to Wang Tang. Inwardly, he thought, if only I had known how beautiful Xiu Han was before. Too bad I didn't have a reason to talk to her. But now, this is the perfect chance. He stepped forward, trying to make things right. Student Xiu Han, you must have misunderstood. I have no ill intentions. As for Wang Tang, I just hope he can keep a low profile so he doesn't embarrass himself. Xiu Han quietly cursed the two of them. They were so fake. The man pretended to be polite as he introduced himself. I'm Yan Bang from An Society High School, a senior martial artist apprentice. It's a pleasure to meet you. Classmate Lin, how about we become friends and get to know each other better? Wang Tang had been silent up until now, but finally spoke up. Ha, looks like you're having quite a lively conversation. You stood up and threatened them, huh? You got guts. As Wang Tang turned his gaze toward Yan Bang, a cold, murderous intent filled the room. Or maybe I can't hold back anymore, he said with a chilling tone. Yan Bang was taken aback. Why does his aura feel so strong? Wang Tang stepped out from the row of chairs and moved toward him. He had heard that Yan Bang wanted to challenge him. In a cold voice, he asked, Who gave you the confidence for that? But Yan Bang knelt down without a word while Wang Tang's voice remained steady. Did I agree to this with you? Wang Tang looked at him sharply. Someone like you. How dare you think you're worthy of being friends with our class monitor? You don't even know your own limits. Wang Tang then called out Zhou Wu's name. Zhou Wu froze, trembling like a withered dog. The excuse Zhou Wu gave earlier was bold, though, Wang Tang said with a grin. Zhou Wu stammered, you. Wang Tang, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk this out slowly. Wang Tang found it amusing. Talk slowly, he mocked. Then he kicked Yan Bang, sending him flying. But right now, I don't feel like talking to you guys. Yan Bang screamed in pain. Yan Bang crashed hard into the pile of chairs. The force of Wang Tang's kick was overwhelming. He struggled to get up, burning with rage. But deep down, he thought to himself, why is Wang Tang so strong? This is terrifying. I almost thought he was going to kill me. Did you leave out any names? That's right, and you're included too. You were laughing loudly just a moment ago, but why have you suddenly gone quiet, like a turtle pulling its head back in? The younger man, who had been scared earlier, quickly waved his hand. Bro, it's Wang Tang. Before he could finish, Wang Tang slapped him so hard that his teeth flew out. Go. Wang Tang then said, All right, the problem's settled. Class monitor, let's go back to our seats. We should be getting close. The people around them were filled with fear, thinking we can't mess with Wang Tang from now on. This guy is way too scary. The streets were busy with people during the day. Wang Tang walked through the crowd, his backpack slung over his shoulder, lost in thought. A smirk appeared on his face, and his eyes gleamed with interest. Looks like Director He is still pretty reliable. Once I get home, I need to figure out how to make the most of this essence. When he got home, Wang Tang pushed open the door and called out excitedly, Ma, I'm home. But he quickly realized something was off. There was no answer. He frowned. Huh? He stepped inside. The house was quiet and empty. He muttered to himself, She's not home. Suddenly, Aunt Chen came out from inside, warmly greeting him. Young master, you're home. Hearing her voice, Wang Teng felt a bit relieved and immediately asked, Aunt Chen, where's Mom? She smiled gently and replied, Madam left early this morning. Wang Teng was surprised. He blinked and asked, left early? What for? Aunt Chen quickly explained she mentioned something about an issue at the company, but I'm not exactly sure. The madam didn't tell me the details. When Wang Teng heard the word company, his expression immediately darkened. He asked again, his face full of doubt, isn't your father still around to handle the company's issues? Aunt Chen seemed confused, also showing a look of suspicion. Oh, Wang young master hasn't returned from his business trip yet. Wang Teng's face grew serious. His eyes widened and his brows furrowed tightly. In a rush, he headed out the door, speaking loudly with a grim look on his face. Aunt, I'm going to the company. His mind raced with worry, and he quickly concluded that something must have gone wrong. He made his way from home to the company, standing in front of the massive, luxurious building. Inside the lobby, he anxiously slammed his hand on the desk. The receptionist looked at him with suspicion and then politely asked, Who is Siu Mai? Hearing this, Wang Teng's face darkened. He thought even the head of the Dong family doesn't know her. Could this be the big-chested, short-minded woman they talk about? Just as confusion set in, a familiar voice came from behind him. Wang young master, what brings you here? Wang Teng instantly recognized the voice and turned around. He hesitated before asking, Are you Mr. Sun, the head of security? Then, as if a thought struck him, he quickly stepped forward and asked, Did you see my mother come to the company? Mr. Sun looked uneasy. The lady is in the conference room. The company's nearby president brought some people over. It seems like our deputy general manager wants to quit. Wang Teng froze, panic flooding his mind. He immediately realized who it was, King Zi. His thoughts were in turmoil. In his previous life, when the Wang family fell apart, this man had come to take over his father's company. He never expected that, in this life, the man would be so quick to stir up trouble again. His face grew even darker, eyes burning with intense hatred. Wang Teng's steps quickened, his head lowered so that his expression was hard to read. Fate had decided that today would be the day to settle both old and new grudges, and he was determined to deal with King Zi once and for all. A faint green light flickered in his eyes, and a crushing pressure radiated from him, carrying a cold, stern aura that was both terrifying and unyielding. Mr. Sun, seeing Wang Teng stride forward with urgency, quickly followed after him. Wang young master, wait, King Zi isn't alone. He brought a group of people with him. I've called in some of my own to show force. The old man shouted, Hey, get a few more people and gather on the 8th floor. The elevator moved slowly, floor by floor, before finally stopping on the 8th. Wang Teng, his expression still grim, stepped out first with Mr. Sun following behind. Outside the elevator, several security guards were already waiting, forming a large arc. Mr. Sun, ever the meticulous one, added, We may not have much education, but we're all eager to help. Don't worry, we'll follow your lead. Wang Teng's demeanor remained cold, his eyes filled with resentment. He responded flatly, All right, let's head to the conference room. As they reached the conference room, shouts and curses echoed from inside, filled with bitterness. Fake Laurel immortal, my husband has never wronged you. Yet you took advantage of his misfortune, teaming up with outsiders to plot against the company's shares. Mrs. Wang, you can't say that. People who rise always fall. Mr. Bao, with his exceptional skills, has made the company even more promising. Of course, I have to follow him. The first voice, familiar to Wang Teng, was his mother, Siu Mei. The second voice was unmistakably that of the traitor, the fake Laurel immortal. Wang Teng's expression darkened even more, and Mr. Sun, standing next to him, couldn't hide his disgust. This guy usually acts like he's the deputy general manager, but I never imagined he'd be like this. Before anyone could respond, the door slammed open, making a loud crash that startled everyone in the classroom. Everyone quickly looked up, trying to figure out what had caused the noise. Suni was the first to react. She stood up in shock, her voice filled with a mix of worry and concern. Xiao Teng, what are you doing here? Hearing the worry in his mother's voice, Wang Teng's face grew serious, and his voice took on a mature tone as he responded, Something serious has happened. I can't just stand by and do nothing. When King Zi saw who would enter, he immediately sneered. His smile was mocking, and his face showed clear disdain. Xiao Wang, this is an adult issue. You shouldn't be involved. Wang Teng ignored him and quickly walked over to Siu Mai. He gently guided her back into her chair, surprising everyone in the room. In a soft voice, he said, Mom, sit down. You must be tired standing like that. Lin Lan, who was sitting nearby, waved at him. Cousin Wang Teng, seeing her here like this, I didn't expect her to be here. Is your older cousin with you too? Lin Lan smiled slightly and explained calmly, There's a problem at home, and Grandpa's worried. He sent me here to see if I could help. The people in the meeting room, who had been ignored up until now, were furious. They started shouting, each person making their own remarks, mocking and laughing. Haha, Xiao Wang hasn't changed a bit. Doesn't seem to show any respect for his elders at all. Others joined in and his voice dripped with sarcasm. Xiao Wang, we're still in a meeting. If you don't have anything important, you can leave. King Ze's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. He ground his teeth, silently seething. This kid dares to ignore my words? Just wait, I'll show you how I handle this later. Wang Tang didn't reply immediately. He paused for a moment, then slammed the box he had been carrying onto the table. The loud thud echoed like a warning to those who had spoken disrespectfully. He lowered his head slightly, his face unreadable, his voice cold and edged with irony. Why should I leave? The man who had spoken earlier laughed again, as if the question were a joke. Haha, looks like the Wang family's upbringing is lacking. You can't even manage a child properly. This just shows the limits of Wang Young Master's abilities. Xiao Wang, you're not that young anymore. Maybe it's time to be more responsible, or you'll cause trouble in the future. Kingsley jumped in, boasting. At least if Wang Young Master won't take charge, we can step in and teach you some responsibility ourselves. Mr. Guo, who had remained quiet until then, couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted loudly. King Ze, you're trying to take over Xing Tang while Wang Young Master is away, and now you're treating his family unfairly. What kind of behavior is that? Kingsley wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he taunted, Haha, Mr. Guo, I didn't expect you to be the loyal dog after all. Mr. Guo was left speechless. He couldn't come up with a reply and could only shout loudly in frustration. Seeing the situation getting tense, Mr. Xu Mi called out anxiously, Wang Tang, Xiao Tang, but her words caught in her throat, and she couldn't say anything else. Wang Tang could clearly see his mother's concern, so he reassured her with a calm smile. Mom, don't worry, he said confidently, knowing that with his child by his side, everything would be fine. Just a moment ago, he had been smiling, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Tang's expression changed. His rage boiled over, and his very breath seemed filled with murderous intent. A chilling aura spread through the air surrounding everyone. He gritted his teeth and spat out, Qing Ze. A surge of immense power erupted, and fiery red flames roared to life, engulfing everything around them. The once arrogant group of people who had been standing tall just seconds before now froze in fear, scrambling back in terror. In that instant, Wang Tang appeared like a demon. His voice thundered through the air as he demanded, Who gave you the right to teach me a lesson? Kingsley looked at the overwhelming power in front of him, panic washing over him. His face drained of color, his eyes widened, sweat streaming down his face, and his voice trembled as he stammered, This power is. But only moments later, Kingsley regained his composure, unwilling to believe that Wang Tang could actually follow through on his threat. He shouted defiantly, You little brat, don't get so cocky, Zhao Lai. Zhao Li then stepped forward, his confidence radiating from him. Clenching his fist, he channeled his internal energy into a powerful punch. A deep blue light surrounded him, crackling with small electric sparks. With a ferocious roar, he lunged forward, determined to land the blow. One strike, he shouted. This little brat will learn his place after I punch him. Xiu Mi, filled with worry, stood up suddenly. Panic filled her voice as she screamed, hoping her son could dodge Zhao Li's deadly strike. Son, be careful. Lin Lan, equally anxious, gasped in shock. Contrary to everyone's expectations, just as Zhao Li's attack came down, Wang Tang raised his hand effortlessly to block it. Two beams of red and blue light collided like fire meeting water, relentless and destructive, almost as if they were trying to devour each other. Do you still want to defeat me? The force of their clash created a massive shockwave, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Su Mai stood to the side, silently praying with all her heart that her son wouldn't be harmed. Without warning, Wang Tang swung his arm with force, delivering a palm strike that sent Zhao Li flying backward. Zhao Li barely had time to yell before he was hurled several feet away. The power surrounding Wang Tang remained undiminished. In fact, it seemed to grow even stronger. Wang Tang slowly opened the wooden box on the table. Flames swirled around him, as if they wanted to consume everything, but he stayed calm as he reached inside. Someone once told me. He paused, his face darkened as he lowered his gaze. It was hard to tell exactly what emotion he was feeling, but the tone of his voice made it clear he was furious, no longer able to hold back. When it's time to show strength, you have to, or others will walk all over you. Wang Tang pulled out a sword from the wooden box. The blade gleamed, cutting through the air in a smooth arc. The flames around him roared, and he muttered, I used to think this was wrong, but now I see it makes sense. Then, as if distracted, Wang Tang glanced around and suddenly spoke a sentence that seemed out of place. Qing Ze, is that building your company? The old man's expression shifted rapidly, finally settling into one of fear. King Ze immediately asked, What are your intentions? The old man trembled, but still tried to maintain a defiant stance. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and said, "That's right. The company next door belongs to my family." "So what?" Wang Tang laughed, a smug look on his face as if he had been expecting this answer. He repeated King Ze's words, his tone implying something more. Let him just wait and see what happens. Wang Tang's gaze turned cold as he looked at King Z. He raised the sword he'd just taken from its box, channeling fiery energy from his body into it. Instantly, the hilt of the sword crackled with power, which surged up to the tip. The blade was engulfed in bright yellow-orange flames. With a swift motion, he swung the sword through the air, tearing open a rift in space. The slash was sharp and quick, leaving a blinding streak of light that flashed like lightning, its force unstoppable. The power of the strike was so overwhelming that it shattered the glass of the conference room, sending shards flying like a bolt of lightning. The blade cut through the air, reaching King Ze's building across the street. The impact was deafening, like a thunderclap. Boom! The explosion that followed shook the ground. People walking below were startled, pausing in their tracks and looking up instinctively. Above them, a violent blast rocked the area, sending chunks of concrete and steel raining down. The old man stood frozen, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open in shock. He was speechless, his entire body trembling. Beside him, Wang Tang stood tall and unwavering, his presence burning with intense power. Xiu Mi, who had witnessed the earlier incident, was visibly shaken, her voice trembling as she spoke. Lin Lan's eyes widened in shock, her mouth hanging open in disbelief at what she was seeing. Before them, the conference room's glass had shattered, revealing a large hole through which they could clearly see the King Z building across the street. A massive crack ran down the center of the building. Despite the force of the impact, the building remained standing, structure intact. The old man stared at the marks left by the strike on the building, eyeing Wang Tang warily. His face had gone pale, and he didn't dare say a word. A frightening thought about the young man's power began to form in his mind. Martial artist. Even the blonde lackey from King Z realized Wang Tang's true abilities. He couldn't believe it and shouted in astonishment. How is this possible? How can this spoiled young master be a martial artist? Wang Tang walked slowly toward King Z, each step measured and deliberate. His body was surrounded by a blazing golden flame, sending waves of intense heat into the air, causing it to shimmer. His movement was calm and confident, and the overwhelming pressure he gave off was undeniable. So, this is the useless son Wang Shengguo mentioned. What nonsense is this? Wang Tang continued walking and stopped directly in front of King Z. His cold, sharp eyes glowed with a fiery red gleam, filled with murderous intent. The pressure was so intense that the old man could barely breathe. Wang Tang's voice, cold and threatening, cut through the air. If you dare to plot against me again, the next strike won't just hit the upper floors of your building. I wonder if you can survive my next blow. After delivering the chilling warning to King Ze, Wang Tang turned his gaze to the group of lackeys standing nearby. His voice was firm and menacing as he addressed them. That's right, and as for the rest of you, no matter what your intentions are, you better stay in line until my father returns. Once he's back, if you want to leave, you can go. I won't stop you. After hearing this, everyone was filled with fear and trembling. No one dared to lift their head to look directly at Wang Tang. Beneath the fearful expression of the blonde-haired minion, there was an unmistakable look of anger, his eyes filled with resentment. His teeth were tightly clenched. It was over. The share of King Z that had been promised would never be received, and Sing Tang's fate was sealed. How foolish he had been. Once everything was settled, Lin Lan quickly ran over to give Xiu Mi a tight hug, her face beating with joy as she cheered. That's great. With a cousin like this, the company will no longer be oppressed. Thinking about Wang Tang's future, I feel so lucky to have him. Having a martial artist backing us means our Wang brother will never fall. After making sure everything was in order, Wang Tang sheathed his sword, slung it over his shoulder, and said, Lin Lan, Xiu Mi, let's go outside. He then turned to the head of security and ordered, Mr. Sun, keep an eye on them. Mr. Sun immediately complied and went to carry out the task. The three of them stepped into the hallway and stopped to talk. Wang Tang's tone grew serious as he asked about the situation with Sheng Guo. Mom, what's going on with my father? Xiu Mai, looking worried, began explaining everything and why he hadn't returned yet. Your father went to a neighboring province to negotiate a business deal. The other party didn't play by the rules. They hired thugs to detain him, saying they wouldn't release him until the contract was signed. Lin Lan, standing beside her, added with concern, his team has already sent people to negotiate, but there's still no result. Wang Tang seemed shocked and confused, asking, what project is this? If father agrees to their terms, won't that be enough? At worst, it's just a small financial loss. Money's nothing compared to a life right. Upon hearing that, she added, it's not that simple. There's a problem with the project, and it's full of complications. They're trying to make your father and you take the blame for it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was shocked and immediately suspicious. A thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, could it be that in my past life, those people already went after Brother Wan? I need to check this out, asterisk. After a moment of reflection, Wang Tang decided to take matters into his own hands. He looked directly at Su Mi and said confidently, Mom, stay home. I'll go to the neighboring province myself. Concerned about him going alone, she asked anxiously, is it really okay? Wang Tang gave her a reassuring smile and said, emphasizing his strength, which was far beyond what she had seen before, don't worry, Mom. You've already seen what I can do. I didn't even use half of it earlier. Seeing that he was determined, Lin Lan, who had been standing behind them, spoke up. She wanted to come along, as she also needed to contact the people her father had sent. I'll go with you. I need to get in touch with your father's people. So, the two of them decided to go together. They drove to a luxurious building, stopping in front of it. The warm golden light spilling from the lobby stretched all the way to the edge of the road. In the car, Lin Lan was driving and Wang Tang sat in the back. He looked out the window and asked, is this the place? She turned her head and answered, the negotiation is at their headquarters. First, we need to see how things are going between the people your father sent and the other side's negotiators. With that, Lin Lan got out of the car and walked straight toward the entrance of the building. After walking for a while, he met the person sent to assist him. The man hurried over to report the current situation to her. Wang Tang, you couldn't have expected this. The negotiations aren't going well. No matter what promises we make, they still refuse to release the person. It seems like they have something else planned. Wang Tang, sitting in the car, had already heard all of this. He remained silent, his face thoughtful and deep in contemplation. As the situation grew more complicated, it was clear their opponents were not ordinary. She looked tense and directly asked the person who had come to report, what is the background of the other side? The person responded honestly, explaining their involvement in some shady industries and their strong ties within the Jiang family. He shut his eyes tightly, fearfully mentioning the name of the opposing faction as if just saying it carried a weight that could strike fear into anyone who heard it. Iron Fist Society, a gang made up of hundreds of martial artist apprentices. Wang Teng, still in the car, absorbed all the information. His eyes widened when he heard the name. He thought to himself, asterisk Gray Industries. If that's the case, even if they were completely wiped out, it would really matter, right? Asterisk. After a moment of thought, Wang Teng stepped out of the car, his foot landing with a firm stride. His voice was cold and commanding. Everyone stay here. He walked toward the building ahead, his gaze sharp and intense, flashing with a murderous red gleam. His voice was unwavering. I'll handle this. The two people behind him didn't try to stop him. They just stood there, watching, their voices full of hesitation. Seeing this, the person sent was stunned, unable to believe he had decided to go in alone. He turned to Lin Lan, the manager. Master Wang, is young Master Wang really going in alone to save the person? She gave a slight smile, playing with a lock of her hair, her expression full of trust in Wang Teng's abilities. She believed nothing could stop him. All she did was gently remind him, just take a look. That would be enough. At that moment, Wang Teng had already entered the building and was heading toward the Iron Fist Society's hideout. Standing outside, he knocked on the door several times. One of the society's men, roused from sleep, came out and opened the small peephole, just enough to reveal his face. The man frowned, irritated. His voice was sharp. Who is it? Wang Teng remained calm, replying in a steady tone. Delivery. Hearing this, the underling grew even more annoyed, finding it ridiculous. He ignored Wang Teng's words and shouted loudly. Who are you trying to fool? What kind of delivery are you making at this hour? What's your real plan? Realizing his voice was getting too loud and could cause a commotion, Wang Teng gestured for silence and quickly made up an excuse to trick the man. Listen, it's something your boss wants. It's very confidential. You have to hear me out, all right? The man grew more suspicious, unsure whether to believe what he was hearing. Still standing inside, he replied gruffly, don't talk nonsense. How could our boss order something to be delivered at this time of night? Wang Teng stayed calm, pretending that the item was sensitive and hard to discuss. He bought himself a moment to think, his voice now sounding hesitant. All right, the item your boss ordered is an aphrodisiac. The underling, thinking Wang Teng was just making up a story, was completely confused. How could that be? He quickly opened the door, eager to bring Wang Teng inside. Hey, come in quickly. Let's talk. The guy walked ahead as he entered the room, leading the way. Before they reached their destination, the underling scratched his head, clearly worried, and said in a low voice, don't tell the president that the guy blocked the door, stopping Wang Teng from getting in. I'll take you to find the president, but don't mention what happened earlier. The underling was too naive to notice you behind them, trying to hide your true intentions behind a bright smile. If there were an award for Best Actor, you'd definitely win an Oscar. Don't worry, I won't say a word, you replied calmly. The two of them reached the door of a room, and the guy knocked before reporting to the person inside. Wang Tang stood quietly behind them, watching closely. "President, it's Xiao Wu. I got something to deliver to you." The president's voice came from inside, cautious. Xiao Wu guarding the gate. "What is it you're bringing?" Recognizing the voice, your eyes shifted, brows furrowing as you stared at the door, your mind clearly working out something. The underling responded to the president, still anxious. "It's an urgent express delivery for you." Before he could finish, there was a loud crash. The metal door was kicked off its hinges, flying a meter before hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The sudden force left the person inside barely enough time to jump to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact. After the door shattered, Wang Tang bent down, lowering his center of gravity, and landed firmly on the floor. White smoke billowed up, obscuring the view. His sharp eyes scanned the room, every muscle tense and alert. From within the dust cloud, the president suddenly rushed forward, appearing right in front of Wang Tang. He swung his hand, releasing a powerful strike that glowed green, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Two streams of power, one blue and one golden, collided with a fierce crash. Clang! The sound of metal slamming together rang out as the two forces met. Wang Tang's counterattack was so strong it sent his opponent flying back. His adversary managed to land and brace himself, digging his feet into the ground to resist the impact and keep from being knocked too far away. After a series of relentless strikes, both combatants suddenly stopped. The dust slowly began to clear. Wang Tang stood firm, his feet rooted to the ground. The tip of his blade scraped along the floor, sending sparks flying as it dragged. A deep voice, filled with power, echoed through the air. The president furrowed his brows, his eyes sharp as a blade, locking onto Wang Tang. His face was tense, his expression as tight as a bowstring. He spoke, his voice level and demanding, "Who sent you?" Nearby, the gatekeeper Xiao Wu trembled violently, panic flooding his chest as he realized the weight of his mistake. Fear filled his eyes as he looked at the president, his voice shaky. "President! President!" The president's body radiated fury as he spun around, his eyes blazing with murderous rage. He shouted, "Fool! You let anyone in! I'll deal with you later." Xiao Wu, hearing this, jumped in terror, his heart racing. He was on the verge of soiling himself in fear. The sounds of the fight and shouting quickly reached everyone else in the building. Footsteps echoed down the hallway from all directions. People rushed toward the noise, shouting loudly, "Who dares to storm the Iron Fist Society?" The hallway filled with henchmen from both directions, but none of them charged in. Instead, they formed a circle, waiting for the president's command. All they did was shout and taunt. "President, President, teach him some manners. Teach him some manners." Beside Xiao Wu, who was still standing and trembling, Wang Tang's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on the president. His voice revealed a surprising realization. "I didn't expect you to be the ultimate martial artist apprentice." A smirk appeared on his face and his tone turned mocking. "Ha ha, without any real strength, how could you possibly hold the position of president?" The president's expression darkened, his voice lowering as his lips curled into a sneer. "You speak so arrogantly about Wang Tang, but unfortunately, today will be your last. You're young and already so powerful. Your future should have been bright, but it's a shame you'll die here." Wang Tang remained unfazed. He calmly surveyed the room, quietly assessing the number of the president's subordinates. His tone was calm, as though he was mulling over a plan. "Are all your men here?" The president raised his blade, pointing it at Wang Tang with a mocking gesture. "These people are enough to tear you apart." His eyes burned with murderous intent as he roared, giving the command to attack. The battle for Wang Tang's life was about to begin. At the president's command, his subordinates surged forward like a tidal wave. They rushed in from all sides, many wielding knives and swords, aiming to overwhelm him. Wang Tang stood still, not making a move yet. Then, as the attackers closed in, he unleashed his power. A fiery red flame ignited around him, and a dark smile spread across his face as he watched his enemies charge at him like hungry wolves. Suddenly, the power exploded with a violent force, creating a massive fiery vortex that glowed with blinding light. The intense heat from the swirling flames made everyone instinctively raise their hands to protect themselves. The flames whirred and surged, not only engulfing the president's gang, but also spreading toward him. The heat hit like a powerful wave. Wang Tang's entire body was swallowed by the blaze, its strength rising constantly, while his eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched their reactions. With victory already in his grasp, Wang Tang grinned smugly. In the blink of an eye, he shot upward, his movements so fast they seemed like a blur. No one could track him as he moved with lightning speed. All they saw was his shadow speeding up into the air. Wang Tang swung his sword, sending a flurry of strikes into the sky. It was too fast, too dangerous. In an instant, he appeared midair and fiery slashes shot out from his sword, cutting through the president's gang members. Those who were struck screamed in pain as they were thrown aside, blood spraying everywhere. The president stood frozen, horrified as he realized the true nature of the boy. His eyes widened in shock, his mind racing. A martial artist, he thought, and his henchmen quickly caught on, panic setting in as fear took over. They dared not act recklessly anymore. Seeing that there was nothing they could do, they began to consider fleeing. Their plans were ruined. Why did we have to pick a fight with someone like this? He's a martial artist. We have no chance against him. Why are we still standing here? The voices of his subordinates broke through his thoughts. After a moment of reflection, the president understood. Given the current situation, survival was the priority, and he decided it was best to retreat for now. Seeing the president's back to him, Wang Tang immediately recognized the moment. He quickly turned and silently slipped away, moving behind him. But fate had other plans. Wang Tang heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around sharply, his eyes cold and intense, his voice deep as he spoke. "You think you can run?" Without waiting for an answer, Wang Tang spun around and without hesitation, swung his sword with powerful precision. The blade flashed as it sliced through the air. The strike shot toward the fleeing group, including the president, at a speed that was almost impossible to follow. The president, feeling the rush of air, instinctively glanced back. Fear flooded his heart and panic set in. There was no time to think. He raised his sword, gritted his teeth, and braced for impact. A loud crack echoed through the air as the metal shattered. At the point of impact, his sword's blade fractured, pieces flying off in all directions. Realizing something was terribly wrong with his weapon, the president's eyes widened in shock. His mind raced, asterisk. This is bad, asterisk. Before he could react, the sword in his hand split in two, flying in opposite directions. With no defense left, Wang Tang's fiery strike cut straight through him. The president was hurled back, blood spilling from his mouth, his face twisted in pain. He crashed several meters away, his heavy body slamming into the ground with a force that shook the earth and sent dust rising into the air. The broken sword landed beside him. Wang Tang looked down at the president on the ground, his voice cold as ice. "Interrogate him. Who ordered you to capture Wang Shengguo?" The president quickly and honestly responded to Wang Tang. "I only know they came from Siadu, and the person in front is also a martial artist." Terrified, he desperately tried to defend himself. "I couldn't resist the people from Siadu. It wasn't the president's intention to harm your father." He hastily explained, "I couldn't fight back, so I had to strike at Wang Shengguo." Wang Tang ignored his excuses, his mind focused solely on what the president had just mentioned. Siadu, martial artist. As he thought, Wang Tang's face reflected a mix of shock and anger. The president continued to plead for his life. "I was forced into it too. Please let me go. Give me a way out." Wang Tang didn't respond. He simply sat down slowly beside the president. The man begged desperately, but Wang Tang remained calm. "I also want to spare your life," he said, crouching next to him, his breath warm. His voice was steady, but my conscience won't allow it. Wang Tang's gaze was cold and resolute as he looked at him. Then, with a firm tone, he added, "I can't let you live." Power gathered in his palm, forming a fireball, a fierce, blazing red flame. Without another word, he set the president on fire. The man, lying before him and begging for survival, was instantly consumed by the intense flames. Wang Tang stood quietly watching. His men, too, were frozen in shock, staring as their president burned alive. The more Wang Tang watched the president struggle in the flames, the more it seemed like the fire was devouring every piece of his flesh. A charred black hand, its flesh rotting, suddenly hit the floor with a heavy thud. One of the thugs of the group froze, staring at the scene in disbelief. His eyes widened, his body shaking with fear as he stammered, "Boss, he's dead." At these words, Wang Tang turned sharply, his expression cold. "Yeah." His voice sent a chill down the spines of the thugs. "Run! Hurry! This guy's lost it. He wants to kill us all." A few of the henchmen bolted, desperately begging Wang Tang for their lives. "Please don't kill me. I just joined the gang. I've never hurt anyone." Wang Tang didn't even glance at them. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, flames flaring up in bright yellow-orange waves spreading rapidly across the blade. The intense fire surrounded him as he prepared to charge, ready to cut down anyone in his path. In his mind, a resolve formed, one that wouldn't bend no matter the cost. He would do anything to make sure his family could live in peace. So what if I fall into hell? The thugs, sensing the deadly intent closing in on them, ran in terror, glancing back over their shoulders in fear. In the dimly lit room, Shenggu sat motionless, his eyes covered, his legs bound tightly to a chair, his entire body restrained. Even his mouth was taped shut. He sat in silence, anxiety creeping in as he wondered what was happening at home. What did he have to do with these people? Why had they come for him? Then, with a sudden jolt, Shenggu's face darkened as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that they're after something valuable? A moment later, Shang Gu was startled by a strange noise and quickly turned his head toward it. He saw a pair of feet slowly approaching him. The person spoke casually, "Dad, Mom sent me to call you home for dinner." Hearing that familiar voice, Shang Gu was shocked to realize it was his son, Xiao Teng. The ropes that had tightly bound him and the blue cloth covering his eyes had been removed, carelessly thrown aside on the floor. Shang Gu rubbed his sore wrists where the ropes had been and looked up at Wang Tang with suspicion. "Son, how did you end up here?" Wang Tang glanced at him indifferent and replied, "If I hadn't come, who knows how much longer you'd have been tied up." Then Wang Tang stepped forward, helping his father stand up with a cheerful smile. "All right, let's go. Mom's probably waiting for us." Shang Gu quickly stomped his foot on the ground and started walking. "I know, let's hurry." But before he could finish his sentence, his body swayed backward. Wang Tang quickly caught him, joking with a smile, "Dad, you're not even 50 yet, and your legs are already giving out." Hearing his sarcastic remark, Shang Gu couldn't help but snap back. "I've been tied up for so long. That's why my legs are sore. Your father's still strong enough to climb up 30 flights of stairs without getting winded." Wang Tang draped his arm around his father's shoulder and used his other hand to steady him as they left the dark room together. "Yes, yes." At that moment, Shang Gu paused, suddenly curious. "By the way, how did you get in here?" He was stunned, his mind racing and spiraling out of control. "Surely, I didn't agree to whatever those people wanted, did I? Do they have any documents for me to sign?" "I can't sign anything." "If I do, our whole family will be in trouble." Luckily, nothing serious had happened. Wang Tang smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish." Outside, Lin Lan was waiting. He slowly helped his father out of the room, continuing to explain. "I, along with the man who has the iron fist, use the truth as our basis for reasoning. They admitted their mistakes, which is why they let you go." Shang Guo, supported by his son, shifted into a state of distrust and worry upon hearing this. "Kid, are you sure you're not just making things up? You reasoning with others?" What he didn't know was that, in a corner of the dark, gloomy room, a bloody body lay motionless on the floor. At that moment, Wang Tang wiped the smile from his face, subtly tilted his head, and cast a cold, sharp glance back at the room. "Luckily, I cleaned up the mess. A scene like that can't be seen by father." It was a sunny morning, with white clouds and golden rays shining down on the city. As they stopped in front of the house, Lin Lan thoughtfully reminded Shang Guo, "Uncle, I'll be going now. I should let grandfather know so he doesn't worry." He smiled warmly and advised her, "That's good. I won't keep you. You've been busy all day, so make sure you get some rest when you get home." Lin Lan opened the car door and then turned to look at Wang Tang, gently reminding him, "Cousin, whenever you have the time, make sure to come back here for gatherings. We siblings should stay closer to each other." He smiled, waved at her, then got in the car and drove off. "Take care on your way back, cousin," she called after him. As he watched the car speed away, kicking up dust behind it, Shang Gu couldn't help but think, that's strange. In the past, Wang Nam never paid much attention to this kid. Why is she acting so differently today, asterisk? Meanwhile, inside the house, Aunt Chen sat down, trying to convince Su Mi to rest. "Madam, you've been up all night. You really should get some sleep or it'll affect your health." But Su Mi just lowered her head, sighing deeply in sadness. "How could I possibly sleep?" she muttered. A moment later, Aunt Chen heard something and quickly turned around. Her face lit up with joy as she spoke to Su Mai. "Madam, young Master Wang and Master Wang have returned." Su Mi looked up in surprise, her eyes widening. "What?" Filled with happiness, she rushed over and wrapped her arms around Shang Gu tightly. "Husband." After a long embrace, Shang Gu finally pulled away, smiling softly. "I'm home now. Sorry to make you worry." On the other side, Wang Tang watched the scene, feeling a little exasperated. He sighed and silently grumbled, asterisk of, "Forced to witness this." Asterisk, he stretched out his hand, jokingly but with a touch of annoyance, and reminded them both. "Hey, Mom and Dad, could you stop being so lovey-dovey? You're giving me goosebumps here." They both blushed, embarrassed, but Shang Gu still held Su Mi close and teased their son. "You little brat." After the reunion, the family of three sat down at the dinner table. Out of nowhere, Shang Gu suddenly froze, as if something had just clicked. He blurted out, "Wait." He looked at Su Mai in surprise and asked again, "Our son is a martial artist?" She laughed warmly and teased, "If you don't believe it, why don't you ask him yourself?" Shang Gu quickly turned to Wang Tang, still stunned. "Son, your mother isn't lying to me, is she?" Wang Tang calmly raised his index finger and a small bright flame appeared at the tip of it. "Sigad." Then, with a light chuckle, Wang Tang added, "If I told you I met an old man who tested my joints and then gave me divine power, would you believe me?" Siu Mei just laughed, shaking her head. This child is talking nonsense again. In response, Wang Tang arrogantly pointed to himself. Then there's only one explanation left. It's innate talent. At this, Shang Gu couldn't help but smile proudly. His son was a genius, after all. No wonder he took after him. But Siu Mei wasn't pleased with this and shot back. What do you mean, asterisk, you asterisk, gave birth to him? Did he come from asterisk, my asterisk, Wom? I had a hand in this too. The three of them sat around the dining table, laughing and chatting happily. Aunt Chen also brought over another dish, and the meal was quickly finished. Afterward, Shang Gu lowered his head, his expression turning serious. Bao Qingzi dares to mess with me. I need to deal with him right away to make things right, and that ungrateful fake Laurel immortal too. Siu Mei quickly turned to him, wrapping her arm around his. Don't get too angry. Our son has already scared them enough. This is also a good chance to see who's truly loyal to the company. Wang Tang sighed deeply in agreement. His mother was right. This was a perfect chance for his father to clean up the company, get rid of the toxic influences, and replace the incompetent people with new, capable employees. Then, Shang Gu put both hands on the table and steered the conversation in a different direction. Hold on a second, isn't your exam result coming out soon? Wang Tang froze for a moment, hesitated, then replied, Huh? I think it should be today. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and muttered to himself, I almost forgot about the martial arts exam. Shang Gu raised his voice and gave a command. Well, why aren't you checking the results already? A few moments later, Wang Tang found himself being pulled into the room by Shang Gu and Siu Mei and seated in front of the computer. He opened his mouth, trying to lighten the mood. Why are you two so nervous? But his father calmly instructed him to stop wasting time and quickly enter the code to check the results. After a few moments, it was clear something shocking had happened. Shang Gu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. He looked so stunned that he questioned whether what he was seeing was real. Is this really my son's result? Could I be mistaken? Wang Tang sighed, clearly resigned. Am I still your biological child? It's just a better result. What's so hard to believe? Shang Gu shook his head, trying to explain. Son, you can't blame us. Think about it. How could we have expected your results to improve this much? At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated lightly, signaling an incoming call. Wang Tang spoke up. Hold on a second. I have a phone call. You picked up the phone with a smile. Hello? On the other end, Su-Han was sitting on her bed, head lowered as she listened to the phone. Wang Tang's voice slowly came through the speaker. Class monitor, how did you manage to get so many points? Su-Han hesitated before replying, Wang Tang, aye. Then, her voice brightened with excitement as she told him, I passed the exam. My real score was 80 points. Do you know what that means? I actually got 80 points. Her voice was so loud that Wang Tang had to hold the phone away from his ear. He asked, What about your other subjects? How did you do? But deep down, he thought to himself that he'd never heard the class monitor so excited before. Su-Han proudly answered, Chinese is 138, math is 143, English is 146, and the martial arts exam, that's 148. And you? Wang Tang was shocked when he heard this. Oh my god, did you hack those subjects? She didn't respond directly, but instead asked, So how did you do? Your real score must be really high, right? Wang Tang, feeling a rush of excitement, replied, Haha, I got a perfect score on the real test, plus an extra 20 bonus points. Guess a genius just can't stay anonymous. His parents, hearing his cheerful voice, couldn't help but share a smile. But when Su-Han heard his arrogant tone, she couldn't resist teasing him. Humph, so shameless. I'm hanging up now. Wang Tang sighed and hung up, slipping the phone back into his pocket. Suddenly, he felt a dark presence that sent a chill down his spine. When he turned around, he immediately noticed the sly expressions on his parents' faces. Siu Mei spoke slowly, darling. She then stepped closer, her gaze curious and probing. Is it a female classmate who called you? Wang Tang sighed and replied helplessly. It's a deskmate, and our relationship is fine. Siu Mei squinted her eyes and dragged out her words, Is that so? Noticing her tone, Wang Tang felt something was off and quickly looked away to avoid eye contact. Seeing their mischievous smiles, he blushed and shouted, Mom, Dad, don't overthink it. She burst into laughter. I get it. I get it. If the relationship is fine, that means it's very good. If you're free, invite her over to our house. I'll make lots of delicious food for you too. Just then, Jia stepped forward and said, Madam, Principal Wu and Teacher Fan are here. As they entered the living room, Siu Mei hurried to greet them. Principal Wu, Teacher Fan, what brings you both here? Teacher Fan smiled brightly and said, Ha ha, we've recognized a student who scored the highest in the martial arts exam. I'm here today to bring some good news. Siu Mei was stunned. The martial arts champion, Xiao Tang, our son, is the martial arts champion. The principal turned to Wang Tang and said, regarding your university application, feel free to ask us anything, anytime. Then he added, oh right, about the reward we mentioned earlier. Come over and take a look. 2 wooden boxes and a jade bottle were placed in front of him. Wang Tang murmured in surprise. The principal took the bag and poured all the ice element crystals into Wang Tang's hands. I heard you're a warrior of the ice element, so I had someone bring these crystals for you. You can use them for your training, he said, pointing to a jade vial. This vial contains ice element cultivation pills. Then the principal opened a small wooden box. This black stone is a rare treasure with an ice attribute. I found it by chance. It can be used for forging weapons, and it's perfect for you. Wang Tang looked at the items and thought to himself, asterisk, these are great things. Too bad my right hand is too small. Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted by the principal's voice. That's it for the rewards. Now we'll take our leave. After seeing the 2 teachers to the door, Wang Tang waved and said, sorry to trouble you. Take care. Just then, something large hit his head. Wang Tang frowned and thought, asterisk, who could that be, asterisk? Normally, not many people visited his house. Looking up, he saw a group of people approaching. Wang Da spoke up loudly. Classmate Wang Tang, I have no words for this. Pay up now. They suddenly placed a stack of contracts in front of him. Enough with the small talk. We're here because of you. Check the terms. Wang Tang's face turned pale as he quickly tried to find a solution. If anyone has a problem, let's go inside and talk. In the living room, after reading through the contracts, Wang Tang couldn't help but exclaim, there's no conflict between the martial arts training conditions and the schools, right? Wang Da reassured him, no conflict. Even if you apply to the military academy, it won't be an issue. Many schools, even powerful military universities, have registered with our martial arts school. Then he spoke up and asked, has Wang Tang, your classmate, decided which program he wants to enroll in? Wang Tang hesitated for a moment before replying, oh, let me think. After a brief pause, he made up his mind and said, I choose the extreme martial arts program. Wang Da chuckled and said, oh, he's repeating it. Accepted, accepted. The other person, not backing down, asked, what kind of contract did you give him? Look at this. They both looked at the contract and immediately spoke up, an SSS-level contract. The old man was taken aback. You're spending money too lavishly. By now, those who get this kind of contract are usually already placed in the warrior ranks. The other man cited defeat. Ah, with these conditions, I can't enroll. I guess I'll have to miss out on this genius. Wang Da handed Wang Tang a 3D device and explained, this contract will assign you to a group at regular intervals. You wear this device and it will connect to the internal network to purchase resources. He added, you can buy a house in a martial arts school residential area. It's very safe there, and no one dares to cause trouble. Wang Tang thought it over seriously. If he could live there, his parents wouldn't have to worry about him. He looked at Wang Da and asked, can you give me some advice on the person in charge of school registrations? Wang Da responded, top universities are pretty much the same, but military academies are a bit different. They do offer one major advantage. Wang Da said with seriousness, the military academy is the shortest path to success. If your abilities are strong, you can establish military ties, you can end up commanding an army on your own. Especially in another world, I can tell you that we're building an army, and in certain situations, we still need people with potential. Wang Tang sat quietly deep in thought. Asterisk another world, asterisk he mused, asterisk he need to think this through carefully, asterisk. He then spoke up, after you register for the exam, there's another guy coming for the opening ceremony. I'll arrange a warrior team from the dodo for you. The person nodded, replying with a polite, sorry for the trouble, sir. Meanwhile, one of Wang Lan's subordinates reported that the Steel Fist gang had been wiped out, with only a few survivors who had fled. The martial faction was finished, and all other gangs had scattered. Wang Lan sat back in his chair, his expression distant. Oh, he responded coolly. The subordinate continued, I checked personally. Almost everyone was killed, even the senior warriors. The president of the Steel Fist Club is missing, but we found a charred spot on the ground. Hearing this, Wang Lan's interest piqued. He smirked slightly. A fire warrior. He stood up, preparing to leave. Before walking out, he gave his orders, go back to the capital. Leave the rest to others. I'm tired. Noticing his tone, the subordinate hesitated and asked, aren't you going to take action, sir? Wang Lan turned, his eyes cold and sharp. I said, go back to the capital. Meanwhile, Wang Tang stood still, surrounded by the buzz of conversation. Asterisk, it's definitely him, asterisk. The banner above clearly read, welcome student Wang Tang, champion of the Donghai Martial Arts exam, to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed at Wang Tang. Isn't that the martial champion? Everyone's attention quickly shifted to him. It was him. Wang Tang hadn't expected that their martial arts school had such a hidden master. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Asterisk, this is really too much asterisk, he thought. The others, in a cheerful mood, encouraged each other, saying, we need to train harder and keep pushing ourselves. No slacking off. Right, we must train even harder, they agreed. Wang Tang secretly smiled to himself. Asterisk, this is perfect. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, no, I can easily pick up the scraps from all of you. Asterisk. On his way back, he opened the system interface, took a quick glance, and thought, asterisk, once my comprehension points go over 100, they'll reach the next stage. Looks like my understanding of the martial arts techniques in my mind is getting stronger. Asterisk. The system interface displayed physical attribute 74, comprehension 109, mental attribute 89. Wang Tang was a little surprised. Asterisk me, mental attribute is almost about to break through 2. I can't wait to hit 100. Asterisk. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Please let me in. Looking at the figure in front of him, Wang Tang had a feeling of what was going on. It was the girl, eyes full of tears, pleading. I'm looking for Wang Tang. I really know him. Please let me in. The discipline officer shook his head, refusing firmly. You say you know martial champion? Are you sure? A lot of people have been looking for him recently. Why should I believe you? He eyed the girl suspiciously. Asterisk, she seems a bit shady. No way, I'm letting her in. Asterisk. At that moment, Wang Tang called out to her, Shixia. Hearing him, the girl turned around. When she saw who had called her, she immediately pulled down her veil and said, brother-in-law. The disciplinary officer, noticing that the two of them seemed to really know each other, quickly spoke up. Young Master Wang, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize you two were acquainted. Wang Tang simply smiled, unbothered, and replied, it's fine. You haven't done anything wrong. He reached out and ruffled Shixia's head. Shixia, come with me. The little girl cheerfully responded, Mum. As they walked, Wang Tang suddenly asked, so, tell me, why did you come out here alone? Shixia made a pitiful face. Recently, I've been feeling uncomfortable with the heavy atmosphere around me, so I wanted to come find you. Wang Tang just smiled and looked at her, then asked, so, what now? Shixia paused for a moment. What now? She suddenly misunderstood, causing Wang Tang to laugh. It felt much more relaxed now. Slipping his hands in his pockets, Wang Tang heard the system notification. Asterisk, congratulations, host, you harvested. Poisonous body 10, poison-based original power level 7 asterisk. As if recalling something, he turned to Shixia and asked, by the way, does your sister know you came to find me? The little girl hesitated before answering, she doesn't know. Wang Tang fell silent for a moment, then sighed in helplessness. He took out his phone and handed it to her. You should let your sister know first. Otherwise, she and your mom will be worried. Shixia gladly took the phone and said, all right. While the little girl made the call, the two of them stood at a bus stop in the city. The call was answered on the other end. Hello, Wang Tang. Shixia heard the voice on the other end. Sister. Then there was silence. She looked at the screen. It was clear the call hadn't been disconnected. After a brief silence, Su-Han approached and spoke slowly. Lin Shixia, do you know how much your sister and mother worry about you? Take the opportunity to come home soon. Shixia responded with frustration. It's so hard to get out. I don't want to go back so soon. Su-Han reminded her, don't you know the condition of your body? The young girl was at a loss for words and finally said, Sister. Wang Tang stepped in to break the tension. Director, if she doesn't want to go back, let her stay with me. Don't worry. Su-Han quickly replied, all right then. Before she could say anything else, Wang Tang hung up. He then patted Shixia on the head and said cheerfully, it's all settled. Let's go home and eat first, then I'll take you out later. At that moment, they were walking down the hospital corridor. Shixia asked, brother-in-law, what are you holding in your hand? He answered, I have a friend here who loves strong liquor, so I added some extra ingredients to this drink for him. Shixia looked around confused. Is this the outside world? Meanwhile, Wang Tang's voice rang out, Hey, I'm here to see you again. The man looked up as they entered and asked in confusion, but who are you two? Wang Tang, clearly annoyed, replied, don't you know me? He sighed, forget it. Then, holding up what he had, he said, look what I brought for you. All the treasures you like. Do you want them? The man immediately became eager. Yes, yes, give it to me. In the blink of an eye, the bag in Wang Tang's hand was snatched away. Watching the man drink on the bed, Wang Tang couldn't help but sigh. This guy's reflexes are really fast. Shixia couldn't help but wonder, asterisk, could this person be some kind of hidden expert? Asterisk. Wang Tang turned around and casually replied, just keep talking like that. Let's say that's the case. The man glanced at them both curious. What are you two whispering about? He asked. Then with a friendly smile, he added, I got something for both of you. He reached out and took Shixia's hand. Inside here is something you both want. Shikstaya looked at the USB stick in his hand, surprised, while Wang Tang thought to himself, asterisk, the USB looks so familiar. He's not some kind of seller. Is he asterisk? The man then turned his gaze to Wang Tang, quickly wiping the smile off his face. And what about you, kid? He asked, taking out a map and handing it to him. You want my treasure? Just follow this map. I've already left everything there. With that, the man chuckled loudly. Wang Tang was left speechless, only managing a wry smile. Ha ha, he muttered as the man returned to his bed. All right, I've given you both your things. Now, go on and don't disturb me while I rest. As they left the hospital room, Wang Tang spoke up in disbelief. When he says leave, he means it. And this, how are we supposed to know where this map leads? Forget it. Suddenly, Shikseya looked up at him and said without hesitation, Brother-in-law, this looks like a real map. Wang Tang was surprised, really. Let me take a look. Shikseya leaned closer, a little hesitant, and then said, well, brother-in-law. We're holding the map upside down, she added. Wang Tang blushed, feeling embarrassed, and quickly flipped the map over. As night settled in, the streets grew quieter, with fewer people around. Wang Tang glanced at the girl holding the ice cream, who giggled and gave him instructions. Shikseya, you need to keep today's events a secret from the others, he said seriously, then added, wait until I finish studying the map, and I'll tell you. Shikseya smiled brightly and replied, got it, brother-in-law. Just then, someone stood under a streetlight, catching Wang Tang's attention. It was Su Han, the team leader. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she turned around and softly called out, Wang Tang, Shikseya. Wang Tang couldn't help but admire Su Han's striking appearance as she approached. She was even more captivating than usual. When Su Han noticed Shikseya hiding behind Wang Tang, her face grew annoyed. She walked over and pinched the girl's cheek. You've got some nerve, running away from home, she scolded. Shikseya immediately defended herself. I didn't run away. I just went for a walk. Su Han shook her head. It's so late. You're taking her out running around? What if something happens? Wang Tang sighed. She should be allowed to have some fun. You can't just keep her cooped up at home all the time. Besides, I'm here. What could possibly happen? Su Han turned away, muttering, it's because of you that I'm worried. Wang Tang didn't catch the last part and asked, what did you say? Su Han quickly stammered, nothing. Wang Tang sighed again. Looks like I can't tease you too. I better head off now, or I'll end up saying the wrong thing. Just as Wang Tang turned his back and looked away, Su Han, with a sharp gaze, suddenly turned his head and called out to Wang Tang. At that moment, Shikseya appeared out of nowhere, her face lit up with a smile. She leaned in and whispered, if you act so aggressively, it'll scare him away. Her eyes followed Wang Tang as he walked off. If scaring him away works, then fine. What's it to you? Wang Tang shot back. Stop changing the subject. Where did you go tonight? Once home, Wang Tang headed straight to his bedroom. He threw himself on the bed and opened the system panel. Staring at the information on the screen, he wondered, asterisk, with my mental attribute now at the spirit realm, what practical use does that have, asterisk? Could I possibly grab things from a distance? Suddenly, he jumped up. Looking at a cup of water on the table nearby, he thought, asterisk, let me try with something light first, asterisk. Wang Tang extended his left hand, aiming directly at the cup of water. He stared ahead with intense focus, almost as if peering into an empty void. Before long, the water in the cup was floating in midair. Wang Tang couldn't help but think, asterisk, is this the result of mental force now that I've reached the spirit realm? Asterisk. Closing his eyes, he concentrated fully, knowing that even though he couldn't see the force, he could still control it at will. The water hovered in place, and Wang Tang kept trying to understand what kind of power this was. Telekinesis? Mental force? Maybe he'd been thinking too much, as his face gradually showed signs of frustration. Regardless of what it was, if it could be used as an attack, Wang Tang decided to take a chance. Without another thought, he shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the water in the cup instantly froze, turning into a solid stream that shot through the wall. Seeing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a rush of joy. The success was incredible. He couldn't stop himself from thinking, this is just water. If I use this same force to compress and shoot out the origin force, how powerful could it be? Reaching out, he lightly touched the delicate brown box beside him. Still not feeling tired, he decided to take advantage of the night and test the limits of this power. Under the quiet moonlight, Wang Tang walked into the forest, found a secluded spot, and sat down. Closing his eyes, he focused deeply and began to experiment with the object in front of him, the sword lying quietly in the box. Suddenly, Wang Tang's eyes shot open. He gathered all of his strength, and in an instant, the sword shot off, leaving a faint green streak in the dark. He had overexerted himself, and sweat appeared on his face, but the excitement he felt overshadowed any fatigue. Regaining his composure, Wang Tang looked at the sword and began to think calmly. The sword can already levitate. Maybe I can try flying with it. Flying with the sword. He stepped onto the sword's blade. In that moment, the sword lifted Wang Tang into the air and his face lit up with excitement. Asterisk, so it really works. This is what they mean by flying on a sword, asterisk. Wang Tang soared through the forest, his voice bubbling with joy. Asterisk, this feels amazing. Hey ha, asterisk. By the time morning came, he dragged himself into school, exhausted and barely able to keep his eyes open as he stumbled into class. His face looked sluggish as if he had lived through 7,749 lifetimes. Wang Tang regretted how he had spent all of his mental energy the night before, and now his head was spinning. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, Wang Tang. He immediately recognized it as Teacher Fan. Before he could respond, she got straight to the point. The recruitment teachers from the top universities want to speak with you personally. I'll take you there. The two of them walked down the hallway. Teacher Fan said, I never expected there would be a martial champion in my class. I never even dared to dream of it. Wang Tang chuckled and replied, Hey, it's a nice surprise, but not exactly shocking. Soon they arrived. As they entered the office, Teacher Fan quickly said, Sorry to keep you all waiting. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Tang, this year's martial champion. Wang Tang's mood lifted a little. He looked at the teachers with a cheerful smile and said, Teachers, it's truly an honor to have you here. I'm really flattered. The teachers immediately stepped forward to introduce themselves. Hello, Wang Tang. I'm a recruitment teacher from Huanghai Military Academy. You could call me Teacher Tan. I'm a recruitment teacher from Donghai University. My surname is Lai. Oh, and I'm from Siadu Military Academy. My surname is Zhao. They continued to introduce themselves one after another. The principal, clearly used to scenes like this, said, All 5 top universities are here to compete for Wang Tang. What a lucky kid. Wang Tang couldn't believe his ears. He thought to himself, asterisk, the 5 top universities in country H are here from asterisk. After a brief moment of chaos, everyone settled down. Then, a woman's voice rang out, Wang Tang. She said, You must have heard about the head of our university, right? Here, you'll have access to the best resources and connections. Our principal says we must bring you in. He's eager to meet you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Our Jianlin University and the top colleges are quite different. Our principal is also an 11th-tier star warrior. What they can offer, we can offer too. Hearing this, Teacher Feng scoffed, The resources at Donghai University are just as good as any other. Our principal is also an 11th-tier star warrior, just at a slightly lower level. If he didn't have other things to attend to, he'd definitely come here and meet you himself. Wang Tang wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking asterisk 3 11th-tier warriors appear at once. The pressure is intense asterisk. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, and a deep, commanding voice rang out, Student Wang Tang, Teacher Chin agrees with me. School is where your talents will truly develop. Wang Tang froze, unsure of how to respond. The teacher's words echoed in his ears, asterisk, as long as you perform well at school, you could join Feng Junen and step into another world. Commanding troops in battle asterisk. Teacher Tan, with a mysterious air and sharp gaze, spoke up. Moreover, according to discussions among the higher-ups, he continued, once you join our high university, you'll immediately be granted a private-level rank. This left the other teachers stunned. Miss Hong, furious, snapped, how shameless, using military ranks to entice student Wang Tang. Taking advantage of the moment, Teacher Zhao smiled in a way that wasn't quite a smile, subtly hinting, we also have a military rank system at Siadu Academy with added benefits. He chuckled and continued, as for our distinguished alumni, we've even brought in the general manager of the Chaihu Legion from another world. If you're exceptional enough, I guarantee you'll find a place here. Teacher Tan, who was standing beside him, wasn't about to be outdone. At Huanghai, we also have several alumni involved with the Black Eagle Legion, equipped with plenty of machinery. That might suit you even better, Wang Tang. Teacher Zhao wasn't backing down either. With a mocking laugh, he said, Are you suggesting that the top position in our Black Eagle Legion, which we had originally reserved for you, should go unfilled now? Seems like you're eyeing a big prize. Neither teacher was showing any sign of yielding, both sticking firmly to their positions. Seeing this, Wang Tang tried to mediate. Teacher Qin, Teacher Zhao, I've heard military academies have very strict rules about student freedom. Is that true? Teacher Zhao responded, military academies are stricter, but rules are there to keep the weak in check. Teacher Tan added, you're strong enough. Rules at a military academy won't hold you back. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately understood what they were suggesting. In that case, I'd like to register. A short time later, back in the classroom, Wang Tang was checking his phone when he suddenly heard So Han's voice. With a bright smile, she appeared in front of him and asked curiously, which school did you choose? Wang Tang didn't give her an immediate answer. Instead, he said, why don't you two take a guess? So Han pouted, puffing out her cheeks, and replied, Are you going to tell me or not? He immediately said, all right. Let me tell you, I've registered for the Huanghai Military Academy. Suhan looked surprised. You registered for a military academy? I thought you'd go for a regular college first. Wang Teng smiled and reassured her, that school works for me. Then he glanced at her and asked, what about you? Which school are you thinking of? Suhan hesitated for a moment before answering. I want to. She paused and then quietly added, I want to register for Donghai University, but I'm not completely sure, so I'm also considering my second choice, Donghai University of Technology. Wang Tang was taken aback and said, aren't you second-guessing yourself? With your grades, if you'd taken the general exam, you could definitely get into Donghai University. Suhan lowered her head in silence. I don't regret anything. With my family situation, you understand, right? No need to say more about it. Wang Tang fell silent instantly, not knowing what else to say. Trying to ease the tension, he said, it's okay. We'll still be in Donghai City for our studies anyway. Stohan understood his attempt to lighten the mood and relaxed a little. Yeah, will you come with me? As the sunset slowly faded, the two stood on the bridge. Suhan looked at Wang Tang thoughtfully, a hint of regret in her eyes as she reflected, asterisk, we're almost graduating, are we, asterisk? As evening turned to night, she faced him and said, it's getting late. I should head home. Before she could even say goodbye, Wang Tang watched as she turned and started walking away. His gaze followed her, lost in thought, unsure of what was running through his mind. He averted his gaze, let out a sigh, and decided to stop thinking about it. He quickly turned and started walking in the opposite direction from Suhan. Before he could get far, her voice suddenly echoed across the entire bridge. Wang Tang, she called, panting as she hurried to catch up. If Suhan is so worried that he has to bite his hand to calm down, and if I get into Donghai University, would you still want to see me again? Wang Tang smiled, as if he'd been expecting those words for a while. He kept walking, waving his hand without looking back. Suhan muttered to herself, you're just going to leave without answering? 3 days later, Wang Tang was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly received a call from her. He answered right away. Wang Tang, her voice came through loud and clear, filled with excitement. I passed the Donghai Martial Arts major. Wang Tang couldn't help but praise her. As expected of the class monitor, congratulations. After a moment, they ended the call. Wang Tang thought to himself, if the class monitor could work that hard, that it was time for him to step up and get stronger. He pushed open the door ahead of him and called out, person in charge. He was greeted with an enthusiastic reply, you're quick to arrive. Wang Dede walked over and threw an arm around Wang Tang's shoulder. Let me introduce you. These are the members of the Warrior Squad. He continued, this is a team I carefully selected. All of them are level 3 warriors from the Interstellar War. When you go with them to another world, you won't have to worry about your security. Wang Da brought Wang Tang before Captain Lin. Captain Lin, this is the student I told you about, the champion of this year's Eastern Sea Martial Arts exam. He'll be working with you from now on. The two shook hands, and Captain Lin gripped Wang Tang's hand firmly. This young man was strong, he thought, but his grip didn't seem to match the force Captain Lin expected. Wang Tang, with a sincere look, spoke up. Hello, Captain Lin. I hope I can count on your guidance, and please don't overthink things. It's normal for my team to test and assess me. Wang Da turned to the others sitting nearby and said the title of champion isn't just for show. You all can introduce yourselves. At his cue, they began introducing themselves. The first one, a bit stocky, said, I'm Yang Fei, an Earth Element Warrior. The next, a very good-looking guy, said, I'm Yan Jinming, a Fire Element Warrior. Following him, a petite girl with a sweet voice said, I'm Yan Jin Yu, a warrior of the arts and sciences. Lastly, a fiery-looking girl spoke up. I'm Liu Yan, also a fire element warrior. Suddenly, she stood up and walked toward Wang Tang. Wang brother, you'll be following me from now on, she said with a playful smile. I'll take care of you, and there are plenty of perks for you too. Wang Tang's face turned bright red. The others, noticing this, quickly stepped in to break the tension. All right, Liu Yan, stop teasing the kid, one of them said. Liu Yan's voice was full of laughter as she replied, yes, boss. A little later, while Wang Tang was getting ready in his room, Yan Jinming knocked on the door and called out, Wang Tang, are you ready? He came to let Wang Tang know it was time to leave. Wang Tang turned around and answered, I'll be right there. Wang Tang reached for the box beside him, slinging it over his shoulder. Dressed in a special suit, his face lit up with excitement. He couldn't help but think, asterisk, finally, I'm going to another world, asterisk. But before he could fully celebrate, his mood shifted. Asterisk, wait, the weapons I traded for are real. I spent all the money the old man gave me. Being a warrior really does cost a lot. Master Lu's weapons are definitely pricey. I wonder how he hides the ones made of bone and black iced asterisk. He paused, then walked toward the door. Asterisk if that meteorite cone could be created. Maybe I can use my spiritual force to control a hidden weapon divided into 9 parts. I shouldn't get too excited yet, asterisk. Once outside in the parking lot, he quickly apologized. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. A voice called from nearby, "It's fine, we just got here. Let's head out." They moved through several security checkpoints, finally arriving at their destination. When the car doors opened, Wang Tang stepped out and froze in awe. Before him lay the spatial crack and the swirling vortex. It was impossible to ignore, and Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This is, he whispered in disbelief. Captain Lin noticed his reaction and grinned, walking over. How's it feel? Isn't it amazing? His voice snapped Wang Tang out of his daze. Without thinking, he responded, yes. Jin Ming sensed that the moment had arrived. He turned and said, let's go. Once we get to the other world, you'll be even more amazed. Wang Tang didn't move. He watched as each person stepped closer to the space crack, still lost in his thoughts. His eyes remained fixed on the mysterious scene of them entering the crack. Jin Ming had already gone through. Just as Liu Yan was about to follow, she noticed Wang Tang's gaze. She called out to him, what are you looking at? Hurry up and come here. He snapped out of it and quickly replied, I'm coming, before rushing over without hesitation. The moment Wang Tang stepped through, he was surrounded by a nightfall-like scene. When he finally stopped in front of a tall tower in the center of a city, he landed lightly on his feet. He looked around, beginning to realize he was truly in a completely different place. Did we arrive? Captain Lin said in surprise. Most people feel uncomfortable the first time they pass through a space crack, but he seems totally fine. Liu Yan chuckled. I still remember how you were screaming the first time. Haha, looks like this kid might be something special. Suddenly, Wang Tang felt something floating toward him from behind. He turned and saw small bubbles forming and multiplying around him. He raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Asterisk could these bubbles be from the crack asterisk? He reached out and lightly touched one of the fragile bubbles, and at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Asterisk ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the space attribute asterisk. Wang Tang looked at the system's message, feeling puzzled. Asterisk, so it's still the space attribute asterisk. He thought to himself, using the last of his mental strength. He no longer needed to fear the sight of picking up bubbles scattered across the floor like a fragile sand sculpture. As soon as he appeared, he kept his spatial abilities active. This time, he'd made a lot of progress. It seemed like this world was a good fit for him. Suddenly, Captain Lin stepped forward, placed an arm around Wang Tang's shoulder, and broke his train of thought. What are you thinking about? Let's go, Captain Lin said. Out of nowhere, an excited voice rang out, shouting loudly, welcome to this world. Wang Tang gave Captain Lin a meaningful look before speaking. People often say, he continued to stare at the tower behind him, asking, we just entered from here, right? Captain Lin explained, this is a product of an alien civilization, the Force Tower, located at the center of the city. The entire city's energy relies on this tower. Wang Tang was taken aback by this and sighed, a product of an alien civilization? How unique. As he was looking around, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes locking on a girl. He murmured in disbelief, that girl. How come? Before he could finish, Jin Ming, who was beside him, spoke up, offering an explanation. She's from the Brink tribe. Realizing something, he teased Wang Tang. Looks like Brother Wang is that kind of person. Wang Tang, embarrassed, quickly responded, I'm not like that. Stop making stuff up. Nearby, Jin Yu gave Jin Ming a light tap on the head and spoke sternly, don't embarrass Wang Tang. With a grin, Jin Ming playfully replied, I'm not making things awkward. I'm just discussing life philosophy with him. Liu Yan, standing next to him, couldn't resist speaking in a teasing tone, which made Wang Tang blush deeply. Interesting, right? There are so many different races here, she said with a sly smile. We've got the smart ones, the dwarfs, the giants, the aquatic people, and more. Later, when we visit the ultra-refined martial arts museum branch, how about I take you for a little experience? Wang Tang quickly turned away to avoid her gaze, clearly embarrassed. If there really is a star system where different races coexist peacefully, why can't we enter their world but they can't come to Earth? He asked. Liu Yan replied, people from other planets can't pass through the spatial cracks. There was once a man who tried to do so, but he got seriously hurt from the violent reaction and nearly lost his life. At that moment, in a small branch of the Martial Arts Museum, the atmosphere was lively. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. Captain Lin casually introduced, this is another branch of our ultra-refined martial arts museum. Here you can accept missions, rest, and trade spoils. A few familiar faces in the room noticed them and exclaimed, oh, Captain Lin brought a newcomer? Is he from some prestigious family? The newbie looks a bit inexperienced. Has someone so young already become a warrior? Captain Lin, clearly annoyed, shouted, what do you all know? This is the champion of this year's martial arts competition in Donghai. The head of the competition specifically asked me to guide him personally. Another voice spoke mockingly, is that so? The champion of this year's competition is already a warrior. That's impressive. Wang Tang immediately felt the mood shift. Captain Lin, noticing his silence, walked over and said, don't mind what they say about you all being like that. They don't mean any harm. Come on, let me show you something that'll broaden your perspective. Uncle Hai, I've brought a new person. Could you show him the inheritance stone? Captain Lin called out. The man responded without acknowledging them, simply saying, place your hand on the inheritance stone. Wang Tang walked up to the stone, which pulsed with mysterious energy. He wondered to himself, asterisk, is this really as miraculous as they say asterisk? Slowly, he reached out and touched the black stone. Immediately, a rush of energy surged from it, pulling him in and causing him to panic. The energy kept flowing, surrounding him completely. After a moment, he pulled his hand back, took a deep breath to calm himself, and said, this is the language of another world. I can actually learn it. Captain Lin, seeing Wang Tang's reaction, smiled and said, amazing, right? Then he added, take a short rest. After that, we'll head into the town for a hunt. A long while later, the sky began to darken. Their group, now mentally prepared, entered the forest. Just then, Yang Fi's voice broke the silence. Captain Lin reminded them, the dark, misty forest ahead is our target for today. It's dangerous because star beasts roam here, so everyone needs to stay alert, gear up with weapons, and put on infrared goggles. They moved deeper into the forest. Wang Tang glanced around, but his mind soon drifted into his own thoughts. The atmosphere here felt ominous. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted in alarm. Wait a minute. Startled, he quickly turned around to assess the situation. It was Captain Lin. Seeing him carefully inspecting something, Liu Yan asked anxiously, what's going on? Captain Lin replied, there are signs of wolves here. Wang Tang and Liu Yan froze immediately, while Yang Fi still didn't fully understand what was happening. Jin Ming stepped forward, eyeing the object closely and speculated. Based on the shape, color, and smell, Captain Lin agreed, sensing that the wolves had likely just left. He scanned the forest and reminded them, be extra careful. Wolves are pack animals, and if we encounter them, they'll be quick and dangerous. Liu Yan noticed deep claw marks on the tree trunk and said, at least 7 or 8 wolves must have been hunting together. Yang Fei patted Wang Tang on the shoulder and advised, these animals are fast and work well together. Since it's your first time in this world, Wang Tang, we should avoid taking too many risks. Just then, without warning, a poisonous snake lunged at Jin Ming. He spun around quickly to dodge it. In one swift motion, Jin Ming used his weapon to slice the snake in half, killing it instantly. Captain Lin, seeing this, rushed over and asked, are you all right? Still shaken and breathing heavily, Jin Ming replied, I'm fine, it was just a poisonous snake. No big deal. Captain Lin was about to respond when he suddenly noticed something in the distance and shouted, be careful. Without hesitation, he hurled his weapon toward the threat, but kept his attention focused on the danger coming from his left, as his instincts shifted to deal with the claws attacking his waist and abdomen. Jin Ming easily dodged the attack. The massive hammer slammed into the wolf's side, causing it intense pain. Blood splattered everywhere. However, they didn't realize that a pack of wolves was lurking in the shadows, watching them with fierce eyes. Captain Lin noticed them suddenly, his eyes widening in shock, paralyzed by fear. One of the wolves, filled with rage and bloodlust, charged toward them. But Captain Lin didn't retreat. He stood firm, ready to give orders and prepare for battle. Kill! Captain Lin shouted as he quickly grabbed the hammer, gripping it tightly in his hands. He swung the hammer, hitting the pack of wolves and causing them to suffer. Meanwhile, Jin Yu and Jin Ming combined their powers, creating an energy field around them. On the other side, Liu Yan, enjoying herself, decided to show off her expert shooting skills. She kept firing until the pack of wolves was almost wiped out and then paused to look at them. Liu Yan brought the gun close to her face, blowing the smoke from the barrel and coldly smirked. That was easy. Then she suddenly remembered something and turned, scanning the area. Oh no, I forgot about my little brother. Is Wang Tang okay? It wasn't until she saw that Wang Tang had already taken care of the wolves that she froze. Huh? It looked like he was exhausted from using too much energy. This alien beast was really strong. Luckily, I have a golden touch. Otherwise, I'd probably be done for. Liu Yan saw this and immediately complimented him. Not bad, little brother Wang. Your stamina and fighting ability are impressive. Hearing this, Wang Tang blushed and stammered, it's nothing really. Captain Lin joined the conversation, adding his own flair. How could the champion of the martial arts competition possibly be weak? He quickly urged everyone to pack up. All right, let's move fast. The smell of blood might attract other beasts here soon. Wang Tang, still recovering from exhaustion, opened the system and smiled while listening. Fu Boixiu had lost his wind element power, and his team members had lost their divine strength. Wang Teng's gaze turned thoughtfully toward Captain Lin. Asterisk, what a shame there's no reliance on gold power, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, Eve envied Lam Ji for the power of the Golden King for a long time, but it seems he didn't use elemental power to kill the wolves just now. He's truly ruthless, asterisk. Feeling drained, he stayed seated when suddenly a sound from the system caught his attention. Congratulations, a host has acquired the combat skill, Explosion Step. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Asterisk, so the combat skill was lost. Could this be a type of body technique? Seems like a good thing, asterisk. At that moment, Liu Yan sighed in relief. What a pity. None of the wolves had cores, did they? She approached Yang Fi and studied him quietly before adding, I guess we'll have to take their teeth and fur to sell. Jin Ming, overhearing, spoke up. They should have some value. Captain Lin turned to the group and announced, Everyone, I've decided that after tonight's rest, we'll head to the Valley of Wind. Liu Yan, looking surprised, turned to him and asked, Are we going to hunt the unicorn we saw last time? Isn't it a bit too soon? Captain Lin quickly explained, Initially, I planned to assign the mission to Wang Tang 2 days before departure, but after seeing his performance earlier, I think we can leave ahead of schedule. Liu Yan felt things were moving too quickly and immediately objected. Wait, she said, raising the concern about the risks of changing the plan. The Krillin is a top-tier 3-star divine beast, extremely cunning. Even if we work together, defeating it will be difficult. One wrong move, and we could end up dead. Wang Tang, who had been sitting quietly, was surprised to hear this but remained silent. Jin Ming, who had been about to turn toward Wang Tang, spoke up. That's right. I haven't introduced you to the dark misty forest yet. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Exactly, Wang Tang agreed, picking up a dry branch and drawing an illustration on the ground. The dark misty forest is divided into 3 zones, outer, middle, and inner. The innermost area is the forbidden zone at the core of this mysterious restricted area. The outer zone is home to 1-star and 3-star star beasts. The central zone holds 4 and 5-star creatures, while the inner zone contains 7 and 9-star beasts. Jin Ming paused briefly, glanced at Wang Tang, and continued, The terrain in the death zone is extremely harsh, dominated by star beasts that rule the area. He added, Each of these creatures is equivalent to a warrior of the same rank in the forbidden zone. That he sighed, but unfortunately, no one has ever survived to come back. Captain Lin spoke up again. Right now, we're in the outer zone with the Killin and some things we discovered from another world 3 days ago. At that time, we ran out of supplies and had to turn back to resupply. He grew serious. That Kylin is very talented and may be a star with a unique aura. If we manage to hunt it, we'll definitely make a lot of money. Then he turned to Wang Tang and asked, Wang Tang, what do you think? Wang Tang responded brightly, I'm fine with getting to know the Killin. But with the 3-star beasts, all I can do is help everyone fight and provide cover. Captain Lin, hearing this answer, became even more determined. In that case, we'll set off tomorrow morning for Wind Valley, he decided. Their firm voices echoed through the quiet forest. One morning, in the dense forest beside a cool, clear stream, strange noises broke the silence. It was a brown pig with a furry head and 2 sharp tusks. On the high cliff, Captain Lin glanced at the brown pig drinking from the stream, then turned to Wang Tang with an order. This Earth-scale pig is level 1. You handle it. Wang Tang simply nodded, accepting the command. All right, but inside, he couldn't help thinking. Looks like they're testing me. A moment later, the brown pig heard loud calls approaching. Hey, you Earth pig over there. The pig turned its head and quickly spotted a figure walking toward it with a grim expression. The figure drew a sword, and the blade sliced through the air in a sharp arc. Look at me, you dumb pig-headed fool. Suddenly, the brown pig's eyes glowed with an eerie red light. Its eyes went bloodshot, and it seemed to snap, charging at the figure with a terrifying growl, leaving a trail of thick smoke behind. Up on the cliff, Jin Yu absent-mindedly raised 2 small green branches to shield himself. What do you think? Do you think Wang Tang can easily take care of that Earth-scale pig? Captain Lin smiled confidently. I don't think it's a problem. How about we bet on how long it'll take him to deal with this piggy bank? Liu Yan, hearing the suggestion, eagerly joined in. What's the challenge here? She glanced at him and smiled with interest. How's the stone supply? She smiled back. All right, I'll guess 5 minutes. Jin Yu, wide-eyed, analyzed the situation with confusion. Wang Tang is really fast, but since we don't know his strength or how well he can break through defenses, I'll guess 10 minutes. Yang Fi rubbed his face and added his guess. I'll say 12 minutes. Jin Ming, excited, jumped in. I'll guess 9 minutes. At this point, Captain Lin chuckled softly. He turned to face the group. raised a finger and said, "I bet it'll be done in 1 minute. You guys can just wait to lose your bets." Meanwhile, Wang Tang stood still, his head lowered in deep thought, lost in silence. Then, at the crucial moment, he swiftly dodged the pig's violent charge. The ground erupted in a cloud of thick smoke. Wang Tang turned around, shouting angrily, "You guys are actually making me the subject of a bet." He then turned and looked up at the towering rock wall, raising his sword as he cursed loudly. "You unethical teammates." At that moment, the pig behind him lunged forward, attempting a blow that could shake the heavens. But Wang Tang was quick to dodge. His sword cut through the air effortlessly, and the pig missed, crashing heavily into the solid rock wall. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, sweating. "Why is this scale armor so hard? It's like iron. I can't break it." The pig with the long tusks lifted its head again, causing rocks to scatter and dust to fill the air. Wang Tang quickly sprang into action. Amid the thick smoke from the powerful attacks, Wang Tang watched intently, his gaze focused and calculating. The creature seemed to attack in only one way, with the most noticeable feature being its stomach. While the pig's head was still lodged in the solid mountain wall, Wang Tang pushed off with 1 foot, using the momentum to dash behind the pig, his eyes locked on its large, vulnerable rear. At the same time, the sword in his hand began to glow a bright blue. Wang Tang's eyes flickered with determination as he tightened his grip on the sword, the blue light shining brilliantly. The tip of the blade sent sharp blue ice shards slicing through the air, heading straight for the pig's rear. A flash of light burst from the heart of the mountains, followed by a roar that sent birds scattering in all directions. The sword, now covered in ice fragments, drove deep into the pig's rear. With a heavy thud, the creature collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Tang stood not far away, wiping his forehead absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Captain Lin, standing above, couldn't help but laugh. He turned to Liu Yan and Jin Ming, saying, "Ha ha, it hasn't even been a minute. Hurry up and dig up the war for the bet, everyone." Liu Yan brumbled in frustration. This kid actually used such a clever move. Shameless. Liu Yan, Jin Yu, and Yang Fei slid down the mountainside. Liu Yan approached Wang Tang, looking confused. "Why didn't you just attack directly with brute force earlier? Why go for that trick?" He scratched his head and gave an awkward chuckle. "I'll only save what I can. I'm just a soldier in Star Wars, so my strength is limited." She suddenly started sweating, lifting her hand to shield her eyes. Jin Yu heard Wang Tang talking to himself in front of her. "I think this move is really handy, right? We could use it again in the future. I'll call it the Millennial Killer." Before anyone could respond, Liu Yan suddenly shouted, "Don't use that move in front of us." At that moment, Yang Fei was crouching down, grinding the pig's tusks, and Captain Lin had come over. He laughed and gave a command. "Ha, all right, grab the tusks and scales from that earth pig, and let's get out of here." Then he abruptly turned his head as if he just realized something. Yang Fei was walking over, calmly holding something in his hand. "Oh, boss, I think I've found the core of the star." The pig's tusks were sliced off and placed on the ground. After rushing over to check Yang Fei's claim, everyone gasped and cheered. "It really is the core of the star. Wang Tang, your luck is unbelievable." Captain Lin then turned to Wang Tang and ordered, "Pack everything up. We can't let anything valuable, like money or items, get exposed. We need to move quickly to the Valley of Wind." Wang Tang seemed confused but nodded obediently. "Got it." Through the winding valleys amid swirling dust and smoke, the sounds of joy and cheers echoed. "So far, I've defeated 3 beasts, and 2 of them had spirit stones. My luck really is extraordinary, isn't it?" As Captain Lin walked through the valley, he suddenly stopped. His expression darkened, and he muttered, "It looks like someone has been here before." Jin Ming, standing behind, spoke up anxiously. "Someone definitely came here and left traces. Do you think our trip is going to be a waste?" Liu Yan, however, stayed calm and asked, "Should we continue deeper?" Just then, Yang Fei stepped forward, carefully analyzing the situation. "If the other party is still here and we run into them, there could be a tough fight. I wonder what kind of strength they have." Captain Lin turned around, his tone shifting from indifferent to confident. "We've come this far. Of course we should keep going. The great tiger battle never backs down." With that, he grabbed his large hammer with excitement and charged forward. The group quickly moved through the long ravine, while a figure on the high cliff above observed them from a distance. Captain Lin glanced back and gave a cautious order. "Everyone be ready to fight. The last time I saw the unicorn was just ahead, not too far. I'm not sure if it's still there." After speaking, he turned and continued on, unaware that someone was standing on the high cliff right above them. Suddenly, something shot up from the ground with such force that it made the earth shake. Wang Tang immediately sensed something heading toward them. He quickly looked in its direction. A streak of blue light, like a lightning bolt, shot straight at Liu Yan. Wang Tang shouted in panic, "Watch out!" Liu Yan froze for a moment, glancing at the oncoming object. Is it coming for me? Where can I run now? With a look of terror, Wang Teng urgently warned her. In the blink of an eye, he moved in front of Liu Yan, facing a massive energy sphere. Aware of the danger, Wang Teng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination as he gathered his strength, preparing to face it head-on. He delivered a precise sword strike aimed at the orb. The blade cut through the air in graceful arc before colliding with the orb, triggering a violent explosion of energy. A deafening roar echoed through the air, the ground shaking as smoke and dust filled the space. The force of the impact sent Wang Tang staggering backward, struggling to stay on his feet as he fought to keep his balance. His mind raced, urgently searching for a way out. Then he noticed something strange. A series of sharp, green projectiles were speeding toward him. He hadn't had time to react or defend himself. The projectiles struck and exploded on impact, sending up plumes of white smoke and scattering rocks and debris in every direction. Through the thick smoke, Wang Teng's figure emerged. Liu Yan, spotting him from a distance, hurried toward him, calling his name in panic. Wang Teng, she shouted, rushing to his side and grabbing him from behind. Her voice trembled with worry. Are you okay? Wang Teng gritted his teeth, pushing aside the pain as he answered, if it weren't for my combat armor and the protective energy shield, I'd be seriously injured. Relieved to see that he was safe, Liu Yan blushed, standing behind him with a shy smile. Thank you for saving me earlier. Wang Teng, still winded, replied with a weary frown. Now's not the time for polite words. As the smoke began to clear, he turned to look at his teammates, who were rushing toward him. They exchanged questioning glances. Is this the unicorn you were talking about? He asked. Everyone confirmed it. Standing before them was a massive white unicorn, its bright red eyes glowing fiercely, and a long, sharp horn rising from its head. They all nodded again, confirming that this was indeed the creature they had mentioned. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel confused, thinking to himself, asterisk, a rapid asterisk. Liu Yan, standing beside him, suddenly exclaimed, I didn't expect us to be ambushed by this creature. Just then, Jin Yu's eyes went wide in shock as she shouted, wait, it looks like it's injured. Blood started to ooze from the unicorn's left leg, soaking into a large patch of fur. Everyone turned their attention to the side and noticed bloodstains on its fur. Captain Lin quickly assessed the situation and saw a rare opportunity. He guessed the injury might have been caused by the group that had come before them. Even though the creature was hurt, it was still as dangerous as ever. With a yell, he raised his weapon and charged at the unicorn, shouting, let's finish it off while it's wounded. His hammer immediately grew larger, glowing with golden energy that matched its immense strength. The unicorn, however, was fast and agile. It dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the hammer that came crashing down at incredible speed. It leaped away with ease, leaving only scratches on the rock wall where it had been moments before. In an instant, the unicorn charged straight for Wang Tang and the others, ready for battle. Both sides faced off, preparing for a fierce, no-holds-barred fight to the death. Captain Lin, furious after the unicorn dodged his attack, planted one hand on the ground and swung his weapon again. But this time, his hammer didn't leave a mark on the unicorn's fur. Sweat dripped down his face as he gritted his teeth, growling quietly, die. Both sides stood in a tense standoff, their cold stares filled with a murderous intent, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, dark smoke began to swirl slowly around the area, creeping toward the battle. At that moment, countless fiery projectiles rained down, each one glowing brightly in red like a small fireball. They sliced through the air, carrying intense heat and crushing force, all aimed at the unicorn as they surged forward. The creature could only brace itself, enduring the relentless storm of deadly projectiles. Wang Tang turned in shock, stunned to see Liu Yan was the one firing. She gripped the machine gun firmly in both hands, unloading a steady stream of bullets without hesitation. Each fiery projectile shot out in rapid succession, lighting up the area with blinding brightness. Together, they poured all their strength into attacking the unicorn. Each hit wounded its body, with blood seeping through its thick skin, making it look pitiful. Captain Lin cheered, urging everyone to keep up the attack. The team members behind him were just as formidable. Yang Fi and Jin Ming quickly drew their weapons, launching powerful strikes at the unicorn. A massive boulder appeared, carrying the combined strength of both of them, hurling forward with terrifying speed and unstoppable force. The boulder surged through the air, just as destructive as the previous barrage of fire, charging at the unicorn with a violent shockwave. In just a few seconds, the two forces collided, creating a loud explosion that shook the ground. Thick plumes of smoke billowed into the air, and rocks and debris scattered everywhere. Wang Tang tightly shut his eyes, his hands hurriedly covering his face, trying to shield himself from the flying dust. Amid the chaos, he couldn't help but wonder, asterisk, once we deal with this, then what? Asterisk. But then, unexpectedly, the unicorn, realizing the danger, immediately turned and fled, leaving only a clear trail of green light behind. The onlookers screamed in unison, unable to believe what they were seeing. Not good, it's trying to break through our encirclement. In response to the loud shout, Wang Tang yelled, "Got it? Don't let it escape." He immediately unleashed a wave of X-Mer-Yang energy. As the powerful attack was about to land, the unicorn flinched at the force. It lowered its head as if quickly searching for a way to dodge. The unicorn quickly shifted from defense to offense, summoning all its strength and charging straight at Wang Tang. Without hesitation, Wang Tang launched a series of blue energy blasts, each one crashing toward the unicorn, fiercely countering every move it made. Luckily, one of the blasts hit its mark, striking the unicorn and making its body shudder from the impact, its face clearly affected. Noticing the sign of the attack, Captain Lin immediately shouted for everyone to take advantage of the moment, seeing that the unicorn had been pushed into a vulnerable position. Refusing to back down, the unicorn roared, gathering energy to form a massive blue sphere, which it shot from its mouth at an alarming speed. Seeing the danger, she was initially frozen with panic, her eyes wide with shock. She quickly shouted, "This is bad!" The unicorn poured all its strength into the attack, and the energy around it intensified, all flowing into the enormous sphere. The onlookers were horrified, trying to shield themselves, none daring to move. Someone yelled, "It wants to take us all down with it. Hurry, stop it." Liu Yan quickly turned, grabbed a gun, and began firing relentlessly at the unicorn. The sounds of explosions echoed around them, powerful and full of danger. Yang Fi also acted without hesitation, throwing a 2-meter-long stone club toward the unicorn with all his strength. The club flew through the air like a sharp arrow, heading straight for its target. The unicorn, bathed in a brilliant golden light, stood as the energy orb it had summoned continued to grow larger and larger, expanding with unstoppable force. It was then hit by a barrage of attacks in every color, forming an unrelenting wall of assault. In an effort to end the battle, Captain Lin lifted his enormous golden hammer high and prepared to bring it down on the unicorn, releasing a powerful aura. He shouted, "Get out of the way, leave this to me." At that critical moment, the unicorn made a final desperate decision. It gathered all its remaining strength and fired its last powerful energy blast toward Captain Lin, determined to fight back against the relentless onslaught. The two energy sources, one green and one yellow, collided with a mighty force, sparking an unforgiving battle where neither side would yield. A deafening explosion rang out after the impact. The ground cracked open deep rifts, splitting it apart as thick smoke poured up, swallowing the area and obscuring everything. Wang Tang stood frozen, shocked and terrified. He quickly raised his hand to shield himself, trying to protect himself from the chaos, silently cursing Gannett. After what felt like an eternity, the smoke began to clear. All that remained were the deep cracks in the stone floor, and no one else was in sight, only Wang Tang. He hurried through the dust cloud, coughing uncontrollably as he ran. Cough, cough. "Captain, are you all right?" Captain Lin, kneeling on the ground, answered, "I'm fine, just a light injury." He looked around and asked, "Is everyone else okay?" Yang Fi, holding a dirt shield large enough to protect both her and Jin Yu, waved her hand and called out, "We're here." Liu Yan responded, and the tension in the air was palpable. It seemed like everyone was okay. Captain Lin urged, "Let's go, let's see what happened to the unicorn, whether it's alive or not." The team moved toward the unicorn and found it lying motionless on the ground, blood scattered around it. As they got closer and still saw no movement, Captain Lin let out a sigh of relief. It looked like it was really dead. Yang Fi also breathed out. "That was a tough fight." Captain Lin grinned. "Mr. Yang, your turn now. Check if there's a star core inside." Yang Fi replied confidently, "No problem. Watch me." Wang Tang laughed. "Mr. Yang is about to become the team's butcher." Yang Fi chuckled. Liu Yan joined in, laughing. "Who told him he's good at this? Let's give him a bit of time." After a short while, the ground was covered in the unicorn's bones, flesh, and fur. Yang Fi shouted, "I found the star core." He pulled out a glowing star core with a green light and handed it to Captain Lin for inspection. Captain Lin was thrilled. "That's great. It's a 3-star star core. The energy from the star cores of these 3 beasts can sell for a huge amount of money." Suddenly, a light from inside the unicorn's body caught Yang Fi's attention. He gasped in shock. "Is that a starbone?" he exclaimed. "There's really a starbone." "Ha ha! Looks like our captain is about to get rich." Yang Fi cheered. Captain Lin immediately rushed over. "Is it true? Let me see." He couldn't help but laugh. "Captain, you're a top-tier warrior. It's just a starbone. Why are you so excited?" Captain Lin turned around and shot Wang Tang a sharp look. "You're easy to talk, huh? It's different when you're not the one doing the work. We spent years just trying to find a bone core like this, and here you are, acting like it's no big deal. Liu Yan added, you don't even realize how valuable a bone core is, do you? Wang Tang glanced at her and replied, of course I know. I did well in a martial arts exam, so the Education Bureau rewarded me with something like this bone core. Liu Yan was left speechless. What the hell? How can someone like you be so irritating? Yang Fi suddenly shouted in excitement, I got it. It's a real core bone. Captain Lin rushed over to the massive bone, which was bigger than his whole body. Let me see. Ancient star. It really is an ancient star. As he spoke, Captain Lin was practically drooling, rubbing his body against the bone. The rest of the team just stared at him, speechless. Wang Tang shivered slightly. Captain, your drool is literally dripping everywhere. He thought to himself, asterisk, his version of happiness is something else asterisk. Under the vast blue sky in the rift, the whole team was laughing and joking, filled with excitement. Wang Tang turned to the captain and asked, how much do you think this bone essence could sell for? Captain Lin replied, if we take it to the auction house, it should go for at least 700 to 800 million. It might even reach 1.1 billion. Wang Tang was stunned. It's worth that much? His expression darkened as he thought, asterisk, looks like director he was being pretty generous back then, asterisk. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the sky and a few bird feathers floated down. Wang Tang looked up in surprise, only to hear a voice. A man was standing atop a giant bird, saying, you're all pretty bold, daring to lay hands on something I've already set my eyes on. He shouted, this must be the one who tamed the unicorn. Is he trying to block us? Captain Lin furrowed his brows, carefully assessing the situation. The language being spoken was from the mainland, likely from a local native. Captain Lin tightened his grip on his weapon. Sensing that a fight was unavoidable, he raised his voice, you're being a bit much, aren't you? You didn't even kill the unicorn yourself, so why stop others from doing it? Jin Liu chuckled. Everything I see is mine by right. He looked down with obvious contempt, his gaze filled with disdain. What are you even supposed to be? Xiao Hai, take care of them. The large bird, Xiao Hai, flapped its wings furiously, sending powerful gusts of wind toward Wang Tang's group. The winds hit the ground with explosive force, kicking up dust in every direction. Wang Tang raised his arm to shield himself, squinting through the chaos. Luckily, Yang Fi had quickly set up an earth shield, protecting both Captain Lin and Wang Tang. Captain Lin muttered under his breath, damn it, another damn wind beast. Captain Liu Yan, take it down. Wang Tang, you're good with a bow, right? Hurry up and shoot it. Wang Tang knocked an arrow. Captain Lin kept barking orders while the others provided cover. The arrows zipped through the air toward the enemy, but the large bird easily dodged them. Liu Yan yelled, Captain, we missed. Captain Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his mind racing. What the hell is this guy? Why can't we hit him? Does he have some sort of protection? Jin Liu burst into laughter. Ha ha, you better hand over the goods now or today's the day you all die with no place to bury your heads. Captain Lin shouted back, you think we're scared of that little windblade? Kid, if you got guts, come down here. Stop hiding up there and pretending to be tough. You're just a coward. Jin Liu drew out a cannon and said, you're all really asking for it. Then he shouted, take one of my shells. A massive shell, packed with devastating power, shot toward Wang Tang's team. Captain Lin screamed, Fogbone, volcanic cannon, get out of the way. Yang Fi quickly reinforced the defense on his earth shield to protect his teammates. The shell exploded, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Panic surged in his chest as he realized just how powerful that shell was. This guy had some seriously deadly weapons. Jin Liu laughed wildly, relentlessly firing shells at Wang Tang's team. Ha ha, time to die. The smoke thickened, and as it started to clear between the two cliffs, huge craters had formed. Wang Tang groaned in pain, his body aching all over. He gasped for breath, barely alive. Wang Tang knelt on one knee, slamming his hand onto the ground. Damn it, I wonder how the captain and the others are holding up. A foot landed beside him. And yet, you still have a chance to survive. Jin Liu stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Wang Tang as if saying, you're lucky to be alive. He sneered, but sadly, your captain and teammates are all dead. Ha! Wang Tang frowned, feeling blood still trickling from the wound on his mouth. Jin Liu's face darkened as he raised his hand, offering a condition. Tell me what you took from that unicorn and who has it, and then I might consider helping you survive. Wang Tang forced himself to his feet. You were the one who killed them, he said through gritted teeth. Jin Liu stood still, arms crossed, not showing any sign of remorse. What's this? You want revenge? You better get a clear idea of the situation, or I'll make sure your death is a miserable one. Wang Tang clenched his jaw. How much longer was this old man going to talk? Jin Liu's eyes flashed with anger. How dare you call me an old man? Are you asking for death? He took a fighting stance, ready to strike at any moment. If you want to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish. Wang Tang's frown deepened. Now was the time. He swung his hand and a flash of blue light shot directly at Jin Liu. It was mental force. Stellar shuriken. Jin Liu hesitated for a split second, surprised by the attack. Mental force. Jin Liu spread his hands wide, a layer of golden energy surrounding his palms as he prepared to block the incoming blue light. He reached out to intercept it. Wang Tang commanded the light to scatter. The blue beam split into multiple smaller rays, all surrounding Jin Liu in a powerful shield. Jin Liu was knocked back by the force of Wang Tang's power. Wang Tang stood tall and steady, his brow furrowed, still bleeding from the wound on his mouth. You want to kill me? You're not strong enough. With that, he scooped Liu Yan up in a princess carry and walked toward the other members, who were lying on several mats. He let out a deep sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Everyone was badly hurt, unconscious, especially Yang Fei. Wang Tang thought. He looked at the bloodied legs wrapped tightly in thick bandages. Even the legs were seriously injured. Wang Tang sat down on the ground, resting his hand on his knee as he thought things over. A regular person couldn't possibly use fire god power. Could this kid actually be someone important after all? He closed his eyes and sighed. Well, what's done is done. He's dead. Nothing more to say. Absent-mindedly, he played with a golden ring that gave off a faint mystical glow. His mind kept running. Still, this space ring and the resources inside are pretty useful. This kid was loaded. I even got mid-level wind talent and skills from him. Wang Tang glanced at the system notification and started doing the math in his head. Considering the price tags for items at the martial arts guild, a high-level combat skill at the mysterious level would be worth hundreds of millions. The system chimed in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial art, wind spirit, and the combat skill, pure wind. Wang Tang stroked his chin, pleased with himself. This kid really came through with a lot of gear and skills. I guess he wasn't all bad. Maybe killing and looting is the fastest way to get rich, huh? Just then, a voice spoke from behind him. Haha, you should help Captain Lin up and check on how he's doing. Captain, you're awake? How are you feeling? Captain Lin responded, I can still talk. What about everyone else? How's everyone? They're all cold except for Yang Fei. Wang Tang quickly updated him on the condition of the rest of the group. It's all my fault. If I hadn't chosen to fight him, things wouldn't have gotten this bad, Captain Lin said, blaming himself. Wang Tang tried to reassure him. Captain, even if we had handed over the goods, they still wouldn't have let us go. Is that why you managed to save us? Captain Lin asked, looking at him in disbelief. Wang Tang wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. That kid thought everyone was already blown up by the bomb, so he didn't take us seriously. I ambushed him, and he ended up dead. Captain Lin and Wang Tang sat between two cliffs, the sun shining down on them, their shadows stretching out. Captain Lin put his arm around Wang Tang's shoulders. Is that so? Well, when they wake up, we'll go back together. The scene shifted. Downtown was being carried on her father's shoulder, with a woman with long golden hair walking beside them. The little girl was whining. Hugh, Dad, why are you crying? You're not disabled. You can still walk, right? Teacher Zhao hugged Dao Do and spoke softly, his voice tinged with regret. I wish I could spend more time with you in the future. Wang Tang watched from a distance, the sunlight warming his face. As he observed, he thought to himself, behind the image of a warrior, there is a huge risk. If I want to reach the top, I have to get stronger. His determination shone in his eyes. Wang Tang strapped his gear to his back and turned to leave. We shouldn't waste any more time. The main solution, probably to turn the looted materials into new weapons. At a shop called the Beastmaster's Store, Wang Tang stood staring at the sign, unsure if he had come to the right place. Is anyone here? I made an appointment a few days ago to come in for weapon crafting. Wang Tang stood outside, calling into the room while holding onto the door. The sound of a hammer striking metal echoed. Jai Shen swung his hammer, preparing to hit the metal again. He called out, Come at yourself. I'm in the middle of forging. Please wait a moment. He set the hammer down, leaving his work briefly to step outside. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, Jai Shen greeted Wang Tang warmly. Sorry about the wait. You've probably been standing out there for a while, huh? Wang Tang smiled politely and replied, It's fine, really. As he spoke, Jai Shen motioned for him to sit. Please take a seat. With a smile, he introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Zhishin. Wang Tang raised an eyebrow, his expression a bit confused, and responded with a hint of judgment. Lu Zhishin, that's an interesting name. Jai Shen let out a helpless sigh and said, It's a name I made up for myself. My master gave it to me. He then looked at Wang Tang and continued, I've gone over the blueprint for what you want crafted. Did you bring the materials? Hearing this, Wang Tang quickly reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the materials he had brought. He held up a ring with a green gemstone and placed it in front of Jishin. Jishin's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized it. He thought to himself, a spatial ring. Where did this kid get this? As Wang Tang set the ring on the table, a surge of light green energy shot out, illuminating the entire room. Jishin stared at it, captivated, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, this is impressive. With 2 of these, I could at least craft a 6-star meteorite cone." Wang Tang, hearing this, was curious and asked, "Sir, is it really possible to create a 6-star weapon?" Jishin smiled and replied, "Yes, but these 2 materials are only enough to serve as the main components. As for the accessories, would you like to buy them yourself, or would you prefer I help you find them?" He reached out and lightly touched the precious stones on the table. Wang Tang, while speaking, took out a pile of items from his spatial ring. "Please take a look and see if any of these could work." Among the items, a yellow treasure that looked like an orange rolled out. Jishin immediately took notice. "Ha!" He quickly recognized it and exclaimed, "This is the mystic golden essence within." Wang Tang was surprised that he knew about this and asked, "The mystic golden essence within? You know about this." He then added, "Is it really that rare?" Jishin examined it closely and explained, "This is an extremely rare metal with an exceptionally heavy weight. It's used to forge weapons for powerful warriors." Wang Tang held it in his hand but didn't feel like it was anything out of the ordinary. It felt heavy, sure, but not unusually so. "It doesn't seem that heavy. I think it's quite normal." Jishin chuckled and said, "Ha ha, try combining it with your elemental force." Wang Tang did as instructed and used his internal energy. Immediately, the weight of the mystic golden essence within increased dramatically. He couldn't hold on to it any longer, and it fell to the ground with a thud. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Wang Tang furrowed his brows, surprised by the sudden increase in weight, and thought to himself, "Is it really that heavy?" Jishin crossed his arms and explained, "In theory, the more elemental force you combine with it, the heavier it becomes. Its weight can increase at any time." After finishing his sentence, the man suddenly changed his tone, giving Wang Tang a friendly look. "Dear customer, are you selling the mystic golden essence within?" Without hesitation, Wang Tang gave a firm response that left the man frozen. "No, I'm not selling it." He then added, "Oh, I can't sell it to you. I want to use it to forge a weapon. Can you help me with that?" Jai Shen quickly agreed. "Of course, no problem. The mystic golden essence within is perfect for forging heavy weapons like battle axes, war hammers, or similar types." Wang Tang cut him off. "A brick wall. Help me build a brick wall." The man blinked, stunned and confused, unsure if he had heard correctly. Jai Shen immediately objected. No, blue incense brick is an insult to the mystic golden essence within. This is just too ridiculous." Wang Tang sighed in frustration. "Well, if that's not possible, I'll have to find a blacksmith." Jai Shen was left speechless by his boldness, and Wang Tang walked off without another word. Jai Shen looked up at the sky in exhaustion, then waved his hand as if saying goodbye. All right, I'll help you. Come back in 3 days to pick it up." Wang Tang quickly grabbed his bag and headed for the door, waving back at the man. "Thanks then, we'll meet again in 3 days." Ji Shen, completely helpless, muttered to himself, "Such a strange kid." After leaving Jai Shen's shop, Wang Tang hurried to the auction house. The place was opulent and filled with wealthy patrons. Wang Tang glanced around, knowing the auction was about to begin. He hoped the unicorn bone core would fetch a good price. Suddenly, the father and son slowly walked in through the door. Ying Cheng's father muttered, "I've done my best to get you an invitation letter to help you get ahead in life. You'll meet a lot of talented people soon." He turned around, his tone serious. "That Wang Tang guy is nothing. Don't waste your energy on him." Ying Cheng sighed and replied, "I know, next year I'll definitely get into a top university and make him regret everything." Just then, he noticed Wang Tang's figure standing nearby. The silver hair was unmistakable, and he shouted, "Dad, it's that famous Wang Tang." Ying Cheng's face twisted with anger, his fists clenched. It felt like bad luck was always finding him. His father remained calm and said, "Why are you shouting? You need to learn to stay focused." Then, with a critical glance, he added, "How did this kid get an invitation letter? Did Brother Wang invite him?" Ying Cheng lowered his head and apologized. "Sorry, Dad. I just couldn't control myself when I saw him." At that moment, Captain Yang noticed them. "Oh, Master Lin, you're here for the auction too?" Ying Cheng's father turned and recognized him. "Ah, Master Xi. I brought my son here to learn a bit. I assume you found some good items and came to bid, right?" Master Xi nodded. "Exactly. I'm looking for materials to forge weapons. Your son must be getting ready for the university entrance exams, right?" Referring to the martial arts test, Ying Cheng's father added, "He's a senior warrior. Unfortunately, This year during the martial arts exam, a dishonest student used underhanded tactics to force him to withdraw. So, he'll have to retake the exam next year. Captain Yang was surprised. Your son is really talented, but why are the students so ruthless? Did they really force him to quit the competition? Ying Cheng's father sighed, sounding helpless. Who says students can't be ruthless? Someone like that becoming the champion? What a joke. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward a person. It was Wang Tang. There's an auction today too. When we met earlier, he didn't even bother to acknowledge me. Even if he's a warrior, that kind of arrogance is too much. Captain Yang chuckled softly and glanced at him. Haha, plenty of rookies are like that. Once they become warriors, they lose all sense of humility. Ying Cheng's father smiled in agreement. Master C is right. That Wang Tang guy, he's bound to run into trouble sooner or later. Who knows, he might even end up getting himself killed. With that, he led the way with Captain Yang toward the auction hall. Humph, let's head to the auction first. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was absent-mindedly munching on biscuits, deep in thought. The auction was about to start, but where was Captain Lin? Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, pulling him out of his thoughts. Xiao Teng Day, is that you? The moment he heard the voice, his body tensed. He turned cautiously, then froze. That voice, the way she addresses me. Don't tell me it's asterisk her asterisk. The she-devil. Sei Huiyan smiled and waved at him. Wang Tang blurted out, Sister Si Hui, what are you doing here? She suddenly raised her voice in anger. I should be asking asterisk, you asterisk that. I had to get my little brother to track you down. You don't even answer your messages anymore. What now that you're the #1 martial arts master? You think you're too good for everyone. Wang Tang felt a bit confused as he explained, I've been pretty busy lately and just got back. Did you send me a message? My phone was off, so I didn't see it. Si Hui, shivering for the cold, asked, why does it sound like you're lying? Oh, and why have you lost so much weight? All right, I'll deal with you when I get back. Just then, a group of people approached from the distance and spoke up. Sai Hui, is this the top scholar from the Donghai martial arts exam you keep talking about? Your childhood sweetheart? Si Hui looked at them and smiled. Yep, this is him. As for childhood sweetheart, that's just someone who used to follow me around. Wang Tang's face clearly showed his frustration. He was really annoyed. Damn it, who's this kid they keep calling me? Jai Long smiled and looked at Wang Tang. If you're a friend of Sai Hui, you're a friend of Si Jai Long too. Nice to meet you, kid. You should come with us. If we run into any higher-ups, it could be a big problem. Wang Tang remained expressionless, thinking to himself, Sai Hu can call me a kid. We're close, but who the hell are you to call me kid? He immediately turned and walked away, waving his hand. No need. I'm waiting for my friend. Jai Long was furious and cursed inwardly. What's wrong with this kid? I wanted to impress Sai Hui through him. But now, suddenly a voice called out from behind, catching his attention. Jai Long froze and shouted loudly, eldest uncle. He quickly approached their group and asked, is it really you, kiddo? Is this your classmate? Jai Long smiled as he looked at eldest uncle. Yes, they're all my classmates from Jiangnan University. Then he glanced at Wang Tang, his tone turning a bit colder. But this one here is Wang Tang, the top fighter in the martial arts exam in East China. He looks down on regular students like us. After saying this, Jai Long quickly turned around, his voice sharp with anger as he called out to Wang Tang. Wang Tang is Master C, a third-level warrior. Why did you bow and greet him when you saw him? The people around them gasped in surprise, their voices filled with shock. A third-level warrior? I can't believe we're meeting him here. Wang Tang adjusted his tie, responding politely. As for me, what do I even matter? There are plenty of important people here. I'm just the lowest among them. I heard you have some past issues with Lai Ying Cheng. Did you take your revenge on him in the martial arts exam and force him to withdraw? Jai Long was even more surprised when he heard this and turned to his eldest uncle asking, is that really true? For a moment, Jai Long's face twisted with disdain. He spat on the ground and said, this kid is so arrogant and self-centered. I never imagined his heart was so dark. Si Hui, who had been standing outside, couldn't take it anymore and spoke up in defense of Wang Tang. That's impossible. Wang Tang isn't like that. Jai Long's voice grew stern as he gently explained, Sai Hui, you may know the person, but not their heart. How can you be so sure he's not like that? Jai Long's expression darkened, and he gave him a sharp, challenging look. Wang Tang, tell me, are you the one who caused Lai Ying Cheng to drop out of the exam? A man should speak honestly. Wang Tang, casually eating a piece of bread, turned around when he heard the accusation. Still holding the food in his hand, he looked at them calmly and asked, did Lai Ying Cheng say that? Jai Long's eldest uncle glared at him. It wasn't clear who had spoken, but the fact that someone so young could be so cruel was unsettling. If he grew to be a powerful warrior, he would undoubtedly be a huge threat. Wang Tang remained calm, snapping back. Even if I really were cruel, what does it have to do with you? His tone grew sharper. I don't even know you, and you're coming at me with all this nonsense. After that, his gaze hardened, his eyes cold as steel as he demanded, Who gave you the right to speak to me like that? Jai Long, now boiling with anger, shouted, Wang Tang, do you even know what it means to respect your elders? He yelled furious, I'm trying to help you, and yet you dare to yell at me? Do you even deserve to be a top scholar? Wang Tang was fed up with their unreasonable behavior and retorted, You don't even know what's true or false, yet you're here lecturing me without a second thought, and now you're questioning if I deserve to be a top scholar. Still arguing, Jai Long raised his voice. Why not question it? The top scorer in the college entrance exam should be well-rounded in morality, intelligence, and physical strength, not like you. What makes you think you deserve it? Sai Hui, her anger rising, interrupted. That's enough. See, Jai Long, you've gone too far. Jai Long, fuming, slapped his chest and shot back. Am I crossing the line? Didn't Wang Tang just insult me like that? Isn't that crossing the line? His anger only grew. How ridiculous. Sai Hui is still defending this kid. Eldest Uncle Jai Long finally spoke up. Jai Long, enough. You and Wang Tang are friends, but I'm afraid you've both fallen into the same category. Stay away from her. He spoke with the authority of an elder, scolding him firmly. Wang Tang, you're just looking out for yourself. Your words are quick now, but you'll regret it when you're out there. Just then, Captain Lin appeared, speaking sharply. I hope that's not a threat against any members of my team. He walked over to Wang Tang and casually threw an arm over his shoulder. Kid, you're hiding here eating again, and we had to go looking for you. He sighed and added, It's not my fault you guys are late. I couldn't wait any longer. Since I was here, I figured I'd just sit down and grab a bite. Eldest Uncle Jai Long immediately recognized who had arrived and was visibly surprised. Captain Lin of the Tiger team patted Wang Tang on the shoulder, grinning. Isn't this an old acquaintance of Si-kun? Come on, tell me, did you just threaten one of our team members? The man, now losing his patience, raised his voice. What are you talking about? Wang Tang just graduated from high school. How could he be a member of your team? Don't go looking for trouble. You really think I'm scared of you? Captain Lin raised an eyebrow and replied, You don't believe it. Wang Tang was assigned to our team by the owner. His tone became more serious. So, what if that's the case? I was just trying to remind him to be a good person, so he won't regret it later. As he spoke, he thought to himself, Asterisk, this kid actually caught the attention of the owner. Now we're in trouble, asterisk. Captain Lin let out a faint laugh. Ha ha, didn't you say something completely different earlier? Wang Tang, standing next to him, also sneered exactly. Liu Yan, standing behind them with an intense, cold aura, spoke up, addressing Wang Tang as little brother. What trouble did this old man cause for you? Tell he will deal with it for you. Wang Tang answered, Well, after the martial arts exam, Lai Ying-cheng and his people tried to cause trouble, but they failed and I ended up beating them. Now he's just trying to get back at me. Captain Lin cursed in annoyance. You old fool, you don't even understand who's who, and you're already trying to give advice. I think you're getting confused. He angrily turned to face them, feeling like they were leading him around. Asterisk, they're tricking me again, asterisk. Ying-cheng nervously stammered, Please calm down. He scratched his head, lowering his tone. Captain Lin, today's situation is my fault. Lin, clearly displeased, muttered one word. Mem. Uncle Jai Long glared at him, his face darkening. What do you expect me to do about it? Captain Lin smiled. Sorry, Wang Tang. Go ahead, accept the compensation for emotional distress or do something for him. Ying Cheng snapped. Are you trying to extort me? This is an auction house, not a charity. If I don't pay, what can you do to me? Wang Tang answered casually, Right now, nothing. But once you leave here, who knows? Finishing his words, eldest Uncle Jai Long quickly waved his hand and tossed something toward Wang Tang. His voice trembled as he said, all right, here are a few people, and this is 30 origin stones. Wang Tang caught the bag of money and walked straight up to him, still clearly upset about the earlier exchange. As he casually put the bag away, he sarcastically remarked, Is that all? Is that really all a 3-star warrior is worth? Captain Lin also joined in with a wicked laugh. Yeah, that's too little. Add 20 more, make it 50. Jai Long's face darkened with anger at their demands. 50? Why don't you just go rob someone? Captain Lin's expression turned cold, but his smile still lingered, making everyone around him uneasy. You said it. When the time comes, it won't just be 50. Fuming, eldest Uncle Jai Long spun around and began to walk away. All right, we'll head to Japan for a while. Jai Long quickly rushed after him. Eldest uncle, wait for me. Captain Lin gave Wang Tang a faint smile. It's time. Let's go. The person in charge has arranged a private box for us. Okay, Wang Teng replied. Turning to Sai Hui, he said, I need to go with my teammates now. She simply nodded. Around them, people were murmuring in admiration. An exclusive box. Sai Hui, your friend and his team are something else. I'm really jealous. She softly called out, Wang Teng. Si Hui stood there watching him leave. A hint of sadness crossed her face as she wondered why everything felt so unfamiliar now. The atmosphere in the auction room grew even hotter. Bids rang out, each one louder than the last. 20 million, 50 million, 100 million. A shadow stood silently on the observation deck, watching everything unfold below, the constant shouting echoing from the crowd. 200 million. Captain Lin couldn't help but sigh. There were so many rich people in the world, why couldn't I be one of them? Behind him, Wang Teng also sighed, responding, Yeah, the price they're offering makes me wonder if it's real money or just paper. At that moment, the host below suddenly raised his voice. The next item up for auction is something many of you have been eagerly waiting for. That's right, this was just acquired from another world. The seventh and final auction item is the Wind Element Star Beast. 3-star true Killing Essence Bone. As soon as the words were out, a fragment of a Killing Bone appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd below began to murmur. The Essence Bone of a 3-star Wind Element Star Beast Killing must be worth a fortune. I have to have it. Ha! Don't even think about bidding against me. That Essence Bone is as good as mine. The host, holding the microphone, shouted over the noise. Enough chatter. The starting bid for this Essence Bone is 500 million. Each bid must increase by at least 10 million. The auction began. Paddle cards shot up around the room with numbers that made everyone's head spin minus 500 million, 550 million, 600 million. Each bid echoed loudly. Wang Teng and Captain Lin kept their eyes on the auction below. Wang Teng's face showed a look of disbelief as he sighed. Wow, this is insane. These people are crazy. Captain Lin chuckled and reminded him, Hey, you're also increasing our assets here. Below the stands, Jin Yu's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Liu Yan, Liu Yan. Liu Yan, beside her, also shouted, We're getting rich. When we have money, we'll buy, buy, buy. The two of them hugged each other, bursting with joy and excitement. Jin Yu eagerly added, It's been so long since we went shopping. My hands are itching to buy something. A few minutes later, the price kept climbing. 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion. Wang Teng, curious, stepped outside to take a look. The scene below was chaotic, and the price surged past 1.5 billion. Wang Teng couldn't help but mutter in amazement, Is this what the world of the rich looks like? The voice over the speaker continued, 1.6 billion. Finally, a loud voice rang out, 2 billion. This stunned everyone nearby. What's going on? The auctioneer quickly slammed the gavel down, announcing, Sold, 2 billion. The Essence Stone has been claimed by the VIP in box number 8. Jin Ming jumped up and down, shouting, We're rich. Captain Lin also cheered, Big spender, you're amazing. The auctioneer quickly tried to calm the crowd. All right, everyone, the final item of today's auction is... Before he could finish, the building suddenly shook violently, stemming the audience into a panic. What's happening? What's going on? A voice echoed from outside. Long live the truth. In that moment, everyone realized what was happening. It was the Truth faction. Be careful. The crowd began to push and shove, all eager to escape as quickly as possible. Activate the tremor control. Get out of the building now. Captain Lin shouted toward Wang Teng. He's an evil follower of the Truth cult. Grab your weapons. We need to get out of here fast. Wang Teng and his brute quickly followed Captain Lin's lead. He urged them, grab your weapons and get ready for battle. A green blade barrier quickly surrounded the building. Outside, a fierce battle was already raging. Long live the truth! Death to the ignorant! Kill and all! Shouted a voice. Suddenly, Captain Lin's hammer came flying in from nowhere at incredible speed, crashing into the ground. The impact shattered the earth and sent enemies flying into the air. They turned toward Wang Teng's group and yelled, Another fool has escaped. Kill them. The man in the black mask narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of murderous intent, and said coldly, Foolish masses embrace death. A dark aura spread around him. Captain Lin tightened his grip on his hammer, ready for a strike, and shouted, Everyone scatter. Then he and the masked man charged at each other. When their weapons collided, the force was immense. Though it was overwhelming, Captain Lin gritted his teeth and said to the masked man, Not bad. But you don't have enough strength. The masked man scoffed, Not enough. Try me and see. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad figures pursued Liu Yan and Wang Teng. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Liu Yan fired a shot behind her and called out, Wang Teng, cover me. She unleashed a storm of bullets at their pursuers, hitting several of them who could dodge in time. One of the men in black quickly weaved through the intense barrage of bullets coming from her. He thought to himself, this woman is troublesome. She has to be dealt with first. Suddenly, it seemed like he realized something. Without hesitation, he launched an attack toward Wang Tang's position, his voice shaking with frustration. Get lost. Wang Tang's surprise attack had failed instantly, making him grit his teeth. Before he could think any further, another sword strike came straight at him. He gathered his strength and blocked it just in time. A loud explosion rang out, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. In the thick cloud of smoke, Wang Tang was pushed back by the shockwave. Struggling to regain his footing, he thought, a level 3 warrior. I'm only one level below him, but I never expected the power gap to be this big. The man in black slowly approached Wang Tang, his voice growing colder. A mere 2-star warrior? Who gave you the courage to act like this? Out of nowhere, an attack shot through the air like a red arrow aimed straight at the man in black. He dodged quickly, narrowly avoiding Liu Yan's long-range strike. The close call only seemed to make him more furious. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to her, catching her by surprise. Overcome with rage, he charged toward her, sneering as he spoke, "Girl, you're playing with fire." That's when Wang Tang finally reacted. His eyes widened as he shouted at the man, "Bastard, your opponent is me." He quickly gathered his strength and pushed off the ground, sending rocks and debris flying around him as he leaped into the air. In an instant, he was standing between the two of them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at the man in black, saying, "Your opponent is me." Finishing his words, he quickly raised his sword and struck at the man. The figure in black reacted fast, managing to block Wang Tang's strike just in time. He then stepped back a few paces, deliberately putting some distance between them to avoid being forced into a defensive position. Furious, the man in black charged straight at Wang Tang. "How dare you, kid, try to play the hero? I'll teach you a lesson." But Wang Tang was just as fierce. His entire body radiated a powerful surge of energy as he glared at the man, warning him, "A tiger doesn't boast." Without missing a beat, Wang Tang countered, swinging his blade at the man and shouting, "Do you think I'm a sick cat?" Wang Tang's relentless assault left the man in black scrambling to react. His sword slipped from his hand, and now it was he who seemed to be the one on the run. The black-clad man fell to the ground, spitting blood, and his mask came off. Groaning in pain, he cursed under his breath. Damned. He glared at Wang Tang, who was now surrounded by dark energy. The man stood up, ready to fight back, but before he could finish his words, a purple bruise quickly spread across his face. Clutching his face in agony, he staggered, mumbling, "What should I do? What should I do?" Then it hit him. He had been poisoned. Refusing to accept his fate, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "You used poison. Damn it, I can't get rid of the toxins." Before collapsing, the man cursed Wang Tang one last time, calling him a coward. Then he lost consciousness. Wang Tang exhaled a heavy sigh. He was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted, as he took in the situation. The poison from the lotus was still as potent as ever. Liu Yan slowly approached him and offered a compliment. "You wouldn't guess it, but your kid is pretty ruthless." He smiled, scratching the back of his head. "I wouldn't say that. I'm just a kind-hearted, good person. I wouldn't even harm a chicken. People even call me the guy who doesn't kill chickens." She watched him lie without flinching, her expression filled with suspicion and doubt. "I believe your head." Liu Yan suddenly turned around, her eyes landing on the man in black. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ha!" Liu Yan thought to herself, "Why is this guy's face so dark? Is it the poison?" After a moment, she narrowed her eyes and muttered under her breath, "How does this kid know how to use poison?" Wang Tang smiled and explained, "I'm an upright person. Everything I do is just to defeat my enemies." Hearing that, Liu Yan didn't ask any more questions. Before she left, she gave a final remark. "I'll go help the captain. You stay here and rest." Wang Tang waved at her, replying, "All right." Once Liu Yan was gone, he activated the system, excitement in his voice. Oh wow, it was totally worth it. The talent for water manipulation and that mysterious inspection technique. A stream of attributes flowed from the group in black toward Wang Tang. Awesome. This feeling of getting stronger. There are so many attributes on the ground. Once I collect them all, I'll go meet their captain. On this side, Captain Lin delivered a powerful strike, causing the ground to split open immediately, breaking into pieces. Wang Tang stepped forward and softly called out, "Captain." Captain Lin turned and replied, "We finally dealt with it. Let's get out of here quickly." Then he added cautiously, "I'm not sure if these rogues will call for reinforcements." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out behind them, followed by a pillar of light shooting up into the sky. Captain Lin stood there confused and shouted, "What is that?" From a distance, someone shouted, "Ango Wu Master has fallen. Run." If someone at Wu Master's level can't handle them, then we're no match for them. Wang Tang turned to Captain Lin and said, "Someone has fallen." Captain Lin replied, "Let's go quickly." A group of people in black was chasing another group, showing no mercy as they killed everyone in their path. "Hey." One of them raised a sigh, his voice filled with malice as he said, "Die." Si Hui was terrified, thinking desperately, "My body won't move. Am I going to die?" Suddenly, a streak of blue light shot toward them at incredible speed, heading straight for the black-clad man. It struck him just in time, saving Si Hui from danger. She stared in amazement at the young man in front of her. Asterisk Wang Tang, how is Wang Tang so strong? Even stronger than the senior students asterisk. He shouted loudly to her, "Go ahead, find the seniors first." Si Hui, anxious, replied, "No, I can't leave you behind." Wang Tang blocked their sudden attack, but he didn't forget to urge her. "Staying here will only get in the way. Hurry up and go." While Wang Tang was distracted, another man in black appeared behind him, planning to strike. Si Hui seemed to sense something, her face full of concern as she shouted at Wang Tang, "Be careful." From behind, a gunshot rang out from a distance, heading straight toward them. The bullet quickly pierced the head of one of the men in black, stopping the sneak attack in its tracks. Just in time, Captain Lin and Liu Yan arrived and joined Wang Tang. "I knew you guys would back me up," Wang Tang said. "Quick, handle this," Liu Yan urged. He then turned to Si Hui. "Si Hui, you need to go. My team and I still have things to take care of, so we can't go with you." Si Hui's face darkened, her thoughts unclear. She quietly replied, "Okay, stay safe." Captain Lin turned to Wang Tang and said, "This deal has been a huge loss. Thankfully, Ancient Star was sold, and we got the information we needed." He exhaled deeply. Truth always ends up helping the wrong people. It's a good thing we have those 7-star warriors with us, or today could have been disastrous. He added, "I'll transfer the payment for Ancient Star to everyone later. Don't spend it on useless things. Keep it simple." Xin Yu and Liu Yan's faces grew tense at his words. "Huff, I know. Men talk too much. Fine." Captain Lin then turned to Wang Tang and said, "Little brother, you should head home. This has nothing to do with those lunatics." Wang Tang immediately turned and walked in the opposite direction, responding, "Yeah, I know, Captain." His expression suddenly turned serious. The attribute bubbles from a warrior-level powerhouse were so rare. "I need to go back and take another look." "Sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to deceive you." Switching scenes, outside the auction house, the police had already surrounded the area and sealed off all the entrances and exits. Wang Tang blended into the crowd, observing quietly. "With this outfit, no one should recognize me, right? But the trade route's blocked off, so it looks like I can't get in." As he was wondering what to do, a voice suddenly cut through the air, drawing his attention. "What should we do?" "Huh?" Wang Tang glanced over at them, quietly thinking they were probably the young man who had been mumbling earlier. "What should we do?" Suddenly, he noticed Wang Tang standing nearby. "Ah!" The young man stepped forward, politely asking, "Brother, which department are you from?" Wang Tang didn't even turn to look. He coldly replied, "Which department are you from? Do you even know the rules? How dare you ask so casually?" Inside, Wang Tang was panicking, afraid of being exposed. "Damn it, do I really have to run into people like this?" The young man immediately lowered his head to apologize, speaking softly, "I was rude. I'm new, so there are still a lot of rules I don't know." Wang Tang reminded him, "All right, go back to your work. We're both dressed like this, don't you see?" The young man couldn't help but admire. "Brother, you really know what you're doing. You think much more deeply than I do." Finishing his sentence, the young man quickly ran off to catch up with someone else. Before he left, he said, "I'll have first. See you tonight at 8 o'clock at the abandoned house on the southern outskirts." A wave of unease hit Wang Tang as he realized he just overheard when and where these troublemakers would be meeting. He glanced around cautiously. "No, I can't just leave like this." He decided to move to the other side and see if he could find any more of those strange bubbles. Then he saw it, a large red bubble glowing faintly, almost like a gemstone. Wang Tang's heart raced as he reached out for it, excitedly saying, "Just as I thought, it didn't disappoint. A big bubble like this must be from someone really powerful." The moment his hand touched the bubble, he was stunned. A system panel immediately appeared before him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the advanced swordsmanship talent of Earth. Wang Tang's joy was overwhelming. He couldn't help but shout, "Wow." Then with a tight fist, he added, "With this advanced swordsmanship, I'll be able to master different sword techniques quickly. The 13 sword styles, the blood sword, all of it. Missing out on these bubbles would be like losing billions of dollars. Money couldn't buy this kind of opportunity." His mind wandered back to the group of people he'd overheard, and he silently promised himself, "I'll be a good person. Time to do something right." Soon after, a group of suspicious-looking individuals arrived, holding flashlights and scanning the area nervously. Has anyone been in here recently? One of them pointed to the other side. Look, it seems like something's written here. The person slowly walked over, took the note Wang Tang had left, and read it aloud. 8 p.m. tonight at the abandoned warehouse district, the villainous faction. Another member of the group, clearly unsure, asked, "Is this real or fake?" The rest of the group shared the same confusion, unsure whether it was genuine. They decided to report it up the chain. This wasn't something they could handle themselves. The scene shifted. Wang Tang had arrived at Jishin's blacksmith shop. Jishin didn't seem surprised to see him. Finally made it, huh? He tossed a white suitcase over to Wang Tang. The weapons and bricks you asked for are ready. He explained the meteorite helmet is now an advanced weapon. Wang Tang, listening intently, opened the suitcase. A bright flash of light hit his eyes. Inside, there were two remarkable items, a dart and a golden brick. Jishin chuckled. Ha ha! And we even have some low-level 5-star items. Wang Tang's eyes gleamed as he admired the treasures before him. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "These are exactly what I needed. Master Lu's skills are incredible." Jishin grinned. Ha ha! Master Lu's reputation speaks for itself. We don't just use it to trip people. Wang Tang stepped out of the blacksmith shop, already planning his next move. Tonight, he would sneak into the villains' meeting and at the same time test how well the weapons worked. Meanwhile, in another abandoned building, empty and lifeless, someone slowly approached. The two men in black crouched behind a secluded spot, whispering to each other. I didn't expect them to actually gather here and reinforce the ambush around the area. They silently thanked Wang Tang. With so many of them here, if they could capture them all, it would be a huge accomplishment. Whoever tipped them off was definitely doing them a favor. It seemed like they were about to make a big move. They were still basking in their good fortune. Meanwhile, not far off, Wang Tang crouched on a tree branch, overhearing everything. He watched them, feeling secretly smug. Huff, as long as they know I'm the one who gave them the chance to make a great contribution. Don't be too slow now, let me find something to keep you busy so you're not sitting idle. With that thought in mind, he focused his energy and manipulated a stone. Wang Tang swiftly waved his hand, sending the stone flying toward the abandoned building. It crashed loudly against the rolling shutter door, breaking the silence of the night. Immediately, two people burst out of the building shouting, "Go around and check. Stay alert for any ambushes." The two men hiding nearby sprang into action, no longer able to sit still. The fight was about to begin. The fuse had been lit, and the detonator was set in motion. Moments later, a loud explosion shook the area. The two sides quickly collided, gunfire erupting in a continuous barrage as though a full-blown war had broken out. Wang Tang surveyed the scene, stunned by the level of destruction. He couldn't help but be amazed. "Damn," Wang Tang muttered, watching the chaos unfold. "This kind of thing only happens in gangster movies. This is wild." Suddenly, he noticed some movement nearby and turned to look. Two men in black are running away from the battle. Wang Tang quickly assessed the situation. Had anyone slipped past? The two men were breathing heavily, glancing around nervously. "No one's chasing us, right? Looks like they haven't noticed us. What should we do now?" From nearby, Wang Tang overheard their conversation and smiled faintly, as if he was plotting something. Huh. Wang Tang stood on a tree branch, a small flame flickering in his hand. The two men were so worn out that they didn't notice him. When he thought the time was right, Wang Tang jumped down, holding the yellow brick he had just taken from Zai Shen. He shouted loudly, "Die!" A group of men in black, holding flashlights, moved cautiously through the area. One of them called out to another, "Captain, I think there's something over here." The other responded, "On my way." When they arrived to investigate, they found only another group of men in black, lying unconscious on the ground, looking miserable. One of the young men sighed in relief. There, I think whatever's in the shadows might actually be helping us." Maybe. Perhaps this lord really does have deep virtue and merit. As they continued to speculate about Wang Tang. On his end, Wang Tang suddenly shivered. He turned around, wondering who might be talking about him. But he didn't dwell on it. He calmed his mind. Tomorrow, he would be visiting another world to see what awaited him. The scene shifts to a different location. It's evening now, and Wang Tang arrives at a tall white tower. He immediately teleports to its base, having changed into a new outfit that allows for easier movement. Wang Tang gazed at the blue gas orb in his hand, letting out a sigh. I don't know when I'll ever save enough of my natural resources. He looked toward the tower, pondering. He knew that outsiders couldn't pass through the crack, and people from both Earth and the stars were waiting. His curiosity grew. There were also a lot of weapons set up around the crack. What exactly were they preparing for? Wang Tang gently pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Instantly, someone noticed him. Isn't that the rookie from Team Lin? What's he doing here alone? Another person responded, Captain Lin's team lost a member last time, so they're probably resting for a while. They watched him walk toward the counter, speculating this fool must be off on some adventure by himself. Wang Tang approached the counter and spoke to the attendant. I'd like to rent a heavy armored vehicle. The attendant looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? It's very dangerous to go alone. Wang Tang smiled at the concern. Thanks for looking out for me, but I've thought it through. With that, the attendant handed him a key. All right, here's the key. If the vehicle gets damaged, you'll be responsible for compensation. Wang Tang politely nodded. Thank you. Then he left, driving the vehicle along the mountain road. He read the piece of paper in his hand. In a nearby town, a mixed group of warriors from various backgrounds had been using the cover of night to quietly slip into the forest. The vehicle soon arrived at the edge of the forest, just as the paper had described. Wang Tang parked outside and, carrying the black box, ventured into the forest alone. As he stepped deeper, something felt wrong, like someone was watching him. Huh? He shifted his position immediately, moving so fast that his movement couldn't be followed with the eyes. As soon as they realized he was gone, the two assassins were left standing in confusion. Where did the kid go? Damn, he's fast. One of them muttered. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Wang Tang had already moved to a branch nearby, watching them carefully. He spoke up, Boss, what should we do? The other replied, What do you mean, what should we do? Split up and search, he said, narrowing his eyes. These people had to be the ones who had been tailing him when he passed through the town earlier, right? The leader immediately gave orders to his subordinates. Split up and search, then report back quickly once they found him. The sounds of their movement faded as they disappeared into the forest. Understood. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes as he observed them. These three must be at the first level of martial artists. I'm curious to see what kind of skills they have to chase after me. After a while, the leader muttered to himself, growing frustrated at how long his subordinates had been gone. Where did those two go? Has anyone found that kid yet? No sooner had he spoken than Wang Tang suddenly appeared behind him, grinning with a dark, almost terrifying smile. Looking for me? The leader jumped, quickly glancing behind him. When he turned around, Wang Tang had already leaped in the opposite direction, out of his line of sight. A powerful slash came down, fast as lightning, with a soft sound of wind being torn through the air. The strike landed and hit the leader in the back, ending his life instantly. Wang Tang watched him closely. This man was strong, but the other two were weaker. Would they use the same method to kill him? The two subordinates finally turned around, panic in their voices as they asked, How's the boss? When they saw their boss was dead, one of them screamed in shock, Boss. The two of them were thrown into complete chaos, staring at each other, confused and asking, What just happened? In that moment, a golden flash streaked across the sky, heading straight for them. It pierced through one of the subordinates' bodies, causing him to cry out in pain. The other man froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? What was that? The stillness of the night was broken by the desperate scream, echoing through the mountains and forests. Wang Tang swiftly dropped to the ground where he had already dealt with the three assassins. A cold smile tugged at his lips as his meteorite helmet merged with the dark star bone, almost transforming him into a silent predator of the night. A small throwing dart appeared in his hand, its fiery red flame flickering. He muttered, Time to level up like crazy. A month later, Wang Tang sat high up in a tree, looking at the system interface. Every combat skill was now perfected, and his destructive power was almost flawless. Reaching a 3-star attribute boost so quickly meant that if he faced a 4-star warrior now, he wouldn't be afraid. A loud noise grabbed Wang Tang's attention. He quickly turned his head toward the sound, sensing something was off. He watched a group of people running desperately, and couldn't help but wonder, why are they in such a hurry? Did someone run into a star beast? No. Wait, why do I only hear footsteps? The group was fleeing from a stream of purple gas that was following them fast. One of them yelled, Hurry! Wang Tang observed them closely, recognizing the language they were speaking. It sounded like an alien warrior team. The dark purple gas was chasing them at an alarming speed. It quickly wrapped around one person's leg, causing him to trip and fall. Ah! The others screamed in terror, shouting, Run, hurry! The one caught by the gas reached out to his teammates for help, but his body was quickly melting away. Help me! Wang Tang's eyes widened in shock. His pupils contracted. What was that? He couldn't even see it clearly. He immediately activated his skill to improve his vision, tracking the distant purple shadow. When he finally saw it clearly, Wang Tang froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. In the distance, there was a strange, formless creature. He recognized it with shock. It was made of dark light energy. Wang Tang stared at it, stunned. After a moment, he whispered, What is that? The group of people had gathered in a tight circle, shouting loudly, Alarm. One of them guessed, It must be the darkness of the netherworld. We're done for. There's no way out once you face the darkness of the netherworld. If we're lucky, Maybe we'll survive. Another person urgently spoke to a bald man. This is serious. We need someone to make it out alive and bring back word. Upon hearing this, Rose immediately speculated that based on what they had said, the creature must be incredibly terrifying, likely something of great significance. Could that black light be the darkness of the netherworld? Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, unable to react right away. What's going on? I got so distracted earlier. The demon is gone now. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest. Wait a minute. Wang Teng turned his gaze toward the empty field not far away. No, if we split up, we'll be picked off one by one. The group below had already huddled together, cautiously watching their surroundings. We can't waste time like this. We need to retreat. No, if we split up, we'll be picked off one by one of them repeated. Wang Teng was torn, gritting his teeth as he thought to himself, asterisk, damn it, where did that thing go? Why does it feel like something's wrong, asterisk? His heart skipped a beat, and the sense of unease only grew stronger. Slowly, he turned around, hoping that his suspicions were wrong. Could it be that the monster had been standing right behind him all along? It had been silently watching them, never making a sound. Its eyes glowed a fiery red, casting an eerie light that reflected off the night. It bared its sharp, deadly teeth, waiting for the right moment to strike. Wang Teng froze, a wave of horror washing over him. He couldn't say a word. The creature realized that it had been spotted and jumped down from the tree branch, charging at him. The roar of its attack echoed through the mountain, shaking the ground beneath them. Then it swung its claw toward him. Rose and the others, hearing the loud noise, instinctively turned toward the source. The monster used his bare hands to snap the branch Wang Teng was standing on, sending him plummeting before he could react. But Wang Teng wasn't one to back down easily. Taking advantage of the moment, he swung his hand, sending an attack flying toward the creature like a missile. A loud explosion rang out through the sky, breaking the usual silence of the forest. Wang Teng landed lightly on the ground. Rose and the others rushed over to him, confused, asking, "Who are you?" He found their question pointless, so he snapped, "Are you still worried about who I am? Kill this monster first, and we'll talk later." The bald man hesitated, saying, "Rose, we can't trust him. If it wasn't for the darkness of the netherworld driving him away, who knows what he might do to us?" She replied firmly, "We have no choice. Destroy the darkness of the netherworld monster." Suddenly, Wang Teng shouted, "Watch out, the monster's above you." Without them noticing, the creature had appeared in midair. Rose stared up in shock. One of them quickly launched an attack, swinging their hand and sending a yellow-orange slash toward the monster. But the creature blocked it easily, and the two attacks collided, forming a large cross in the air. The others didn't hesitate either. They shouted and launched their own attacks. Kicks and fireballs soared toward the creature. The monster suddenly moved with incredible speed, charging forward to intercept their relentless attacks. It slashed at Wang Teng, who was standing nearby. He reacted quickly, activating a protective net skill in front of him. But no matter how fast Wang Teng's reflexes were, the monster tore through every attack he sent its way. It slashed its claws at the protective net, shattering it in an instant. He struggled to handle the situation, his brow furrowing deeper. It was too dangerous. If the flying knife hadn't blocked it, the creature's claws would have been enough to send me flying. Wang Teng immediately attacked, but the creature had already noticed and retreated. He widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. This thing is too tricky. One wrong move and I'll be attacked right away. The others rushed over to Wang Teng, asking, "Can you see it?" He replied, "Yes, but it's too fast. If I spot it, I'll warn you all." Just then, a voice called out to Rose, causing her to instinctively turn her head. It was Myron, the person who had been grabbed by the monster and pulled back. He reached out toward her, his voice desperate. "Rose, help me." Rose cried out in excitement, "Myron, I'm not dead." Myron lay on the ground, groaning in pain. "Help! Someone help me!" She immediately ran toward him. "I'm coming." But as she took a few steps, a large hand landed on her shoulder, stopping her. The bald man cautiously warned her, "Wait." Rose angrily shrugged his hand off and shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go." The others, hearing her, grew even more concerned. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Wang Teng's mind. Rose moved closer to Myron, worried. "Myron, are you okay? Where are you hurt? Can't you move?" "Don't worry, I'll help you right away." With that, she reached out to him. But as soon as she got close enough, Myron let out a roar and lunged at her. She was caught off guard and frightened, instinctively stepping back. The others were even more bewildered, shouting in panic and calling out the name of the ancient artifact. Rose reacted instantly without hesitation. She swung her hand sharply, creating a slash as precise as a knife. Her hands were glowing with bright flames, and the strike landed perfectly, taking down the fake Myron with a decisive blow. Its head fell to the ground. From a distance, a dark purple shadow shot toward her with incredible speed, making it almost impossible to track its movements. A loud scream broke the silence. "Move!" The creature's voice was chillingly sinister. "I've been waiting for you." Rose spun around in surprise, but before she could react, the monster let out a roar and appeared right in front of her. Her hands flared with flames, ready to strike. The monster quickly extended its claws, slashing at her with long, dark purple streaks. Rose blocked the attack, her fiery hands meeting its claws with a loud, screeching clash. Wang Tang, watching the fight from the sidelines, couldn't help but mutter in awe. "That's intense." Rose's fiery strike hit the monster, sending it flying through the air. Flames engulfed its body, lighting up the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tang's hands transformed into a massive fiery blade. He leaped into the air, charging toward the monster. With a powerful thrust, he drove the flaming blade straight at it. A circle of fire surrounded his hands as he declared, "While you're distracted, I'll end you." A loud explosion erupted in the air with fiery orange-red spirals twisting around it, releasing a powerful burst of energy. Rose looked up at the sky wearily, a lightness in her heart. It was over. But then, a loud scream pierced the air. "Watch out." Startled, she turned just in time to see a sharp claw aimed at her. Rose couldn't react fast enough. The sudden strike sent her flying, crashing into a nearby tree. Miron staggered to his feet, now looking just like the monster he had been moments before. The others, panicked, called out to her as she lay unconscious. The bald-headed man watched carefully, then recoiled in shock at the creature before him. Miron's skin was now tinged with purple, and his eyes glowed with an eerie light. Out of nowhere, two bright red slashes shot toward him, forming a large cross. Wang Teng appeared instantly in front of Miron, blocking his line of sight and preventing further attacks. He quickly turned to the others and shouted, "Quick, save her!" Without saying another word, Wang Tang continued fighting the monster as the situation grew increasingly intense. They quickly rushed to help her up. The man wearing the metal cap looked at her with concern. Rose, her body battered and bruised, struggled to stand. She coughed twice before saying, "I'm not done yet." She glanced over at Wang Tang, who was locked in a fierce battle with the monster. The creature had already absorbed part of him, and the two were locked in a brutal struggle. The monster swung its arm in a wide arc, and Wang Tang quickly jumped back to avoid the strike. He landed smoothly, holding his sword, which he drove into the ground to steady himself. Flames still roared around the blade. Ignoring the pain from her injuries, Rose warned him, "Stabbing Miron in the stomach won't work. You have to hit his head." As soon as she spoke, Miron unleashed a huge burst of dark energy, transforming into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Wang Tang, running out of patience, turned and shouted, "Take him down now. He's no longer on your side." Rose approached him, her hands glowing with flames, and coldly replied, "You don't need to worry." His face suddenly turned pale, and he shot a sharp, icy glare at Miron. "He's been assimilated. Let our group handle this." As he finished speaking, sparks flew from Rose's hands, all striking Miron at once. The flames raced toward him, and the sound of constant impacts filled the air, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Wang Tang didn't expect the man to actually follow through. He froze for a moment, shocked by his ruthless approach. Then he noticed two floating bubbles behind him. Bubbles with the darkness of the netherworld attribute. Wang Tang stared at them, uncertain. "If I take them, will I end up like them? Filled with darkness of the netherworld? System, don't mess with me." In the end, Wang Tang decided to take the risk. He reached out and touched one of the purple bubbles. A notification rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the darkness of the netherworld talent and the darkness of the netherworld essence." Wang Tang looked at his hands, which were slowly fading. "What are these darkness of the netherworld talent and essence?" "They're different from anything I've felt before, cold and dark." His mind raced, and he noticed his mental attribute had dropped by 8 points. Could there be something special about the darkness of the netherworld? Even mental patients lose mental attributes. The creatures affected by the darkness of the netherworld must have unstable minds. Could it be like a mental illness? While Wang Tang remained deep in thought, the battle around him raged fiercely. Attacks clashed in a chaotic display of power. Miron was badly wounded by the strikes sent reeling back. One of his arms had been severed. Despite the dire situation, Wang Tang stayed seated, absorbed in examining new attributes. Suddenly, he spun around and dashed toward Miron, who was sitting on the ground. Miron, claws extended, was preparing to leap at him. Wang Tang, however, was still unaware of the danger. Rose, sensing the impending threat, shouted anxiously, "No, move quickly." Without hesitation, Wang Tang reached out and landed a punch squarely on Miron's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained cry. The sound that left Miron's lips stunned everyone. Rose stared wide-eyed at the gravely injured creature, unsure why they were still helping him. The bald man stepped forward toward Miron, who struggled to push himself up with his hands groaning in pain. Out of nowhere, a tall figure appeared behind Miron. Wielding a large staff, the figure swung it toward Miron with force. In a cold yet somewhat apologetic tone, the person said, "Forgive me." The strike landed with tremendous impact, taking the monstrous creature down for good. Ro let out a soft sigh. "Is it over?" she asked quietly. Wang Tang turned toward the group and asked, "Do any of you know what this darkness of the netherworld creature is?" Rose turned to him with a cold expression and replied, "Why should we tell you?" The bald man reminded her, all right, we'll handle the body. Let's hurry up and leave. It's better to avoid long nights filled with dreams." The bald man quickly packed up the aftermath while Rose stood to the side and explained, "We don't know much about this darkness of the netherworld. After we returned to the city, we reported it to the military and learned a few things." "Curious," Wang Tang asked, "is the military you're talking about the Star Marshal continent's military or the military of my star beasts?" Rose replied, "Both need to be informed. Over 20 years ago, a rule was set that whenever the darkness of the netherworld appears, both military branches must be notified immediately." Wang Tang thought for a moment and said, "So, the military is closely monitoring the darkness of the netherworld, huh?" Rose continued, "It's been rumored for a while, but recently, the dark species have been showing up more frequently. The military is just now being open about it. I'll explain more as we go. Even if you hadn't reported it, they would have found you today. In the military district of Yongcheng, north of Earth Spirit, the headlights of a military vehicle appear on the night road. At the entrance to the military district, a barricade blocked the way and a soldier shone a flashlight on the vehicle shouting, 'Stop! Military restricted area. Get out of the vehicle for verification. Don't shoot.' Wang Tang didn't hesitate. He rolled down the window and shouted, 'I'm a martial artist from the Extreme Star Martial Arts School, and I have an important matter to report.' The soldier stayed calm, following the protocol and checking the information. He asked Wang Tang to present his documents for verification. Wang Tang got out of the vehicle and complied. After carefully inspecting the documents, the soldier looked up and asked, 'What exactly happened?' At that moment, Wang Tang could no longer keep his composure and stared wide-eyed. 'It's the darkness of the netherworld species. I've encountered the darkness of the netherworld species.' Hearing this, the soldier was clearly startled. He quickly ordered, 'Follow me. I'll take you to the manager's room.' General Shen walked in from outside, barely sitting down before asking urgently, 'Did you encounter the darkness of the netherworld in the forest?' Wang Tang quickly recounted the whole incident. 'I ran into the darkness of the netherworld in the forest, along with a team of martial artists from another world. He held out a sealed bag containing a red substance. This is what I took from their bodies. You can have it tested.' General Shen seemed pleased. 'Well done. The essence of the darkness of the netherworld is dangerous. If it's not handled properly, it could infect smaller creatures.' He then added, 'You're Wang Tang, right? I heard from old Vice about a young genius from the martial arts competition in Donghai this year. That must be you, right?' Wang Tang's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the name. 'Old Vice?' He immediately jumped up from his seat and asked anxiously, 'Do you mean the person in charge of us? Are you from Donghai too?' Not at all surprised by Wang Tang's reaction, General Shen replied calmly, 'Yes, I'm an old acquaintance of his.' Pausing for a moment, General Shen looked at the young man in front of him and said, 'He cares a lot about you.' Wang Tang's expression relaxed, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. 'General Shen, you're too kind. Now please tell me, what exactly is the darkness of the netherworld?' General Shen maintained a calm expression on his face. 'You must be aware of the expansion of the martial arts exam, right?' Wang Tang flinched slightly. 'Really?' Mr. Tu continued just as Wang Tang had expected. 'We're dealing with the darkness of the netherworld, so we've lost a large number of martial artists. That's why the exam has been expanded.' The more Wang Tang listened, the wider his eyes grew in surprise. His mouth hung open for a moment, but he quickly came to terms with the harsh reality behind the martial arts exam. He regained his composure and formed his own conclusions. If the goal is to fight the darkness of the netherworld, that's an issue from another realm. Why are we putting so much effort into this? Before he could voice his doubts, Mr. Tu quickly explained, 'I'll tell you, Earth's spirit is no longer safe. If we don't address this properly, we'll eventually suffer heavy losses.' All the uncertainties in Wang Tang's mind were finally cleared up. So that's how it was. That's why the military had been stationed at the rifts and other realms. Now he understood everything. General Shen went on with his explanation. 'Otherwise, why would martial artists have such privileges? The more privileges they receive, the greater the responsibilities they must carry.' Wang Tang nodded. 'I understand.' He smiled reassuringly. 'Don't worry, martial arts students won't be sent to the front lines for actual combat. Some will work in administrative roles in the rear.' 'Curious,' Wang Tang asked. 'So what exactly is the front line like?' General Shen didn't directly answer, but simply smiled and said, 'You'll find out when you go to university. What you're seeing now is just the lowest level. The higher level darkness of the netherworld is truly terrifying. Wang Tang sat up straight, his face serious, and asked his final question. Can I ask one more thing? Where do the darkness species of the netherworld come from? General Shen lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. They come from the depths, deep below. A few days earlier, Wang Tang was walking along, sighing in frustration. I'm so tired. Thinking back on everything that had happened, he let out a breath of relief. The materials from the star beasts he had killed in the other world had been processed, and he'd made good profit. It felt great. He planned to visit his parents soon. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly nearby. This is bad. There's a fire. Fuhua district is on fire. As soon as Wang Tang heard the familiar name, he froze. Is Gaodang district affected too? Without hesitation, he rushed toward the fire at lightning speed. People on the street cried out in surprise. Wow, is that guy a martial artist? He's so fast. A wave of worry hit him, and as he ran, he silently prayed, please don't let anything happen to Mom and Dad. When he reached a nearby street, he overheard a group of people talking excitedly. Did you hear? That real estate tycoon Wang Fuguai is in trouble. Wang Tang slowed down and listened closely. I already killed someone a long time ago. The victim's son became a martial artist and came back for revenge. Wang Tang walked up to the group, curiosity written all over his face. Auntie, what happened to Wang Fuguai? The woman turned, surprised to see him. Is that Zidang? Yeah, it is. She had just arrived to check things out. Someone nearby was telling people to stay out of it. It felt like a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest, and Wang Tang let out a long sigh of relief. The child thought this was his home. Xiao Aunt gently reminded him, you should go home and check on it. Your house is close to his, and if the fire spreads, you could get caught in the blast, even if you're standing still. Without hesitation, he said his goodbyes and quickly ran home. Yes, Xiao Aunt, please keep talking. As she watched Wang Tang disappear into the distance, Xiao Aunt couldn't help but sigh. This kid, Wang Tang, not only polite, but also a martial artist. Brother Wang won't need to worry about him in the future. Another person nodded in agreement, saying he really does have a bright future. Just look at my own kids. The fierce, fiery flames roar as they blaze, consuming everything in their path. From outside, the house had become unrecognizable, swallowed by the fire. Amidst the crowd, a tall figure holding a weapon grabbed a child by the shirt. Siu Mei stood frozen, her heart racing as she watched the terrifying scene unfold. She hadn't expected that the Wang couple had already been lost in the sea of flames. Dao Du, still so young, was in danger. Siu Mei bit her lip, convinced the little girl wouldn't survive this. As the girl struggled helplessly, Siu Mei gathered all her courage, stepping forward from the crowd to stand in front of King Ji. Stop, she shouted. She quickly pleaded, she's just a child, please spare her. The little girl, confused and frightened, cried out, I'll lie. Dao Dao is so scared. Siu Mei rushed to comfort her. Don't be afraid, there's reason here. Please let her go. King Ji gritted his teeth, his anger flaring. It seemed as if he had completely lost control. He raised the blazing sword towards Siu Mei, his voice cold and threatening. Move aside. She replied calmly, no matter how strong the hatred, don't direct it at children. They are innocent. Like a cup overflowing with water, he shouted bitterly through gritted teeth. What are my parents? Were they not innocent? They died tragically at the hands of Wang Fuguai, and yet no one spoke up for them. Siu Mei stood frozen, unable to speak. She thought to herself, that's true, I can understand his pain. I shouldn't judge him based on my own moral standards. But what about Dao Du? His voice turned colder as he repeated, step aside, I won't kill you. Siu Mei kept trying to reason with him. I deeply regret what happened to your parents, but I can't just stand by and let you take the life of a child. King Ji's fist tightened, and he grabbed his spear. Immediately, a surge of power radiated from him, surrounding the weapon. It's useless to talk. In that case, I'll kill you too. His hatred burned like fire, and the cold energy pushed Dao Du aside. He poured more power into the sword he held, flames erupting around it. Siu Mei stood in shock, caught in the middle of the chaos. King Ji lunged at her, his sword thrusting forward as he yelled, step aside. With fear in her eyes, Siu Mei shouted back, no, I won't let you kill Dao Du. He swung the fiery sword toward her, filled with murderous intent. Then you die too. Not far away, Wang Tang, hearing his furious voice, was caught off guard, just as King Ji swung his blade toward the two of them. A sharp blade cut through the air, blocking his attack. The sharp blade flashed forward, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Wang Tang struck, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze. The air between them became still, and neither moved, leaving the outcome uncertain. But in the end, King Ji's arm was severed, falling to the ground. Wang Tang stood firm before the sea of flames, the outcome now clear. Siu Mei stared in shock at Wang Tang's strike. Around them, Everyone stood in horror, witnessing the blow that had taken King Ji's arm. King Ji clutched his wound while Sui faced him across from him. Wang Tang stood between them, protecting his mother and Do Dao. He spoke softly. Mom, it's okay. Turning his head, Wang Tang whispered gently, I'm here. Sumi was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. In a daze, she called out, my son. Amid the fiery sea of vengeance that King Ji had summoned, Wang Tang stood with a cold expression, his voice unwavering. I don't care about your hatred, but you dared to hurt my mother. Today, I will take your arm. Wang Tang's eyes, filled with fury, pushed his words forward. He remained silent as each one of his angry words rang out. If your strike earlier had the intent to kill, then my strike will take your life. He pressed on, his tone firm. Are you not satisfied? Face to face with King Ji, he raised his sword as a cold warning. Your strength is still far from mine, whether you accept it or not. I'll give you a chance to go back and train. If you want revenge in the future, come find Wang Tang. King Ji furrowed his brow, and slightly bowed, his voice dripping with malice. Wang Tang, I will remember this grudge. Yan King Ji will not forget. With that, King Ji turned and walked away. The three of them stood in silence, watching him leave, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Xiumi watched King Ji turn his back, arms crossed, and snapped. Is it worth it? As she silently observed him, she could see right through King Ji's character, but there was nothing more she could say to him. It wasn't about whether it was worth it. It was simply about staying true to one's intentions. In the suffocating heat of his frustration, King Ji gripped his wound tightly and walked away without a word, leaving the two of them behind. Xiu Mei held Dao Do in her arms and looked toward her son, worry filling her voice. Son, what if that man can't let go of his anger and comes after you for revenge later? Wang Tang, confused, innocently replied, Mom, do you want me to pull the weeds out by the root? Are you really that harsh? Irritated that her son didn't understand, Xiu Mei snapped. That's not what I mean. What nonsense are you talking about? He stared at her, still bewildered, not quite getting it. Mom, I was just joking, Wang Tang said, pausing for a moment. He then realized his mother probably shouldn't get involved in the grudge between martial artists. But it didn't matter. He was certain he would protect her. The scene shifted back to the aftermath of the intense battle between King Ji and Wang Tang. By now, the police had surrounded the area to investigate. Wang Tang spotted the police captain and greeted him. Captain Sai, what a coincidence. We meet again. The captain replied politely, Young Master Wang, you're too kind. We're just following standard procedure. Once the report was completed, Captain sighed, noticing how much the young man had grown, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, asterisk, wow, this child has become a martial artist and is now fighting. He's out of my league now, asterisk. Xiu Mei suddenly realized she had forgotten something. That's right, the chief of police responded. This child, she explained the situation with the little girl to him. She just lost both her parents. Honestly, I'm not comfortable with this. Do you think it's okay for her to stay at my place? The chief of police casually replied, then I'll leave it to Madame Wang to look after her for now. It's nothing at all, she said. We'll be on our way now. They both parted ways. Wang Tang turned back seriously and said, ask your mother what she plans to do. She anxiously told her son earlier, I overheard Dao Do's mother say that Wang Fu Du's relatives are not good people. We can't let them take Dao Du. The three of us were standing with our backs to the sun, so we'll keep Dao Du at our house. But if they come here and cause trouble, you need to handle it. I know, I can take care of things now, but you still need to make sure you're safe when you're out. Right, Mom? I'm thinking of moving to the martial artist family housing area. When Dad comes back, we'll look at houses and avoid situations like this in the future. Sighing, she said, all right, I'll listen to you. They all hurriedly packed their things, with truck after truck hauling their belongings. Shenggu proudly looked at Wang Tang and said, my son really has potential. They'll have 3 million soon to buy a new house. He's already got more cash than I do. Ha, Wang Tang replied lightly. Dad, in the future, I'll be doubly filial to you and Mom. Don't worry. Xiu Mai entered the house and saw Dao Du timidly hiding behind the door. Do Du, what's wrong? She asked. Dao Du's eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, I want to go home. I want to find my parents. Xiu Mi looked at the little girl, a brief flash of pity crossing her face. She could only offer comforting words. Dao Du will stay at Auntie's house, okay. Your parents are far away right now. The little girl, frightened, started crying again. Hugh, don't they need me anymore? The sound of her sobs caught the attention of Wang Tang and Sheng Guo. Xiu Mi quickly pulled the little girl into her arms, gently stroking her hair while speaking softly. They still love you more than anyone in the world. How could they not need you? Hugh, then why did they come to pick me up? Are they dead? She stood up and turned to Sheng Guo, suggesting, Honey, What do you think about adopting Dao Dao? Her relatives can't be trusted, and I'm afraid she'll suffer. Shenggu sighed, feeling that this was probably the best choice for now. It wouldn't be bad to give Xiao Tang a little sister. Let her stay here. 3 days later, at a grand banquet, everyone was dressed in their finest as if it were a festival. The man stood on a raised stage, holding a glass of wine, and raised it in a toast. I sincerely thank all of you for attending my grandson Wang Tang's Diglett banquet. This toast is for all of you. The crowd cheered, joining in the celebration. Mr. Wang's presence was still as commanding as ever, downing his glass with ease. His eyes scanned the crowd, smiling as he spoke, while the sound of fake laughter filled the air. Congratulations to Mr. Wang for raising a martial arts champion. Truly impressive. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the room, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor, capturing everyone's attention. Zhou Wu grinned widely, glanced around the banquet, and let out a soft chuckle. Standing outside the door in front of an enormous bell, his outfit completely out of place for the occasion, he boldly called out, "Is there a party going on? Looks like I arrived just in time, and here comes Brother Wang as well." Wang Shenghuang, stunned by the scene, shouted, "Who are you?" Zhou Wu, still wearing his arrogant smile, leaned casually against the bell and replied, "I'm the one who gave the gift." Wang Teng stared at Zhou Wu, his mind racing. Asterisk, did he really give a bell as a gift? Asterisk. The atmosphere at the party froze. Everyone's attention shifted to the stranger who had just entered. Slowly, Zhou Wu walked forward. He pulled a 3D communication device from his pocket, and a three-dimensional image quickly projected in front of the guests. Through the screen, Jianping, seated in a wheelchair, clasped his hands and with a calm voice spoke. "Long time no see, Wang Zhengxiang." Zhengxiang, stunned, stared in disbelief at the man he had thought was dead for years, now suddenly standing before him. Standing at the podium, he was filled with terror as he stammered, "Nan Jianping, you're still alive." After everything that happened back then, Jianping raised an eyebrow and replied, "Did you really think you shot me dead back then?" With a grin, he lifted his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, it's a shame I'm so hard to kill. You should have given me a few more shots. Ha ha." Zhengxiang's face darkened instantly, his teeth clenched as he growled, "Such a shame that a damn dog like you is still alive." Jianping heard this and sneered. "So, now you remember and want to get revenge on me." "That's right," the man replied without hesitation. "Before, there was no chance, but now my Nan family is stronger than your Wang family. Now I can come back and take my revenge." He continued bluntly, "Let me tell you, it was me who captured your son last time." Wang Teng froze, his mind racing with shock. Jianping coughed a few times. I don't have much time left. Before I die, I'm taking your Wang family down with me." With that, Jianping ordered his subordinates, "Zhou Wu, take the gift." Zhou Wu responded, "Yes." Sheng Huang, furious, voiced his anger. "This is outrageous." He then shouted, "Where are my men? Stop him." Despite the bodyguards surrounding him, Zhou Wu pushed the large bronze bell toward the stands. He sneered in contempt. "Ha! They don't know their place." With one hand, he lifted the bell and kicked away the bodyguards blocking his way. After clearing a path, Zhou Wu quickly moved the bronze bell forward. The bell was aimed straight at the stand where Zhen Bing was standing. He turned to Zhen Bing and said, "Catch it." Wang Teng immediately leaped forward and kicked the bell back toward Zhou Wu. Zhen Bing watched Wang Teng anxiously and called out, "Xiao Teng." Shang Guo's expression darkened. He called out to his son, Su Mei, who was just as stunned by Wang Teng's reckless move as if it had all been planned. Zhou Wu smirked at Wang Teng. "I was waiting for you to make your move." After finishing his words, Zhou Wu shot toward the bell that was flying back toward him. He aimed directly at it and punched it with all his strength. The bell veered off course, twisting in the air before flying back toward Wang Teng. The bell didn't make a roaring sound. It was more like a soft Hello Kitty chime. Wang Teng quickly gathered energy into his left hand and threw a punch at the bronze bell, just like Zhou Wu had. But he didn't stop there. He spun around and kicked it, sending the bell soaring several meters into the air. Zhou Wu watched as the bell no longer flew toward him, but instead continued to climb higher and higher. He was left confused. Before he could react, Wang Teng's figure appeared above the bell. With intense focus, Wang Teng gathered all his energy into one powerful punch and slammed it into the bronze bell. It flipped upside down and dropped toward Zhou Wu at an unbelievable speed. Zhou Wu froze, his mind racing. Asterisk, wasn't he supposed to be a one-star warrior? How could this happen, asterisk? Before he could think any further, the bell crashed down on him with a force so strong it shattered the ground beneath him. The crowd in the banquet hall fell silent in shock. Amid the thick smoke and dust, Zhou Wu stretched out his hands to block the bell. Against all odds, he managed to catch it. Sweat streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth, thinking, asterisk, I caught it, asterisk. Wang Tang landed on top of the bell and looked down at Zhou Wu with a sneer. Still holding up? Zhou Wu struggled to answer. You're so naive. I'm a martial artist of the earth element with immense strength. You really think you can suppress me with this? You're out of your league. Wang Tang listened to him speak and simply replied, Oh, really? Then, without warning, he slammed his foot down on the ground. Below him, Zhou Wu collapsed to his knees from the force, blood spilling from his mouth and trickling down his chin. Wang Tang looked at him calmly and asked, So, what now? He frowned, silently wondering, asterisk, why does this feel so heavy, asterisk? Suddenly, in disbelief, he exclaimed, How is this possible? How can you be this strong? As soon as the words left his mouth, cracks appeared in the glasses on Zhou Wu's face and his features sagged in agony. The pain was intense and he let out a sharp scream. Moments later, Zhou Wu could no longer hold on. The bell he had been holding fell quickly to the ground and his voice faded away in an instant. At that moment, a profound force radiated from Wang Tang. He stood calmly on the bronze bell, waiting for the dust to clear. The crowd around him stared in stunned silence. Wang Tang finally stepped off the bell and pointed at it. Someone clean up this mess. This person was crushed to death, he said coldly. He then added, this whole scene was just for laughs. Everyone just treat it like a performance. After this, feel free to eat and drink. One person, eager to praise him, said, Well done, brother Wang Tang. Great job. Wang Tang smiled and accepted the compliment. After the confrontation, the entire banquet hall couldn't stop praising him. Min Min suddenly spoke up, My cousin is so handsome. He's even more handsome than the school idol, Nan Koi. Xiao Hong, sitting next to her, blushed and added, My cousin is amazing. He's truly exceptional. Nan Koi from both our class and the whole school can't compare to him. Shang Huang walked over to Shang Guo and said, Younger brother, you've raised a fine child. He praised him warmly. Zai Dang has such a bright future ahead, and the two of you will enjoy many blessings in the years to come. Shang Guo responded modestly, Oh, not at all. This little rascal still has a long way to go. Zhen Bing, who was standing nearby, also smiled and added, Take good care of him. With this child, Wang brother will easily rise to great prosperity. However, he suddenly furrowed his brows, his thoughts turning serious. Asterisk, but the most pressing concern right now is Jian Ping's threat. If he's about to face his end, he might become reckless. Asterisk. Wang Tang, who had been listening from a distance, walked up to them and reassured Zhen Bing, Grandfather, don't worry. I don't think they'll dare make any big moves to stir up trouble in Donghai. As for the captain of the Huanghai army, he's got a bit of a reputation, but there's no need to fear him. I'll handle everything. Zhen Bing's mood lightened at this. Good, he said, visibly pleased. My grandchild has a bright future ahead. He can help the old man solve this problem. Wang brother is lucky to have such a grandchild. Wang Tang, still serious, asked, Grandfather, what exactly happened between you and that Jian Ping? Zhen Bing's expression softened as he looked back on the past. It was something that happened 10 years ago, he began, his voice tinged with nostalgia. He continued, Jian Ping and I were childhood friends from the same village. We both left our hometown to seek our fortunes. Back then, no man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman, and both of us fell for your grandmother. The image of the woman's figure flickered in his mind. Your grandmother chose me. After that, Jian Ping and I grew apart and eventually became enemies. He hated me deeply. Later, he even tried to kill me, but he was careless and let his plans slip. I had to strike first. Back to reality, Jin Song grumbled to Wang Tang. I never expected he's still alive. He forced a smile and added, Grandfather, your impressive accomplishments truly leave me in awe. At that moment, Zhou Wu was tightly strapped to a chair with Wang Tang's bodyguard standing watch nearby. He tried to plead, Let me go. Shang Huang, surprised, asked, He's still not dead. He frowned, a cruel smile forming on his face as though he were ready to devour Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu quickly responded, I only stunned him back then. Now exposed for who he really was, Zhou Wu yelled at Wang Tang, What do you want from me? Wang Tang stared at him with a cold, piercing gaze, then set the terms for answering his question. I can let you go. Zhou Wu looked up, his eyes wide with suspicion as he asked, Are you really going to let me go? Wang Tang didn't answer directly, but said bluntly, You don't have the right to choose. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. Zhou Wu resigned, sighed, and agreed. Fine, ask your question. Wang Tang began his interrogation. Who exactly is Jian Ping? Zhou Wu answered, revealing that he was just an ordinary man, but his nephew, Ren Jing Chang, was a martial arts prodigy. When Shang Guo and Shang Huang heard that name, they were visibly shaken. Wang Tang, with a casual reminder, continued, Zhao Wu said that the Thunder Wrath Martial Arts School had offered Ren Jingchang an SS-level contract. He was also taken in as a direct disciple by the headmaster and is now a 6-star martial artist. Because of this, the Nan family has gained a lot. Both were completely stunned by what they had just heard. Shang Huang, shocked, repeated, direct disciple of the headmaster of Thunder Wrath Martial Arts School and a 6-star martial artist warrior. Zhen Bing spoke up at this point. Just one of these titles would already be enough to bring serious danger. His face grew serious as he thought to himself, now it makes sense why Jing and Ping said their family had produced a unicorn. Turns out, it's just Ren Jing Chang. Zhen Ping then turned to Wang Tang and asked, Xiao Tang, are you sure about this? Wang Tang nodded in response. Then Wang Tang looked at him and slowly added, the contract he signed was SA tier, the one I signed is SSA tier. Zhen Bing was left speechless after hearing this. Sheng Guo, standing beside him, was even more shaken. He smiled to himself, thinking, Zhen Bing and everyone here, just give me time and I won't be any weaker than that brat. He then reminded Wang Tang, it's good that you're confident, but your strength isn't quite there yet. Hold your ground for now. Don't confront Ren Jing Chang. Wang Tang replied, understood, sir. After a moment, Zhen Bing turned to Zhao Wu, who was tightly bound to a chair nearby, and asked him, what about Zhao Wu? How do you plan to deal with him? Hearing this, Zhao Wu angrily shouted, you promised you'd let me go if I answered your questions. Wang Tang smiled coldly and said, don't worry, I keep my word, I'll let you go right now. A few minutes later, Zhao Wu, limping and clutching his injured arm, walked out. Wang Tang stood by the window, watching his every move with cold eyes. A voice rang out from behind, Zhen Bing's voice. To pull out the weeds, you must pull them out by the root. Otherwise, nothing will change. Wang Tang smiled and replied, Grandfather, don't worry. The moment I leave Donghai, it'll mark the beginning of his downfall. At that moment, Zhou Wu was already on a flight leaving Donghai. He muttered angrily, damn it. This kid doesn't understand what it means to let a tiger back into the forest. Wait until I get back. I'll make this a big issue with Ren Jing Chang. I don't believe Ren Jing Chang won't send someone stronger to deal with Brother Wang. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Just as the plane took off, it was the exact moment he screamed in agony as his heart shattered within his body. Wang Tang seemed to sense Zhao Wu's departure. He thought to himself, it seems Zhao Wu is dead. Using his mind-reading ability, he guided the acupuncture needle in his body deeper into his heart. Perfect, truly an invisible killer. Wang Tang continued walking, speaking casually. Let's go home. I need to pack. School starts tomorrow. The next morning at Huanghai Military Academy, Wang Tang couldn't help but exclaim, so this is Huanghai Military Academy. What a magnificent atmosphere, so many students. University life had officially begun. Everyone gathered in front of the dormitory. All new students gather here and take a look, a senior student announced, pointing at the map above. The martial arts department's dorms are divided into 4 areas. Wang Tang walked over to listen. The copper region is usually reserved for new students. There are 300 rooms in total, each with 4 people, accommodating 1,200 students. Martial artists with a 1-star rank can stay in the silver region, with 1 person per room. There are 300 rooms available, which can accommodate 300 people. Martial artists at the 2-star and 3-star levels will stay in better equipped areas with a total of 200 rooms. When everyone heard about these great living conditions, they were excited and eager to move in. She gave him a wink and a signal. The gold region is home to the best school for the top 100 martial artists. These are mostly seniors with strength above 3 stars. You should all work hard to reach that level. The senior sitting next to her added more information. The dorms are mixed gender, with both males and females living in the same area. She quickly rushed over to stop them. Stop thinking nonsense. Each room will still be shared with fellow sect members. It's just that the rooms are in the same area. Hearing this, the male student's excitement faded. She kept reminding the new students. In the martial arts world, strength speaks for itself. As long as your strength is enough, you can even challenge the top 100. If you win, you can take their spot. All right, enough talking. Let's go over the room assignments. She pulled out an iPad from somewhere and began guiding everyone. Each person will be called by name. Ling Su Lion, room 23, Copper Region. Lu Ren Jiu, room 20, Copper Region. Hu Lang Ping, room 18, Copper Region. Looks like you all are some of the strongest among the new students. Wang Tang, who had been standing a little further away, overheard and walked over, holding a piece of paper. Could you help me check which room I'll be in? She took the paper and checked the information. Let me see. Wang Tang, room 1, Silver Region. The senior sister didn't expect to speak so loudly and accidentally drew everyone's attention. A few of her friends noticed Wang Tang and were surprised by his abilities. Lion Kang walked over to greet him. Wow, buddy, you're amazing. Wang Tang was a bit taken aback. He had never heard of room number 1 in the Silver region before. Was it really that important? The senior explained, room number 1 in each region has a special meaning. It represents the strongest person in that group. You as a new student have already claimed that spot, so you're bound to attract attention. Her expression turned serious. Most likely someone will try to challenge you. Be careful. Though the senior was trying to warn him, Wang Tang didn't take it too seriously. At most, I'll just fight and show them I belong in room number 1. I'm already a 3-star martial artist, so I'm not worried. The people around them were unsure whether to be angry or jealous. They thought Wang Tang was a bit too arrogant. With little time left, they started heading toward their dorms. All right, let's finish the room assignments. And remember, don't be late tomorrow. The next day, it seemed like every student had gathered and the place was packed. Everyone was urging each other. Hurry up, it's almost time. The iron gates slammed shut, blocking anyone from entering. What's going on? It's just 1 minute late. Why are the gates already closed? Let me in. A voice rang out, deep and powerful, demanding immediate silence. In an instant, everyone below fell quiet, though a few still whispered to themselves. Who is that person? The pressure he exudes is overwhelming. It's terrifying. The man with a large scar running across his face spoke up. First, let me introduce myself. I am Pang Yuan-shan, the headmaster of the Huanghai Military Academy. His voice was laced with anger as he addressed his students. You've all greatly disappointed me. The military academy is supposed to train soldiers, yet you showed up late. I'm honestly baffled by how someone like Yuan-shan can speak so loudly while standing here in such a disorganized manner. It's a disgrace. He continued, his tone stern and commanding. The duty of a soldier is to follow orders. When you join my Huanghai Academy, you must respect the rules. He then turned his attention to those who had arrived late. Those who are late run 20 laps around the field. The students could only complain under their breath. This is insane. Everyone looks like they're running on empty, as if they haven't had their rations. Who can run 20 laps like this? You enjoy the privileges of being at this academy, not a life of luxury. You are the martial artist of the future. You carry a heavy responsibility. As he spoke these words, there was a brief hesitation, something that caught Wang Tang's attention when he heard the phrase, heavy responsibility. Yuan-shan didn't explain further. One day you'll understand. When the world needs martial artists, we must rise to the occasion. Behind us stand our loved ones depending on us. A martial artist isn't just someone who's strong and reckless, someone who can handle time's weight. A true martial artist is someone who bears the responsibility of protecting thousands of lives. It was clear. He looked formidable. Wang Tang stopped complaining and realized that everything Yuan-shan had said was true. After hearing about the Abyss incident, he understood even more clearly. But still, he was left with one question. Do you really have to make it sound that dramatic? Yuan-shan wasn't done speaking yet. There's one last matter, a military rank ceremony. At this, the students below immediately perked up. Among the new freshmen, one person had earned this honor, and some of you may have already heard about it. The top scorer of the Huanghai Martial Arts exam. Through this exam, the school awarded the highest scoring martial artist a military rank of officer. The crowd began to murmur. Military rank? No way. A freshman who hasn't even accomplished anything yet. Why would they get a military rank? Yuan-shan understood their confusion. I know some of the senior students might not be happy about this, but Wang Tang is special. However, I can offer you a chance. Anyone of the same rank can challenge him. The winner will receive the military rank. The senior students grew excited. Is that possible? I want to see how this kid does. Wang Tang felt like he was being set up like a piece of meat for Tang Sanzang. He was so frustrated, he nearly grabbed a table and chair. What is this? The military rank should be an honor, not some game. How could this old fox pull something like this? Seeing the slight grin on Yuan-shan's face, Wang Tang knew something was off. Then Yuan-shan spoke again. Young Wang Tang, please come to the stage. Today, I'll personally present you with your military rank. He clearly had no intention of letting Wang Tang off easily. Everyone around turned their gaze toward him. Ha ha! Don't be shy, hurry up. Some of the older students are already noticing you. Are you really Wang Tang? And it looks like the girls are starting to fall for your looks too. Wow, Wang Tang is so handsome. A lot of people didn't believe in his strength before. They thought he was just a spoiled rich kid. Don't be so shallow. Wang Tang, you look a bit upset. With that expression, I bet you're just mad you can't tear Yuan-shan into 100 pieces. He replied, clearly tired and frustrated. Ha ha, no, old fox, how dare you ask? But maybe Yuan-shan is actually quite happy. Wang Tang, the last time we had a handover ceremony was years ago. I'm really glad to see a student like you here now. He listened quietly as the man spoke. But your journey has only just begun and the road ahead is long. I hope that by the time you graduate, you'll have earned many more titles. In fact, I hope to see you wearing that robe one day. Wang Tang was puzzled when Yuan Shan mentioned the robe. Why do people down there feel so unfair? Why has the dean never spoken to us like this? What's so special about Wang Tang that even the dean has such high expectations for him? I don't get it. It seemed that Wang Tang had already made some enemies on his very first day. Even from a distance, he could clearly hear every word of their complaints. When he turned around, he saw Professor Yuan Shan grinning widely. This old fox was up to his tricks again. It looked like he wanted the seniors to deal with him. After a few seconds of thinking, Wang Tang spoke up. Dean, wait a moment. I have a question. He seemed to have come up with a plan. I can't just let myself be controlled that easily. Yuan Shan told him to speak up quickly. Wang Tang, if you have any questions, just ask. Earlier, the principal said anyone could challenge you. Does that mean I can challenge someone else too and take their rank? You really are the main character here. But Yuan Shan has been ahead of you for so long, right? You can't just take someone's rank. Our ranks are earned through military achievements, not something you can fight for. He found it amusing. This kid is sharp. He's trying to trap me, isn't he? Wang Tang responded seriously. Then that's not fair. If I lose my rank, but if I win, I gain nothing. Does the principal think that's reasonable? So, what do you want? Yuan Shan asked. Wang Tang's request was simple. If you want to challenge me, you need to offer something of equal value. I've heard credits are really useful at school, so I'd accept credits. Yuan Shan thought for a moment before agreeing. All right, but there must be a limit, no more than 100 points. This kid is no fool, setting up a trap I can't avoid, Yuan Shan thought, laughing. He's got some confidence with a bit of that old style from back in the day. Once everything seemed settled, Yuan Shan began to dismiss everyone. All right, that's it for today. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we'll start choosing the branch campuses. Check the school website for details. They'll come to me tomorrow. With that, everyone left and began discussing among themselves. Tell me, which academy should I go to? I was so excited yesterday, I couldn't even sleep. Wang Tang was walking alone down the road when he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Tang brother. Wang Tang turned around and saw Lion Kang approaching with a few of his friends. Tang brother, let's head to the stadium and get ready for the branch institute ceremony. Wang Tang agreed to go with them, but was curious. Why are you calling me that? Lion Kang grinned and replied, because you're so amazing, I'm just riding on your coattails. I also want to introduce my friends to you. They really admire you. Even my roommates look up to you. Wang Tang was speechless for a moment. As long as you're happy, he said with a shrug. Lion Kang suddenly remembered something. By the way, Tang brother, have you read the introduction about the 5 major academies? Wang Tang seemed a little uninterested. Not yet. Is there something special about them? Lion Kang started explaining. The War Academy mainly focuses on developing combat abilities, training students to become key forces on the battlefield in the future. It has the highest mortality rate, so you need to be prepared for sacrifice. The Command Academy is all about training talented tactical commanders. The Manufacturing Academy specializes in technology, creating weapons for martial artists. The Danding Academy focuses on cultivating specialists who can provide healing elixirs and cultivation resources. And the Fuwen Academy is dedicated to the study of runes. Wang Tang nodded as he glanced over the academies. Each one had its own strengths. Is it possible to choose all of them? I want to collect attributes, he asked, still uncertain. The crowd had gathered, looking like a swarm of ants, a rather chaotic sight. Yuan Shan seemed pleased today, probably because he had managed to arrive on time. To Jun, thinking back to yesterday's scolding, believed the kids had learned their lesson. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let the academy heads introduce themselves, he said, signaling for the ceremony to begin. The students below were clearly excited. A muscular man, his body covered in scars, stepped forward. Hello, I am the Dean of the Academy of Warfare. Dong Hu said confidently without hesitation. I only have one thing to say, join the Academy of Warfare, and you will become the strongest. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and interrupted. That's not entirely true. Your academy may excel in physical strength, but has your team ever beaten the Command Academy in a live combat drill? The person continued introducing themselves. New students, I am the Dean of the Command Academy, Su Jing. I believe martial artists need strength, but they must also keep their minds sharp. In the past, great generals held off thousands of soldiers on their own. True strength lies in knowing how to think and plan. Su Jing's playful tone clearly irritated Dong Hu, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ha ha, Su Jing laughed. Those who rely on tricks and schemes are just sneaky. Can we really call what happened with Commander Yuan Guan 30? Do you even understand what it means to sit in a tent and strategize? Have you ever won a battle? Before things could escalate, another dean stepped up to mediate. Enough with the bickering in front of the new students. Oh my, with looks like that, I might just attend school every day without missing a class. The students turned to see the new dean, who smiled warmly. Students, I am the dean of the Crafting Academy, Chang Song. I want to tell you that crafting is both an art and a talent. We welcome you to enroll in our academy. A few female students in the back started to swoon. He's so handsome. Donghu and Su Jing glanced at them, unsure how to respond. To their surprise, they both shared a similar expression of helplessness and clapped their hands. An old man with a white beard introduced himself. I'm the headmaster of the Dandingjiang Huaihan Academy. However, I believe alchemy is more of an art form than just a simple craft. If any of you feel you have a natural talent, don't hesitate to come and try your luck at our academy. After registration, you can join my Danding Academy. We may not have everything, but when it comes to elixirs, we've got plenty. You can even toss one away after taking it, and it won't matter. Chang Song, looking like a cat with its fur raised, thought to himself that this was nonsense. Those who practiced alchemy didn't have any issues with big pots, so what was the artistic part about it? Finally, the next headmaster stepped forward, and his appearance was hard to ignore. Hey, shouldn't I introduce myself first? The male students below couldn't help but be distracted by his striking figure and good looks. Du Jun smiled warmly. I'm the headmaster of Fuwen Academy. Side Yu Jun, anyone interested in learning about charms and talismans is welcome to join our academy. After hearing all the introductions, Wang Teng felt that these 5 headmasters seemed untrustworthy. He decided to put it aside for now and move on. But then, he noticed the students below were buzzing with conversation. Wang Teng, he really chose the War Academy. Donghu said with a grin. Ha ha, Wang Teng, you really have an eye for talent. Su Jing sighed. Humph. A promising one like that, and you picked him up so easily. Suddenly, a voice broke through the chatter. Ha, what's he doing? Both headmasters froze, surprised. Wang Teng's actions had caught the attention of the students, who began whispering even more. Why is he taking all the registration forms? Does he plan to join every academy? The deans were left speechless, while Dong looked visibly upset. With a soft yet intense gaze, he turned to Yuan Shan and asked, What does this boy mean by this? Unable to hold back his frustration, seeing Wang Tang scold the girl behind him in a way that sounded more like an animal growling, Donghu was shocked. Why is the old fox so angry? Wang Tang thought, confused. At some point, Yuan Shan had walked over to him and in a voice that was almost too cute to resist, called out, Wang Tang. When their eyes met, it was clear he couldn't wait to lecture Wang Tang. You're picking all 5 academies at once. Who do you think you are? The world's #1 genius? You don't have that much time or energy. Greed leads to loss. This is self-destructive behavior. It's irresponsible. For some reason, seeing Wang Teng being scolded made me feel oddly entertained. I couldn't quite figure out why, but the speed and tone of everything happening was so quick. Yuan Shidan really did seem angry this time. He grabbed Wang Teng's shoulders and yanked the registration forms out of his hands. Before, I thought this was a joke and wouldn't hold it against you, Yuan Shan said, his voice carrying an underlying threat. Think carefully and choose again. The words made Wang Teng break into a cold sweat. Wang Teng tried to explain, Dean, I just want to learn more. What you said makes sense. I didn't think it through. Wanting to learn more is a good thing. Yuan Shan sighed at Wang Teng's stubbornness. All right, here's what we'll do. You'll attend the War Academy officially, and I'll arrange an auditing pass for you. You can attend other classes, but it must not interfere with your martial arts training. Wang Teng seemed quite pleased with the arrangement. Thank you, Principal. I'll follow your instructions. Yuan Shan turned to address the other students. All right, continue with the roll call and stop causing trouble. Wang Teng was carrying a large box, looking like he was heading somewhere. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making him turn around. The person calling him was standing in a shadow not far away. After a quick glance, Wang Teng thought the face looked somewhat familiar. Seems like I know you, he muttered. The person approached and introduced himself. I'm Wai Hoa, a second-year student and a 1-star martial artist. I heard you entered this school with the strength of a 1-star martial artist, so I was curious to see if you really have that ability. It turned out that Wai Hoa wanted to challenge Wang Teng to a fight, which made Wang Teng laugh. Ha ha, you want to challenge me? Wai Hoa seemed a bit surprised. A challenge? Well, I guess you could put it that way. Wang Teng didn't hesitate to ask, oh, have you already prepared 100 credits? Wai Hoa hadn't thought that far ahead, looking flustered. I just came to see your strength. Seeing this, Wang Teng firmly responded, don't waste my time if you haven't prepared the credits. With a sigh of frustration, he turned and casually walked off. Wai Hoa, feeling irritated by his reaction, called out, are you trying to make me lose completely? Tomorrow at noon, in the arena at the stadium, I'll have the credits ready to fight you. Wang Teng smirked, as if Wai Hoa had already fallen into this trap and said, I'll hold you to that. Emph. Waihoa stormed off in anger, while Wang Tang hummed happily as he walked. He glanced over at the corner, thinking about the new student. This one was definitely not easy to manipulate. At first, he thought he could use the competition as an excuse. Losing wouldn't affect his credits, and winning would give him 100 credits, worth 1 million coins. Think I'm easy to manipulate? Ha! Tomorrow, though, I'll have to pretend to win reluctantly so people will keep coming to challenge me. Ha! Our protagonist is clever, isn't he? The next day, everyone gathered at the agreed location. Look, Wang Tang's here. A lot of people seem surprised. He actually showed up. Doesn't he know the saying, a newborn calf fears nothing? Waiho has been in military training for a year already. Even though Wang Tang is a martial artist, his combat skills and techniques probably can't match Waihoa's. Clearly, Waihoa was annoyed. You're late. But Wang Tang didn't seem to care. There are more important things to focus on. Freshmen have to do military training. If you have a problem, go talk to my instructor. Seeing this, Waihoa was clearly irritated. He grabbed his weapon. Enough talk. Since you're here, let's begin, Waihoa said boldly. I'll make a wager. If I lose, I'll give 100 credits to Wang Tang's underlings. If I win, his military rank will be mine. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. This is a huge opportunity to steal his military rank, but it looks like it's about to slip away. Then someone suggested, what if we let the Martial Arts Association act as the referee for this match? The crowd was stunned when they saw the two figures step forward. It was Yang Lin and Chen Xiao, both third-year students. They were already wearing military ranks. Was this a sign they had come to take someone away? Or were they there to recruit Wang Tang into the Martial Arts Society? The audience had a million questions as they watched them. Yang Lin, however, didn't seem interested in the rumors. Let us be the referees. What do you think? He asked. Waihoa nodded enthusiastically. I'm happy to have you both officiating. Wang Tang replied without hesitation. It's an honor. I have no objections, he added, glancing at his opponent. Yang Lin gave a nod. Then let's begin. I'll use a saber. What weapon will you use? Wang Tang reached into his bag and pulled out something, and the bright gleam of the object caught Waihoa off guard. What is this? Waihoa asked, his voice filled with surprise. The audience was equally shocked. It's too shiny. What is it? Yang Lin raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Wang Tang, are you sure you want to use this as your weapon? Wang Tang held up a chunk of gold that looked like a brick. Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Don't you think this weapon looks impressive? The crowd didn't seem to appreciate his cocky attitude. He was clearly showing off. Waihoa clenched his teeth, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Wang Tang, using a gold brick as a weapon is a sign of disrespect, don't you think? Unable to hold back his frustration, he charged straight at Wang Tang. Today, I'll teach you some manners. Wang Tang didn't flinch. He looked completely calm, as though he was in full control of the situation. Perfect timing, he muttered under his breath. Wang Tang used his massive golden block to block Waihoa's slash. Waihoa struck down hard, but these moves were nothing to Wang Tang. He easily leaped up to avoid the attack. The audience was silent, the only sound coming from the clash of weapons. It seemed like they had only now realized just how powerful Wang Tang was. His strength was overwhelming. Could it be that Waihoa was actually going to lose? That would be a huge embarrassment. Waihoa refused to give up, though it was clear he was beginning to understand the massive gap between them. At that moment, Wang Tang knew it was time. This was it. With a single strike, his blade came down onto the arena floor. Die! Waihoa roared as he charged at him in a furious rush. Wang Tang felt his power surging, ready to explode. He gathered every ounce of strength and struck with a decisive blow. A loud explosion rang out, and thick smoke filled the air. Waihoa was thrown through the air like a rag doll. He barely managed to use his sword to break his fall. Coughing and sputtering, he spat out blood, completely caught off guard. How could you be this strong? He gasped. In the midst of the thick smoke, a flash of light suddenly appeared, startling Waihoa. A golden block shot toward him at lightning speed, aiming straight for his head. It'd be a shame if your nose isn't broken by this, Wang Tang thought. With that, Waihoa was taken down. Wang Tang walked slowly toward him, while the spectators remained frozen in stunned silence, unable to speak. Yang Lin seemed to be enjoying the match. A small, satisfied smile crossed her face. It wasn't until some time later that someone finally spoke up. No way, he just won with a golden block? How shameless. Wang Tang picked up his gold bar and said, for every genius who falls in my hands, I'll give them the respect they deserve, offering them a moment to shine. I don't know why, but when I looked at Waihoa in that moment, I felt a little sorry for him. The audience didn't seem to like Wang Tang's attitude. It was shameless and harsh. He walked up to the referee and said, Senior sister, I've won this match. Don't let them cheat me out of my 100 credits. Yang Lin sighed and said to Wang Tang, "Don't worry, our martial arts association is overseeing this. No one dares to cheat you. But did you really have to hit him on the head? Isn't that a bit much?" Wang Tang chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his head. "Next time, I'll make sure not to." Even though Wang Tang said that, who knew what his next opponent would be like? Just when it seemed like everything was wrapping up, someone stepped forward. A junior of Wang Tang's, introducing himself, said, "I'm Zhao Kun 52. After your training tonight, let's have a match." Without hesitation, Wang Tang agreed. "Sure, just make sure you have your credits ready." Zhao Kun was speechless. This kid was really asking for it. Tonight, he was definitely going to teach him a lesson. That evening, as they had arranged, both showed up for their duel. Zhao Kun put on his gloves and took a defensive stance. "Junior, sorry about this," Wang Tang said. "No need for formalities, just fight if you want to," Zhao Kun replied, noticing Wang Tang was serious. It seemed like he was really going through with it, so Zhao Kun figured he might as well let him lose with some dignity. Zhao Kun charged at Wang Tang like an arrow, but Wang Tang stood firm, unfazed. This time, Wang Tang used the technique of wrapping his hand in fire. When their fists collided, a violent gust of wind surged through the air. The spectators, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but talk among themselves. He's going head-to-head with his senior. This is intense. Zhao Kun hadn't expected Wang Tang to throw a punch like that. This is getting interesting, he thought. Wang Tang threw a direct punch at Zhao Kun, reacting quickly. Zhao Kun bent low to dodge it. His attack was fast, but at this speed, it posed no real challenge for Wang Tang. The two exchanged blow after blow, neither giving an inch, or perhaps only the male lead would back down. Wang Tang moved with agility, dodging Zhao Kun's deadly strikes. Even though Zhao Kun had more experience, it was only then that Zhao Kun started to realize something. That's strange. How is he this strong? Could he have been hiding his abilities when he fought Manhwa? Zhao Kun seemed to be tiring, letting his guard drop for just a moment. Wang Tang seized the opportunity, lowering his body and moving quickly while speaking. "Hey, you gave that guy a powerful uppercut, but he dodged it quickly." Wang Tang then reminded his senior, "When you're fighting me, it's best not to get distracted." Zhao Kun was just a fraction of a second away from being knocked down by that punch. Huff, some members of the audience were clearly envious. Wow, Wang Tang is incredible. His senior can't even keep up with him anymore. Others, however, felt a twinge of fear. "We can only dream of reaching his level. This guy is a real monster." The battle raged on, but it felt like Wang Tang was toying with Zhao Kun, almost like a cat playing with a mouse. Sweat was pouring down Zhao Kun's forehead. Phew, this kid is way too tough to handle. While the guy was still unsure of what to do, Wang Tang arrived at just the right moment. "All right, that's enough acting. You can take him down now," Wang Tang said. Zhao Kun, unaware, stepped back to defend himself. "Senior, I really admire your strength," Zhao Kun said. Before he could finish, Wang Tang disappeared from his line of sight. Zhao Kun quickly looked behind him, not realizing just how fast Wang Tang had become. In his vision, he saw Wang Tang rushing toward him, holding a gold ingot. "All right, I admit it. I'll give you a little mark on your forehead too," Wang Tang said. A loud thud echoed, causing Yang Lin and Chen Xiao to jump. Zhao Kun lay still on the ground with a swollen head. Wang Tang turned to them and said, Senior sister, the match is over." Yang Lin felt the match had indeed ended, but this junior, could we avoid hitting the head next time? Wang Tang rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. "Hey, it's just that I'm used to it," he said. "Turns out you had your own reason. I can't exactly say that hitting the head will make a lot of bubbles pop. Just now, one hit gave me a bunch of attributes." Chen Xiao was surprised and said, "I didn't expect your boxing technique to be this good." Wang Tang humbly responded, "You flatter me. It was just luck. Zhao Kun is very strong. I almost lost." Hearing this, Yang Lin gave him a skeptical look, sighed, and then returned to the main topic, offering a friendly smile. "Wang Tang, are you interested in joining our martial arts association? We came to referee the match to assess your strength and character." Wang Tang hadn't expected this. He thought that wherever there were competitions, the martial arts association would always be there. Yang Lin cleared his throat. "Well, if it's true that the martial arts association is responsible for keeping order during competitions, but the academy has countless experts of its own." Chen Xiao sighed. "If we had to handle everything ourselves, we'd be exhausted. The martial arts association helps to keep things balanced. Plus, you can earn 5 credits every month just by joining." Wang Tang listened quietly, starting to understand. "So that's how it works," he said, no longer hesitating. "In that case, I'll join." However, deep down, Wang Tang knew that joining the martial arts association might come with its own set of troubles, but the benefits would definitely outweigh the problems. Outside, people were cheering. "Wow, the big shot has joined the martial arts association. Amazing. How are you so different from everyone else? What do you eat to be this skilled? Lian Kang ran over to congratulate him. You just beat a senior and joined the Martial Arts Association, double the reason to celebrate. Tang, let me treat you to a meal. Wang Teng frowned. I just earned 200 credits, and now you want to spend it all on a meal. They all laughed, targeting the rich, taking from the rich. A few days later, Wang Tang was relaxing and applying a face mask when Lian Kang rushed in looking flustered. Tang, another challenge letter has arrived. Wang Tang sat up quickly, accidentally dropping 2 cucumber slices. What's with the panic? Haven't I already beaten over 10 seniors in the past few days? But Lian Kang was clearly anxious. This time it's different. It's from a senior on the top platform. He used to live in the #1 room in the silver region, but you took it, and he's furious. But Wang Tang really didn't seem to be bothered at all, so it's him. I thought he'd be the first one to show up and cause trouble. Only now is he here? Does he already think he's won? Lian Kang, standing beside him, was visibly nervous, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Big brother, I've heard he's really tough. He's probably studied you pretty well. Aren't you seriously just going to sit here and drink tea? In contrast, Wang Tang remained calm and relaxed. Oh, he studied me? Let him come then. He sighed. Over the past few days, he gathered over a dozen high-level bubbles, reaching the rank of a 4-star warrior. Why should he be afraid of someone who's only a 1-star warrior? Meanwhile, in the computer room, no one knew exactly what they'd seen to make them so uneasy. Is there anyone else? This kid really is something. Si-Tai's friends kept talking. Si-Tai, are you really confident? You're the top student in the second-year class. If you lose, our entire class will lose face. Si-Tai snorted. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a 1-star warrior. I'll win for sure. He was confident. I was the top student in last year's freshman class, always challenging opponents. I thought that everything would be smooth sailing until graduation, but that day in Wang Tang stole all the spotlight from me. Wang Tang, there are a few people gathered at the martial arts meeting here. Everyone was confused. Hey, old Chang, there's no reason to be here, right? Why'd we come? I still want to take on some missions. Others felt the same. Yeah, I want to pick up a few more missions too. Zhang, he pulled out a file and called everyone over, mainly to review the list of promising freshmen that Chen Xiao and Yang Lin had just submitted. They needed to make a collective decision. He said, these are all very talented freshmen. Some, however, are harder to evaluate, so we'll need to keep an eye on them for a while. Our Martial Arts Association's recruitment process needs to consider multiple factors. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Meng Jun seemed a bit doubtful, but still replied, but is it true that this freshman, who's at the top of his class, is really that strong? I've heard a lot about him lately. There are rumors saying he wants to challenge Si-Tai. Liu Lan sighed. We'll have to see for ourselves when the time comes. Meng Jun didn't think much of the freshman. What's the point of watching a freshman? Si-Tai must be really bored to want to fight someone like that. Doesn't he care about his reputation? The sophomores who've made it this far were all defeated by Wang Tang. If Si-Tai doesn't step in, people might think he's afraid of Wang Tang. Janie didn't respond right away. He was just quietly thinking to himself. The headmaster had definitely set up a tricky situation for these sophomores. It seemed even he hadn't expected things to get this intense. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but the heat outside felt just as harsh as the north right now. The deans gathered together. Si-Tai represents the second-year students of our War Academy. This Wang Tang guy has been really pressuring him. A freshman this strong joining the War Academy under our teacher. He must be secretly pleased. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You don't understand. When two tigers fight, one of them is bound to get hurt. I'm just feeling sorry for him. Su Jing felt irritated when she saw Dong Yu acting so smug. I think you're just showing off, Su Jing said. Dong Hu knew that if Si-Tai truly lost, it would be a huge blow to him. But some of the other teachers thought it might not be that bad. Well, Wang Tang, no matter how strong he is still on the same level as Si-Tai, one teacher commented. Dong Hu wondered if perhaps this Wang Tang kid was hiding his true abilities. Su Jing knew exactly what was going on. Even the dean had almost been fooled by him. In my opinion, a smart kid like him should come to our command academy. Strategy is everything. Good people don't live long, but those who survive long enough can go further and grow stronger, another teacher said. But Dong Hu was really confident in Wang Tang. This kid belongs to our War Academy. I like him more and more. At this point, Su Jing probably just wished she could punch him. The next day, everyone gathered again to watch the match, all of them in awe. There are so many people here for the fight today. Someone commented. Teacher Liu from the War Academy, Teacher Wang from the Command Academy, and Teacher Lin from the Manufacturing Academy were all present. When they saw a man in a white shirt, everyone was surprised. Look over there, the man in white is that Si-Tai's mentor. He's so invested in this match, huh? Of course. He spent so much time training Si Tai since his first year. Si Tai's success or failure reflects on him as a teacher. But then no one understood why the man suddenly looked down and spoke with a harsh tone. Si Tai is here, but why hasn't Wang Tang shown up yet? Could he be scared? He stood there, waiting for Wang Tang, while the other fruit vendors couldn't help but tease him. The group of 20-somethings who had been beaten by Wang Tang were nearly all gone, so why would he be scared of these people? Exactly, what's with all the posturing? Just wait and see if Si Tai loses. Then let's see if he'll still be so confident. And then he appeared. Look, here comes Wang Tang. He walked over, casually carrying his gear, completely unhurried. Wasn't it agreed to meet at exactly 12 o'clock? There's still a minute left until the scheduled time. Why are you all in such a rush? A voice called from above. It was Senior Zhang He. Today's match is different from the others. Issuing a challenge means it's to the death, so I want to make sure you're really willing to participate. He looked serious. By now, Si Tai's strength had reached the peak of a one-star warrior, much stronger than the challengers before. He's a freshman and has the right to refuse. Wang Tang hesitated for a second before speaking. To the death, you say. Xianbing spoke up. This match was personally accepted by Wang Tang. If he decides to concede, my student won't make things difficult for him. Zhang He quickly cut him off. Xianbing, are you trying to interfere with the responsibilities of our martial arts association? Chen Xiao clicked his tongue. What's the point of teachers getting involved in student duels? What hassle. He glanced at the senior and said, Zhang He, you sure are showing off. Zhang He fired back immediately. How dare I put on airs with Xianbing? This is just the rule. If you're not happy with it, feel free to take it up with the school or the higher-ups from the Martial Arts Association. Xianbing was taken aback by the intimidating presence of the person before him, causing him to take a few steps back. What had been said really struck a nerve. How could he dare offer advice to the senior generals? It felt like walking straight into danger. Zhang He ignored Xianbing and turned to Wang Tang. Junior brother Wang Tang, think this through. Don't worry, no one will force you into anything. Wang Tang met his opponent's fiery gaze and thanked his senior. Meanwhile, the anger inside Si Tai only grew stronger. These people had ignored him, and he swore he wouldn't let that pass. He shouted at Wang Tang, Hey, junior brother, if you know what's good for you, you better back down and surrender now. Don't waste my time. Seeing Si Tai's attitude, the seniors quickly warned him, Don't be so arrogant, Si Tai. Don't push it too far. Others chimed in, reminding him that the fairness of the competition was in question. It wasn't that Si Tai didn't understand this. He knew it all too well. So, he clenched his teeth and stayed silent. Though the author didn't describe his eyes at this moment, it was easy to guess that his look toward Wang Tang was filled with a mix of disdain and rivalry. Well then, Wang Tang raised an eyebrow. Should I fight or not? That kind of trick won't work on me. But if my senior insists, I'll go along with it. Yang Lin, standing off to the side, warned him, Wang Tang, had you thought this through? This match is really dangerous. Wang Tang turned to her with a sweet, obedient smile. Thank you for your concern, sister. I've thought it over carefully. The smile vanished, and his face became as cold as ice as he turned his gaze toward Si Tai. He looked at the senior in front of him, who was filled with intense determination. Senior Si Tai, a sense of unease washed over me. There hadn't been much hostility between us before, but this was the first time I'd heard someone say I would definitely die after this challenge. His expression was as cold as ice. The students who had challenged me before, I knew they didn't actually want to kill me. It was all about my rank. But today, I have to thank Si Tai for making me realize how naive I had been. Si Tai's patience was completely gone. He yelled, a martial arts battle isn't just about winning or losing. It's about deciding life or death. Wang Tang's gaze was sharp. I understand now. He stared at his opponent's weapon, which was glowing with flames. It showed no fear at all. The audience was just as confused as I was. Si Tai had already drawn his sword, so why hadn't Wang Tang drawn his own weapon? Some were surprised not to see him pull out his brick or boxing gloves this time. Even with the threat of several attacks from his opponent, he remained completely still. With both sides ready, the referee gave the signal and the match officially began. As soon as the announcement was made, Si Tai lunged forward like an arrow aimed straight at Wang Tang. It was as if all of his anger and frustration were behind that one punch. The crowd was on the edge of their seats. How could this be? Where did his second blade come from? Everyone started to worry when they saw Wang Tang not fighting back. Could it be that Wang Tang was going to lose this fight? Si Tai thought he had already won, but he didn't realize that no matter how much he struck, Wang Tang still stood firm. A little while later, Si Tai sensed something was off. It felt like a shadow was moving around him. Where had Wang Tang gone? While Si Tai was distracted, Wang Tang attacked from behind. Hey, senior, don't get distracted while you're fighting me, Wang Tang called out. Si Tai quickly turned around when he heard the voice, but it was already too late. Wang Teng kicked him away effortlessly like Vietnam kicking Cali. The crowd outside couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, that was so fast. That's beyond basic body techniques. Everyone's wondering what kind of technique that was. I feel like I've just had a revelation. Do you think he's using some divine combat skills from the body technique? Si Tai's face was drenched in sweat. What was going on with this kid? He hadn't expected Wang Teng to be this strong, and now Wang Teng was eyeing him like a predator. His expression was filled with mockery and disdain. What's wrong, senior? Was that strength okay? Without responding, Si Tai attacked again. This time, Wang Teng had already set his heavy backpack aside. Si Tai warned him not to get cocky, but all Wang Teng did was laugh at the mess of hair on his head. I thought Wang Teng would counterattack this time, but he just blocked and dodged, stepping back. This only made Si Tai more furious, his face turning red with veins popping out. Damn it. These events were completely unexpected for Si Tai. At first, he thought he could easily defeat Wang Teng, but now he couldn't hold back his frustration. He wanted to finish it and make Wang Teng lose face. Now that it's come to this, I'll show you my true power. The audience below was in constant discussion. They hadn't expected Si Tai to intentionally hold back his power and then break through during the battle. But now, he had reached the strength of a 2-star warrior. However, Wang Teng didn't seem worried at all. Is this your trump card? Wang Teng said, I suspected this might happen. You seem more interesting now. Si Tai's eyes blazed with intensity. Wang Teng, I admit you're strong, but now I've reached the 2-star warrior level. How do you plan to fight me? He began walking toward him. All right, the honor of our second-year students is on the line, and we've managed to hold it together. The audience cheered below. Si Tai, go for it. Show that brat what it's really like. But Wang Teng remained calm. He was surrounded by a fiery orange flame as if the heat was unbearable. Si Tai's expression shifted. He was both surprised and more cautious now that he saw Wang Teng's true strength. You? How can you also? Wang Teng met his gaze with a soft look. Sorry about that. I accidentally broke through too. Since we're both at full power now, let's continue the fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Tai charged at him like an arrow. His confidence surged as he closed in. I don't believe all the breakthroughs I've made over time can't match yours. The fight was intense, but it was hard to make out the details. The air was filled with explosions, and the battle raged on, becoming even fiercer. The audience couldn't take their eyes off the scene. Unbelievable. They're both too strong. Xianbing was drenched in sweat outside, watching the scene unfold. This freshman Wang Teng was surprisingly strong, on par with Si Tai in both skill and power. With all of his might, Si Tai shouted, his determination clear in his voice. Above Si Tai, a massive sword suddenly materialized. This had to be his signature move. It was over. The power behind this technique was immense, and it would surely affect everything around him. Si Tai slashed the ground in half, breathing heavily. Wang Teng, don't blame me. Your appearance is going to affect the resources I can access in the future. I have no choice but to eliminate you to secure my own future. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. No way. A genius freshman like him, could he really just disappear like this? If that's true, then it's all over. As the dust started to settle, Si Tai believed he had won, but then something shot down from the sky, cutting through the clouds. It was none other than Wang Teng's gold bar coming straight for Si Tai's head. Xianbing was left speechless. Si Tai immediately collapsed. Wang Teng appeared, unconcerned. Resources? I don't care. You want to step on me to rise higher? For a moment, he almost tried to speak, despite knowing that his actions had already knocked Si Tai unconscious. Fortunately, Si Tai wasn't dead. There was no hint of sympathy in Wang Teng's eyes. To everyone's surprise, Si Tai hadn't lost consciousness. Slowly, he staggered back to his feet. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk, right. Wang Teng took out his sword and planted it firmly in the ground. He drew his weapon and advanced towards Si Tai. Your swordsmanship is still lacking. Let me show you what true swordsmanship looks like. As he spoke, the corners of Wang Teng's mouth curled into a slight smile. It was then that Xianbing realized the situation. It was over. He couldn't see what was happening, only hearing the sound of a slash. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide in awe at the sheer power of the sword energy. Wang Teng knew the way of the sword. This was a turning point. Wasn't this too cruel? If Si Tai had issued the challenge, it was a fight to the death. Talk of cruelty didn't matter. Xianbing saw the danger, but felt powerless. The people around him reminded him. Old Chen, this is a duel. You can't interfere. Yeah, interfering in a martial fight is taboo. Do you want to get arrested? Xianbing's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze filled with frustration and hatred. Wang Teng noticed the stillness and the smoke began to clear. The crowd wondered, is it over? But then, out of nowhere, Tai suddenly erupted with power. Ha ha! The crowd couldn't help but laugh, amazed by the unexpected turn of events. This is the sword technique. It was as if Tai had just gained a sudden surge of energy. He had actually grasped the sword technique. Wang Tang remained calm, quietly watching his opponent's every move. Xia Ming, feeling responsible for the change, couldn't contain his excitement. Ha ha! Good. He really is my disciple. Jiang Yi nodded in approval. Tai is definitely the top student of the second year. He really does have talent. But Chen Xiao looked uneasy. If this keeps up, Wang Tang is in danger. If he can't master the sword technique, the gap in real combat will be huge. Neither of them rushed at each other. They simply stood there, watching and waiting for the right moment. Wang Tang found it rather interesting. Tai, after releasing his power, wore a somewhat unsettling expression. Ha ha! Look at Tai's hands. They're covered in fire. I've just unleashed my strength and he's already made the air feel like a storm is coming. Now I'll show you what real courtesy looks like. Wang Tang smirked. So you've unleashed your power, huh? I have to admit, you're an opponent who's full of surprises. But that fire you're wielding is truly terrifying. And the power you're giving off is shaking everyone around. What's coming next will be even more horrifying. The flames roared, shooting straight up into the sky. Wang Tang stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, as if none of it bothered him. He looked at his opponent like a predator eyeing its prey. How do you like my little outburst? It seemed this was beyond Tai's imagination. He couldn't even find words to respond. Wang Tang was done playing around. All right, let's finish this quickly. His attack was so fast it appeared as nothing more than a flash of light speeding towards Tai. The moment it touched him, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, a giant crater was revealed where Wang Tang's attack had landed. The spectators were silent, staring at the scene while Wang Tang stood untouched. Everyone exchanged confused looks. What? Has Tai been defeated? Did Wang Tang really do it? I can't believe his power is this terrifying. Chen Xiao was truly shocked by how incredible Wang Tang's talent was. He couldn't figure out how their school had ended up hiring such a powerhouse. Jiang Yi asked Chen Xiao if he had noticed that Wang Tang had used his full strength earlier. He never expected to see such a display from Wang Tang. Unlike everyone else who was watching, Wang Tang seemed completely at ease. He was actually surprised when he saw the hole he had left behind. Jiang He, now a 2-star warrior and skilled in both fist fighting and swordplay, felt excited about the challenges ahead. However, he also worried that the department head might be alerted soon. Tai didn't know who had interrupted the conversation between the two senior students. It turned out to be Xia Ming, who was holding his student lying on the ground. Tai, wake up, he urged. Wang Tang, uninterested in the war teacher-student moment, turned to leave. The crowd, noticing that Tai hadn't gotten up, whispered to each other, could he be dead? Some were stunned, not expecting such a talented person to fall so easily. Furious and unsure of what to do, Xia Ming directed all his anger at Wang Tang. Come back here. You bastard, you've killed Tai. But did Wang Tang even seem bothered? Not at all. What? Is something wrong? He asked nonchalantly. Seeing Wang Tang being confronted, Jiang He stepped in. Teacher Xia Ming, you're going too far. When Xia Ming saw him, he lowered his voice, but moments later, he turned back and shouted at them. Enough! Jiang He, do you really think I won't do something about this? The senior didn't show the slightest fear towards Xia Ming. If he wanted, the teacher could try. Jiang He gave him a look that was both threatening and full of contempt, clearly looking down on him. As a mentor, to embarrass a student in the martial arts arena like this, our martial arts club won't just stand by and let it happen. People behind him started speaking up as well. Hey, isn't the professor also trying to become a disciple? Not an enemy of the martial arts club. Let's try to understand each other. That's right. Tai fought and his body's like this. Its teacher is just worried about him. Jiang Yi added with a sly, fox-like grin. Don't worry, teachers, he said, his tone shifting to mock sympathy. I'm just talking. It's probably best if you hurry and take teacher Xia Ming to rest. They immediately followed Jiang He's suggestion. Teacher Xia Ming, staying calm, nodded and said, quickly follow us. Wang Tang watched the man's retreating figure and spoke up. Teacher Xia Ming, right, you're the one from another academy who was planted here. You didn't even need to arrange for these people to challenge me. But just wait. Once I figure it out, I'll send each of them a challenge letter. The man was taken aback by Wang Tang's words. Wang Tang smirked. Anyway, I'm now a 2-star warrior. So I'll start by challenging the 2-star level fighters from your academy. When I reach 3 stars, those people will be on my level. I'll just keep going until I've beaten every last one of them. Xia Ming's anger flared, but he couldn't respond. He turned away, thinking to himself that this young man was incredibly arrogant. Wang Tang sneered, arrogant, isn't it? His eyes turned cold and sharp. Do you think I'll be intimidated by threats? Anyone who tries to threaten me will be sent straight to hell. If you're not happy with that, feel free to send some challengers my way. But there's a catch. They'll have to be at the same level. No one will be turned away. Wang Tang wasn't done yet. Oh, and by the way, aren't you a 5-star? He smirked. When I hit 5 stars myself, you'll see exactly what I mean. Forget it. I'll just say it outright. I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy, kneeling, pleading for your life. And who's to say I'll even spare you? Xiang Ming's face twisted, like he was struggling with something painful when he heard these words. He turned to Wang Tang and asked, "Do you really think you're unbeatable?" Instead of answering directly, Xiang Ming avoided the question, choosing to say, "I will challenge you." He wasn't backing down. Wang Tang sneered in response, clearly unimpressed. "Go ahead, hurry up and try." He sounded almost childish as he added, "You're more calm than I expected. Come on, show me what you got." Xiang Ming shot Wang Tang a furious glare but didn't make a move. There had to be someone protecting Wang Tang at school, but once they were outside, that protection would be uncertain. Besides, they would probably cross paths again soon enough. Wang Tang studied Xiang Ming, knowing this old man would eventually come for him. Thankfully, he had his golden hand, and reaching the 5-star warrior rank was just a matter of time. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, a host has acquired the intermediate metal talent, gaining 8 points in metal swordsmanship. Wang Tang was pleased. The attribute bubble sea tide drop were great, an intermediate metal talent and 8 points in metal swordsmanship. With that achieved, he decided to step back. "Senior brothers and sisters, if the martial arts contest is over, I'm going to rest for a bit," they replied. "All right, take a good rest." Back in his room, Wang Tang sat on his bed, his eyes closed as if he was about to check something. Wang Tang could feel the intense heat of the fiery generation's swordsmanship, burning with passion, while the swordsmanship of the golden generation was sharp and precise, focused more on power. If these two styles could be combined in the future, the result would be incredibly powerful. After considering the situation, he jumped off the bed. Stretching his limbs, Wang Tang said, "Let's go eat. We've earned so many points, we deserve a good meal." Meanwhile, Yuan Shan was feeling a headache from dealing with him. "I didn't expect this kid Wang Tang to cause such a mess. I just wanted to tease him." It turned out that after the match, the deans had gathered again to discuss the situation. Kai Hang felt that Shen Xiang Ming was finished this time and seemed quite pleased with the outcome. He got what he deserved. Back on the battlefield, he was terrified, lacking the spirit of a true martial artist. Afterward, he fought for resources like a coward. Du Chun, however, thought that perhaps Chen Xiang Ming had been pulling the strings behind the scenes, but the life-or-death battle was still Si Tai's decision. Dong Hu nodded in agreement. Humph, Xiang Ming put so much effort into cultivating Si Tai because he wanted him to become famous and gain great rewards. Didn't expect Wang Tang to shatter that plan completely. Yuan Shan spoke up, "In martial arts, there's no absolute right or wrong. Losing is not something that can be blamed on others. Now let's focus on how to deal with Chen Xiang Ming." Dong Hu added, "All the masters here, the school has already pointed out Xiang Ming's mistakes. He openly threatened students and damaged the image of a teacher. On my way here, I already heard students questioning the authority of the faculty." Su Jing fanned himself with his fan, looking somewhat troubled. After all these years, even if he hasn't done much, he's at least put in some effort. After hearing those words, Yuan Shan quickly came up with a solution. He slammed his hand on the table. "Here's what we'll do. Keep his position as a teacher, send him to the alternate battlefield for 6 months, and after that, we'll evaluate his performance." The meeting ended, and as expected of a leader, he acted quickly and decisively. That's settled then. With that, Yuan Shan turned to leave the meeting room, but then stopped and turned back. "By the way, I've already informed the principal about Wang Tang's situation. We'll wait for the principal to return and make a decision." The powerful deans were all taken aback when they heard about the principal. The principal would be back soon. Would that kid's future be completely ruined? A few days later, the student mission station was bustling with activity. Wang Tang slowly walked up to the machine and scanned the information displayed. Student card, various types of missions, military missions, police station tasks, city patrol assignments, school duties, and alternate world missions. He then organized his schedule, deciding to take on short-term missions during the weekends as a trial, starting with a school mission to gather herbs on Chunha Mountain. He clicked the icon on the screen. School mission! Herb gathering on Chunha Mountain. The machine confirmed that the mission had been successfully accepted and wished him good luck. Afterward, he left the station. It had been a while since he'd seen the male lead act so polite. This scene definitely felt like one of those moments when the author got lazy with the illustrations. In the midst of the dry, barren mountains, a taxi sped along the road. Wang Tang got out and stopped at a spot that felt unfamiliar. Before leaving, he reminded the driver, "Wait for me here. I should be back before sunset." The driver smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I've got you covered today. I'll definitely listen to you." He drove into the village and asked one of the locals, "Excuse me, how can I get to Chunho Mountain?" The woman advised him, "Kid, it's not safe up in the mountains. You're still young, it's best if you head home." Wang Tang gave his signature business smile. "I'm heading into the mountains for something important, Auntie. Don't worry, I'm prepared. I will be foolish enough to risk my life." Despite his reassurance, Aunt Lai didn't trust city folk. They all seemed the same, ignoring advice. Just yesterday, 3 stubborn young men had gone up the mountain and hadn't come back. No one knew what had happened to them. Wang Tang was surprised to hear that others had already gone before him. What were they wearing? Did they say why they went into the mountains? Aunt Lai furrowed her brow. "Why do you want to know that?" He casually slipped his hand into his coat pocket. "I'm just asking. Auntie, how about I buy the information from you?" Seeing the money, Aunt Lai's eyes lit up and she began to speak. "Haha, they were dressed pretty similarly to you. It looked like they were carrying weapons. They said they were going into the mountains to look for something, and they asked a local herbalist to guide them." Wang Tang's mind raced. Asterisk, are they looking for the illusory flame herb too? Could my first mission already be a failure? Asterisk, he shook off the thought. Asterisk, no, I've come this far. I need to go into the mountains and check it out. What if what I need is different from what they're after? Asterisk. He asked, "Is there any other herbalist in the village?" Aunt Lai shook her head. "No, just that family. Very few people are willing to go up the mountain anymore. The herbalist Mr. Bai and his daughter often go up the mountain and are quite familiar with it. You could ask her for help. Luckily, there's still someone here who might know." Aunt Lai finished speaking and handed over another bundle of money, a considerable amount. "Ah, thank you so much. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me where the herbalist lives?" "Well, money can buy almost anything," Aunt Lai said with a smile. "You don't need to be so polite, kid. I'll take you to their place." She led Wang Tang to a house and called out, "This Bai, are you home? Someone's looking for you." After a moment, Xiao Cao appeared running toward them. "Yes, what's going on?" Aunt Lai introduced Wang Tang, explaining that he wanted to go up the mountain and needed a guide. "Why didn't you talk to him?" she said, inviting Wang Tang inside. "Going up the mountain?" Xiao Cao asked. "Yes," Wang Tang confirmed. "I heard 3 young men have already gone up there." "Are they looking for this?" Wang Tang pulled out his phone and showed her a picture. "The illusory flame herb. Are you also looking for it?" He hadn't expected her to know about it. "You know about the illusory flame herb?" he asked. "Seems like we're after the same thing," Xiao Cao replied. "If that's the case, you know where I can find it?" "I do," she answered. "My father told me about it, but I've never actually been there." That news hit Wang Tang like a bombshell. "Do you have a map of the mountain?" Xiao Cao twirled her hair and said, "No, when we head into the mountains, we rely on experience." She spoke with confidence in her knowledge. "Even though I've never been there before, I know the way. I'll guide you. And along the way, we can search for my father, but you'll need to pay me." Wang Tang agreed without hesitation. "All right, how much do you want?" For her response, it was clear this was the first time Xiao Cao was setting her own price. 5,000 or 3,000, either one works. Wang Tang was happy to accept. "Let's go with 5,000. If you get me there before noon, I'll pay you more." It's not a cheap deal. This village is the same everywhere. Xiao Cao immediately sprang into action. "All right, I'll change clothes and grab a few things. Let's go now." She called out to her mother. "Ma, I'm going out with a friend for something. I'll ask Aunt Lai to come talk to you." Both of them packed their things and got ready to leave. "Let's go." At Chunho Mountain, Xiao Cao led the way. "Be careful. There are poisonous snakes and insects in the mountains." Wang Tang followed behind her. "I'm fine. Just watch out for yourself." After a while, she turned to him and asked, "We'll cross from here later. My father used to take me this way. It's tough, but it's the quickest route." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Xiao Cao thought it was strange. After walking for so long, he wasn't even winded. Could he be a martial artist? The illusory flame herb they were after must be valuable. If she could pick 2 branches of it, that would be great. Wang Tang glanced around. "Miss Bai, isn't it strange that we haven't seen any signs of other people on this path?" Xiao Cao replied, "It's been so long since I went up the mountain with my father. Could it be that he found another path?" Wang Tang felt uneasy and warned her, "Be careful. There's no way your father would suddenly stop using this familiar route unless—" He stopped himself, not wanting to mention the guide. "This path is dangerous," he added. Xiao Cao, looking worried, said, "This is the only path I know. What should we do now? But since you said to be careful, we'll keep going." So they pushed on, navigating through the tough terrain. As they walked, Xiao Cao suddenly froze, as if she had seen something strange beneath the ground. She looked closer and noticed strange holes opening up along the path. from which aggressive-looking ants began crawling out. A sense of unease crept over her as she realized these ants were secreting a greenish substance. Wang Tang quickly ran up from behind, moving fast but carefully. The ants spat venom at them, but thanks to Wang Tang's sharp reflexes, he managed to protect Xiao Cao. The areas hit by the venom were instantly burned and melted away. At that moment, Xiao Cao realized, we're in trouble. These are mutated creatures. She started crying, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I've caused you so much trouble. But she didn't realize who was standing in front of her. Why would he need her apology? They were just ants. Without a word, he raised his hand, and the entire swarm of ants charged toward them as if they were prey. Wang Tang remained calm and summoned fire. With a single gentle strike, he took care of all of them. The ants were instantly reduced to dust in the flames of Wang Tang's attack. Xiao Cao couldn't believe what she was seeing and stammered in surprise. Martial artist, are you really calm now? Be careful. If you step on something dangerous like a poisonous snake, I won't be able to save you. Her mouth hung open in shock. Wow, I didn't know there were young martial artists like you. This is incredible. The two of them continued on their way, with Xiao Cao leading him to a deep ravine. This is the place. My father was around here once and saw the illusory flame herb. You should check if it's still here. She was excited to help Wang Tang find the herb he needed. Look, there's one over there. How lucky. Wang Tang turned to Xiao Cao and said, I'll go down, you stay safe. He grabbed a vine and swung down to pick the illusory flame herb. There's more than one. This trip wasn't a waste. Xiao Cao stood back, watching from a distance without getting involved herself. But when Wang Tang touched the herb, something went wrong. It turned out that a snake had been hiding in it, and Wang Tang, using his bare hands, quickly subdued it. From far away, Xiao Cao saw this and grew very worried. Be careful. But of course, these things weren't a challenge for Wang Tang. He quickly turned the snake into grilled meat. It's just a snake, he said casually. He went back to picking the herb without a care. Xiao Cao, meanwhile, was speechless. But if everything were that easy, this wouldn't be much of a story, would it? From the bushes, several creatures suddenly emerged, turning into more snakes. This time, they all attacked Wang Tang at once. He couldn't help but think these creatures had no idea when to stop. The poor snakes would burn in the flames Wang Tang created and then fall into the deep abyss. Xiao Cao seemed amazed, her eyes wide as she took in his power. Wang Tang gripped the vine tightly with one hand while using the other to keep collecting illusory flame herbs. He was excited that this time he could exceed his expectations. There were plenty of illusory flame herbs around, so he decided to gather more to take with him. Once he had enough, he planned to head back toward Xiao Cao. All right, let's go back. Xiao Cao blinked in disbelief, her voice filled with awe. Already? That was so fast, as expected of a martial artist. These venomous snakes are dangerous to me, but you handled them so easily. If I were as strong as you, that'd be amazing. I could make so much money in no time. Wang Tang sighed when he saw the look in her eyes. What are you spacing out for? Let's go down the mountain. Snapping out of her daze, Xiao Cao quickly caught up with him. They made their way down the mountain without any issues, and everything seemed smooth. But then, Wang Tang felt something was off. Xiao Cao noticed he had stopped. Why are we going? She asked. Wang Tang murmured, Someone's coming. Do you think it could be my father's group? A man who looked familiar to Xiao Cao was leading a group of people toward them. Xiao Cao? So it really is your father. Xiao Cao's face lit up with joy when she saw him. Father, I'm so glad you're all right. Mom and I were so worried about you all night. But for some reason, Wang Tang still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Kiddo, didn't I tell you not to go up the mountain? Why did you come up here? Her father asked. The group behind him stood silently, watching the emotional reunion between father and daughter. Xiao Cao told her father, someone paid me to guide him, so I went with him to find the illusory flame herb. Don't worry, Dad. He's really strong. We already got the herb. The group behind them immediately reacted when they heard about the illusory flame herb. The guy with glasses spoke up. Hey, kid, you already got the illusory flame herb? Both sides just stood there, staring at each other, leaving Xiao Cao and her father awkwardly stuck in the middle. Wang Tang spoke up confidently. Yes, I got the illusory flame herb. You're too late. He quickly sized up the group across from him. From their clothes and age, it looked like they were martial arts students from some academy. One of them said, Seriously, we're just going to stand around on our very first mission. A Feng wasn't ready to back down. He added, No way. We're not letting this slide. Xiao Cao's face went pale with worry. She looked at her father and asked, Dad, did I get us into trouble? He sighed and answered, It's my fault for not warning you first. Both sides are tough to deal with. Who knows if we'll get caught in the middle of something later. Someone from the other group spoke up. Hey man, I'm guessing you're a student too? You picked the herb because it's part of your school mission. Wang Tang replied plainly, "Yep, I need to get back quickly. Please move aside." But Feng clearly wasn't ready to let it go. He said, "Fellow student, the illusory flame herb is part of a task assigned by our instructor. Now that you've taken it, what are we supposed to do?" Wang Tang cut him off coldly. "What does that have to do with me? You got your mission. I've got mine. And let's be real, if you had found the illusory flame herb first, would any of you have given it to me?" Since Wang Tang was right, it couldn't argue back. Seeing this, Feng immediately decided to act. "There are 3 of us and only one of you. Do you really think we can't take it? Just charge ahead and grab it." He drew his weapon, threatening, "Hand over the illusory flame herb. If you don't blame us for being rude." With a swift movement, the 3 of them rushed toward Wang Tang, determined to snatch the herb. But Wang Tang remained calm, a smirk forming on his lips. "You guys must have watched too many movies, huh? Why so much talking? Idiots." Just as a fight was about to break out, a loud noise suddenly echoed through the mountains and forests, drawing everyone's attention. Out of nowhere, a strange-looking snake appeared, floating in the air. Its size was also terrifying. Feng, clearly startled but shouting, said, "Damn it! How is there a 1-star beast here?" His loud voice managed to alert the snake to their presence. "Sister!" Without hesitation, the snake flew straight toward the group. Xiao Cao, concerned for Wang Tang, urgently signaled, "Little brother, run." While everyone else was panicked, Wang Tang stayed calm and collected. "This beast is so stupid. There are so many people here, yet it only targets me." The snake saw him as easy prey, its mouth wide open, sharp fangs ready to strike. But Wang Tang wasn't in a rush. Calmly, he wrapped his hand in flames. With just a light blow, he sent the snake flying as though it were nothing more than a toy. It's hard to fully describe this scene, but all we know is that the male lead knocked the snake away effortlessly. A moment ago, Feng had been full of confidence, but now he was completely speechless after seeing Wang Tang in action. Xiao Cao felt the same. She knew he was strong, but never imagined he could be this powerful. The snake was gone in an instant. Not only had it been killed, but its flesh was burned away, leaving nothing but bones behind. Once the task was done, Wang Tang calmly turned around and said, "What did you just say earlier?" He shot a glare at the group who had spoken up before. The 3 of them, not from the same group, quickly rushed back to their vehicle, drinking as if they were desperate to calm their nerves. "Ah, well, bro, there was a bit of a misunderstanding earlier," one of them stammered. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes. "A misunderstanding? Didn't you guys say something completely different earlier?" At this, the man turned pale, unable to speak. It was like his tongue had suddenly shriveled up in his mouth. They tried to salvage the situation. No, what we meant was the illusory flame herb you picked. It's yours." "That's right. We're the young, good-hearted people of the new century. How could we possibly steal from you?" Wang Tang flashed a sly grin. "So you guys aren't stealing anymore?" The 3 of them broke into a cold sweat. They couldn't deny that they should be thankful for the snake earlier. No. Wang Tang's words hit hard. "I was going to share some with you, but if you don't want it, that's fine." Without another word, they turned and bolted. "Haha, just kidding. We still have something to do, so we'll be going now." One of them muttered under his breath, "Definitely a scam. Do they think we're idiots?" The rest quickly ran off, leaving Wang Tang and Xiao Cao behind. Wang Tang turned to the 2 of them and said, "The flesh and blood of this snake could be useful for both of you. If you don't mind the trouble, you can take it down the mountain or just leave it here for the wild animals to eat." Xiao Cao quickly agreed, saying, "We need it, we really do. Thank you, little brother." As the moment to leave arrived, Wang Tang said his goodbyes to the group. "All right, I need to head out now." Seeing the expression in his daughter's eyes, Xiao Cao's father quickly intervened. "Stop staring at him. He's from a completely different world than ours." Her voice was tinged with sadness as she replied, "I know." By this time, the group had already run far off, as if they were already down the mountain. "Let's go quickly," Feng said, breathing heavily. "I don't want to stay here for even a second longer." Terrified, Feng knew he would need to be more careful in the future. From now on, he'd have to be humble when going out because you never know when you might run into a powerful expert and get completely wrecked. Which school does that guy belong to? I have no idea, but he's seriously intimidating. Feng guessed that Wang Tang must be a military leader. He probably planned to enter this year's National Martial Arts Competition, and that's when they'd figure out who he really was. Meanwhile, Wang Tang had made it back home. In his rush, he had barely managed to finish his task on time. Exhausted, he dragged himself toward the bed, completely drained. "Go take a shower and rest." It was obvious that Wang Tang had had a long, exhausting day. Unbeknownst to him, a woman stood in the shadows of his room. Noticing that Wang Tang was completely unguarded, the woman silently moved closer. She was fast, incredibly fast. Startled, Wang Tang turned around, his eyes widening in surprise. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure lunged at him from behind. Thankfully, Wang Tang reacted quickly, sensing the danger in time. He immediately got ready to defend himself. Not only did he avoid the attack, but the figure managed to block his counterstrike. This left Wang Tang even more stunned. Someone had actually blocked his move. She charged forward, her fist clenched tightly, flames swirling around it. Wang Tang quickly stepped back, bracing himself as he tried to figure out who this person was. He looked up at her and asked, "Who are you?" Since the moment he turned around, this was the first person who had made him truly feel challenged. "Impressive," she said, running her fingers through her hair, giving him a compliment. "Not bad," Wang Tang replied, determined not to back down. He was ready to attack again, but the woman wasn't rushing. With a simple motion, she raised her hand and easily countered his strike. Then, with a swift kick, she knocked him back, using the strength of her long, straight legs. When she threw a punch, Wang Tang dodged it quickly. The two of them kept exchanging blows, neither willing to give an inch. Wang Tang backed away again, breathing heavily as he watched her, trying to keep his distance. Who the hell did I provoke? Someone this strong has come to take me out. His face was dripping with sweat, and he couldn't believe he couldn't land a hit. After a moment of thought, he realized he had no choice but to retreat. If he couldn't fight, he'd run. He dashed toward the door, hoping if he could just make it down the hall and shout, someone from the academy would come to help. But as soon as his hand touched the doorknob, he felt something strange. He jerked his hand back. What is this? They really set up a whole formation just to trap me. Now that the formation was active, not only could he not escape, but no sound could get through either. It was a risk. Wang Tang watched the woman slowly approach, knowing he had only one option left, to gamble everything. Sometimes you just have to take the risk. With precise skill, Wang Tang appeared behind the mysterious woman in the blink of an eye. He went for a quick strike, aiming to take her down. But despite putting all of his strength into the attack, he was stunned to find that she effortlessly countered his ultimate move. Her reflexes are incredible. Just how powerful is she? Wang Tang thought in disbelief. Then, a sudden realization hit him, and he activated his spirit eye. What's this? How did she get in front of me without making a sound? He wondered, struggling to trust his own eyes. It was the first time he had encountered such an intense, bright surge of origin power. It nearly blinded him. But Wang Tang, someone who had returned from the brink of death, wasn't about to give up. No matter how strong she is, I have to try. It seemed like the woman had anticipated his next move as a faint smile tugged at her lips. Wang Tang gathered every ounce of his strength and launched his final strike. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't facing an equal opponent. She was far superior. She easily controlled the situation, clearly dismissing him as all talk. But then she noticed something unusual and quickly turned to check behind her. To her surprise, Wang Tang was doing something unexpected. This isn't right, she thought. He's pushing himself to the limit and refuses to give up. If he wanted to survive, his only chance was to break free from the formation and escape. Wang Tang shouted with determination, "Break for me!" He attacked the protective barrier relentlessly, slowly cracking it open. "Interesting," she murmured as he landed a final, powerful punch, bringing everything to an end. After all his efforts, the door finally shattered, but Wang Tang's face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why the last step had been so much easier than he expected. The woman walked over and turned on the light. Only then did she speak properly. "All right, stop moving around." The light flickered on, filling the room. She calmly sat down in a chair and started fussing. My nails broke." "Kid, that's fine too." Wang Tang quietly approached, confused. "Who exactly are you?" But the woman didn't answer his question. She was too busy worrying about her nails. Guess. Wang Tang was even more confused now, but also a little impressed. He realized that, despite the intense fight earlier, there wasn't a single mark or crease on her clothes. Her strength was incredible. Being called old woman clearly irritated her. "Listen, you should never ask a woman her age." "Humph, am I that old?" Wang Tang didn't reply, remaining silent. It almost seemed like he was silently admitting the truth. He wasn't sure where to look. Her irritation was obvious, and she gave him a chance to rephrase his words. He quickly corrected himself. "Sister, may I ask what you want to do?" She immediately smiled, looking as smug as a cat. "Nothing," Mr. Pang said. "Our academy has a very talented genius, and I should quickly return from the battlefield to check him out." When Wang Tang heard that name, he froze. "Mr. Pang is the head of the Ban Institute. So who are you?" She replied softly. "As for me, I'm your principal." Wang Tang was so shocked that it felt like someone had just slapped him awake. "What?" He was so flustered, he started stammering. Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Suddenly, a familiar male voice echoed from behind Wang Tang. She wasn't joking. The woman standing in front of Wang Tang was indeed the principal of our school, Tan Tai Quan. Yuan sighed and walked over. Principal, can't you find another place to test Wang Tang's abilities? He was surprised. General Institute. He looked at his superior in frustration. This room was about to be destroyed by the two of you. Impossible. Yuan shot Wang Tang a look that was completely indifferent. I'm just here to tell you that she really is our principal. She wants to test your abilities, so you don't need to worry. Wang Tang couldn't deny it, though his strength had already been revealed. Is this really okay? All right, Mr. Pang, stop complaining. If you have nothing else, you can leave now. I'll take care of this kid's business. You can handle the school's matters. He gave her the same look I would give my superior. So, you admit the school has a lot to handle. You always passed everything on to me. You come and go as you please, while I'm the one stuck doing all the work. Taekwon swiftly pushed him out of Wang Tang's room and turned around as if nothing had happened. Haha, I'm letting Mr. Pang take care of this because I respect him. That he should thank you. He sighed in frustration. No one should talk about laziness so openly. Taekwon gave him a subtle hint to leave. Well, Principal, if you're done, you should go too. I still have to clean up and get some rest. There's class tomorrow morning. Taekwon remained calm, as if in no rush. The official business isn't finished yet. She looked at Wang Tang and said, Kid, you're really good at keeping things hidden. A 3-star warrior with the strength of a 4-star and a multi-element martial artist. Let me think. Ice, fire, metal, and wind. Are there any others? Hearing all this, it's clear some of your secrets are already out, but there's still one more thing you're trying to hide. Right now, the energy of these 4 elements is already too much. You can't reveal any more attributes in front of me. Taekwon was sharp like that. For now, let's just stick with the 4 elements. Every martial artist has their secrets, and I won't pry too deep, especially since there's nothing much to see. I've met a few multi-element martial artists before, but unfortunately, I killed them all, so I never got to figure out anything. Wang Tang could feel that the headmistress wasn't just wicked, she was also ruthless. So, you've killed a few 4-element martial artists? Taekwon immediately noticed his reaction. You seem to be really scared of me, huh? Wang Tang tried to stay calm. Ha, headmistress. Your posture is so majestic, so impressive. I'm in awe. She smiled, as if she'd never done anything cruel. She enjoyed the praise. Then, without warning, she pointed to the ground and ordered, enough talking. Kneel and kowtow. Wang Tang was taken aback. What? Taekwon raised an eyebrow. Don't want to? Am I not qualified to be your master, being a general-level warrior? Wang Tang froze for a second. Why is this aunt saying whatever pops into her head? She shot him a sharp, threatening look. Don't want to. Wang Tang quickly changed his tone, as if flipping a switch. Of course I want to. So, you want to become a disciple? To put it simply, if becoming a disciple was my goal, I would have been kneeling a long time ago. My aunt here is actually a high-ranking general, but that's not the point. The real focus is becoming a disciple. Once you're a disciple, you're one of us. It'd be pretty amusing to see these two as master and disciple. You're a bit stubborn yourself, huh? So, are you a demon or not? Well, headmaster, shouldn't we keep up with the times when it comes to becoming a disciple? I'd like to invite you for tea and a meal, doing my best as your disciple. Would that be all right? Taekwon could tell why he was being so formal. Did he think I didn't know? If you don't want to kneel, then don't. Wang Tang quickly went to pour her some tea, then carefully brought it to her. Master, please enjoy the tea. Taekwon took it and slowly tasted it. Not bad, you got some skill. She shifted back to her usual, unbothered tone. As for the meal, just owe me one for now. My standards are pretty high. When you reach the level of a Grandmaster Spirit Lord, I'll consider it. I didn't take disciples before because I didn't want the trouble, but this time, Mr. Pang encouraged me, and you really fit my style. Wang Tang smiled on the outside, but was cursing on the inside. Yes, Master, you're so proud. Taekwon seemed pleased with her new disciple. All those old men have been showing off their disciples in front of me for years. Now it's my turn. Don't disappoint me. Haha. Wang Tang, curious, asked, Master, who are these old men you mentioned? How strong are their disciples? She didn't give a full answer, just saying you wouldn't know. All of them are the general rank. Taekwon paused for a moment, thinking. As for their disciples, let me think. The best one is probably at the 6-star warrior level. That happened about 6 months ago. Wang Tang couldn't believe what he was hearing. 6 stars from 6 months ago. She gave him a mocking smile. It's too late for regrets now, but being my disciple has its perks. I heard about what happened with Chen Xiangming last time. If anyone dares to mess with you again, I'll take care of it for you. Taekwon wasn't the type to let anyone push around her students. Wang Tang grinned. You're such a good master, so if I get into trouble in the future, can I use your name? This master-disciple pair is both a little crazy. I knew right away that brat of yours wouldn't stay quiet, but I like that. If anything happens, feel free to use my name. Those who fear me won't dare come after you, and those who don't, well, saying my name won't help anyway. After settling the important stuff, she turned to leave. All right, that's it for today. Come to my place tomorrow night. As your master, I should at least teach you something. Wang Tang was grinning from ear to ear as he watched Tai Quan walk away. His master was finally gone, and now he could finally relax. He managed to see that crazy woman off. But when he returned to his room, he realized something important. He could start collecting attribute bubbles again. The protagonist must be leveling up to a whole new stage. Jackpot. Wang Tang's eyes lit up as he stared at the attribute balls, practically drooling. Then he noticed something unusual and grew curious. What's this? He stared blankly at the strange thing in his hand. What the heck is this? It's gray-black. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the scheming attribute. That crazy woman must have had a lot of schemes. No wonder the attribute leaked out. Are you messing with me using your system? Suddenly, a cracking sound broke the silence of the room. Wang Tang rushed over. My proof token. Did I accidentally damage it during the fight earlier? He carefully inspected every part of the egg. It hasn't cracked, right? But just then, cracks began spreading across the surface of the egg. Wang Tang winced in pain. Oh my god, it's broken. After a moment, he realized the cracks weren't from external damage, they were coming from inside. Wang Tang blinked in disbelief. This is you cheering for your egg. Come on, just a little more. A golden beak pushed through the eggshell from the inside. Seeing it, Wang Tang felt a bit let down. He eyed the bird suspiciously. This thing looks really odd. Is this what a descendant of the star beast looks like? Even though it had just hatched, the bird hopped straight onto Wang Tang's shoulder. Look at you, fat, dark, and goofy. Not an ounce of special beauty. What should I even feed you? All right, stop making noise. He gave it some food. If you're the star beast, then I'll give you some star beast meat. Luckily, the meat from the giant python he fought earlier was still in his storage space, and he had planned to save some spirit beast meat for later. I've given you some. Now, crow fast after eating this. With that, the night settled in and the day came to a close. The next day, Wang Tang went to the address he'd been given. He stood there, stunned, not believing his eyes. Is this the master's place? The teacher's dorm is really fancy. He rang the doorbell and a voice called out from inside. The door is unlocked. Come in. Wang Tang cheerfully opened the door and stepped inside. Tai Quan, I just finished showering. You're early. Go ahead and close the door behind you. It was still early in the morning and his eyes were already burning. The scene in front of him made the protagonist seem like a block of stone. He found it odd and said, Sit down. Wang Tang obeyed without hesitation. Would you like something to eat? I haven't had anything myself. Hearing this, Wang Tang glanced around, clearly surprised to see a beautiful woman living in such a messy environment. Tai Quan made a quick phone call. Hello. Bring the usual food to my place. Wang Tang felt suspicious. Asterisk, isn't she supposed to be some homebody? Asterisk, he thought. She turned around, irritated. What? I'm your master here, and I haven't eaten yet. Are you planning to let me teach you on an empty stomach? Wang Tang sensed something was off, but still forced a smile. Master, you should eat first. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty if you're teaching me hungry. Tai Quan picked up a cup of water, sat down on the sofa, and got to the point. I already know quite a bit about your abilities. Your goal isn't just to surpass people your age, but to compete with others of your generation. Wang Tang was taken aback by this. She continued, people of the same generation aren't just those of the same age. They also include young martial artist prodigies. They're your true competitors, so you need to think long-term. Don't just focus on school. As for me, I'm the champion of my generation. I've even made many from past generations call me mother after I beat them. As your master, I won't say I'm stronger than you, but at the very least, you can't fall too far behind. Wang Tang heard this and thought to himself, asterisk, this female demoness really has a big mouth, asterisk. Tai Quan's expression suddenly grew serious. However, this wasn't an urgent matter. Our Year B student still had a number of talented classmates. She set him a small goal. By tomorrow, he should challenge someone in the top 100. He could stop once he reached the top. Wang Tang looked worried. Master, if I do that, I'll become everyone's target. I don't want to make enemies. What's there to be afraid of? She replied casually as if it was no big deal. If you defeat all of them and become the enemy of the entire school, so what? They'll only respect you and fear you. The strong always find their allies among the strong. There's never a shortage of friends. Wang Tang knew he couldn't argue with her logic. All right, master, you must be right. Tai Quan let out a sigh of relief, pleased with his response. Among martial artists, challenges are common. Most people, when they lose, just lose. At worst, they'll train harder and come back for revenge later. Don't overthink it. Just then, there was a sound at the door. Wang Tang wasn't sure what it was, but Taekwon guessed it was probably the food delivery. She quickly told him to go. Siabo Tang, go open the door. I'm about to starve to death. The delivery person looked surprised when they saw Wang Tang. He quickly introduced himself. I'm her disciple. Please do the delivery to me. Okay, sure, the delivery person responded. When Taekwon saw the food, her eyes lit up, and she grew eager. Hurry up and open it. I'm starving. Wang Tang couldn't help but be drawn in by the delicious smell. What was inside? It smelled so good. But as soon as he opened the lid, a bright light burst out of the box, making him jump in surprise. The light made Wang Tang raise his hand to shield his eyes, almost blinding him. When he looked inside the box, he was surprised. Could this be the legendary glowing ingredient? But isn't our house designed in a Chinese style? Taekwon quickly clarified for him. This is the work of Master Ling Chu. The chubby person who just delivered the food is Master Ling Chu. Wang Tang was confused. He had heard that you shouldn't judge someone by their appearance. Master, why are these dishes glowing? She popped a plump, sweet shrimp into her mouth, powered by the energy within. Wang Tang was still puzzled. What do you mean by energy? Taekwon explained. Spirit lords use star beasts and spiritual herbs as ingredients. Cooking them with a special technique activates the energy in the food, helping with cultivation. This is why only a martial artist can hold a position of spirit lord. After thinking it over, Wang Tang finally understood. So that's it. Only a martial artist can sense and control the energy. After the meal, the box was empty. Taekwon leaned back, her round belly content. The Star Martial continent has really worked hard to develop the spirit food industry to this point. Wang Tang was skeptical. Are you sure people respect it so much just because the food is that good? After the meal, Taekwon let out a loud burp. All right, follow me. She motioned for him to get up. Let's do some exercise after our cozy meal together. That doesn't sound too good. Looking at his expression, it was clear he was thinking of something else. Taekwon laughed. Ha ha, kiddo. You really have an overactive imagination. Wang Tang quickly tried to defuse the situation. Master, it's not good for your body to do intense physical activity right after eating. Taekwon just chuckled and changed into a set of workout clothes. Martial arts techniques and battle skills are private matters, and I won't teach them easily. From now on, I'll hold back when we fight so you can focus on developing your willpower and combat experience. Those are the things that truly matter to a martial artist. Many warriors who return from the battlefield, even without advanced martial arts techniques. Wang Tang listened carefully to every word she said. Despite his usual jokes and carefree attitude, he was serious when it mattered. Fighting against other martial artist geniuses was something he could do without much effort, but having strength without the right combat strategy was practically useless. As she spoke, the corners of Taekwon's mouth lifted into a smile. I don't want you to become one of those kinds of martial artists. It's just that yesterday we didn't even fight, and today we're picking it up again. With that, a streak of light flashed through the air, and Taekwon charged at Wang Tang with lightning speed. Both of her hands glowed with a greenish light, and her nails were sharp, as if she'd just come from a manicure. Wang Tang barely managed to keep up with her pace. It wasn't by chance that Taekwon had been chosen as the principal. Just as he was about to launch a counterattack, she landed a hit to his abdomen. He instinctively cradled his injury and was forced back a few steps. Sweat ran down his face, and he couldn't believe what had just happened. She's so strong. It's like she's a whole different person after eating. Her power has increased even more. There's no way I'm going to win today. But Wang Tang didn't back down. He fought back with determination. The two of them continued exchanging blows, neither giving an inch. Focused, Wang Tang gathered the combined power of wind and fire into his palm. No matter how hard Wang Tang tried, Taekwon showed no mercy. Even though he had just seen and experienced it firsthand, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. It was just too powerful. It seemed like she hadn't even used her full strength when they fought the night before. He felt both reluctant to accept it and terrified at the same time. Once again, Taekwon unleashed her lightning-fast signature move, darting away in a blur. It felt like her strength had grown exponentially after eating. Wang Tang quickly raised his arm to protect his head, but the blow was so strong that he didn't even have time to fight back. He could only dodge. Ha ha! Wang Tang's face was covered in sweat and exhaustion. In contrast, Taekwon seemed to be enjoying herself, treating him like a new toy. Despite the fatigue, Wang Tang pushed through with sheer willpower. His eyes were filled with determination. He didn't give up, charging forward toward his master once more. Soon, the violent explosion shook the air and was unclear what was happening inside. 30 minutes later, Wang Tang was gasping for air, too exhausted to stand. He collapsed onto the floor. Master, you're really ruthless. She thinks I'm a fool, but you're only doing this for my own good. Taekwon, on the other hand, showed no sign of weariness. From now on, everyone you meet will try to attack you directly. I'm pushing your potential to the limit. Don't worry, get up quickly. But at that moment, Wang Tang was so drained that it felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Go to the logistics department and buy a bottle of Black Jade Breakthrough. It's strong. It'll definitely help you recover, and tomorrow, you'll be ready for more of my training. After a whole day of training with his master, he was more battered than ever. All right, you go ahead first. Be careful on your way. As for Tai Quan, she seemed quite pleased with her disciple's progress. Wow, this is really impressive. I've definitely found something special this time. Back then, I couldn't even compare to it. He walked straight up to the vendor, who was selling a portion of black jade from severed Mundanity's heights. The seller explained that a portion costing 100 points would last for 5 days. Wang Tang couldn't believe it. Seriously, is it really that expensive? She responded with a smile. It's not expensive. You get what you pay for it. No smoke, no fire. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the money. All right, I'll take 1 portion. Wang Tang looked just like me when I go shopping every weekend. Too expensive. Looks like I need to figure out how to earn more points. Please take your goods. The seller gave him a bright, almost gleaming smile. Points are only useful when you spend them, after all. Wang Tang grabbed the item, feeling a little drained, and left, grumbling to himself. These merchants really know how to push their stuff. They're always saying I need to challenge the top 100 in the academy. Maybe I can think of a way to earn points while doing that. You won't get anywhere if you don't fight. When he got home, he headed straight to the bathroom and checked out the item he had just bought. All right, let me see. The higher the altitude, the hotter the water should be. After reading the instructions, he felt unsure. Why do I feel like this isn't trustworthy at all? Oh well, let's give it a try. The item inside the packet had a strange color. The liquid was cold, but it didn't seem to have any effect. But just as he spoke, his entire body suddenly felt different. Ah, it's hot. Wang Tang screamed from the bathroom, startling the bird outside. The next day, still feeling sore and exhausted, he went outside. It turned out the cold medicine had reacted with the hot water during his bath, causing it to bubble up and rush through his meridians. Could that be the effect? Wang Tang thought. He walked up to someone's door. So the 100 spot in the gold region is here. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. This is the weakest person in the top 100. I can definitely beat him. Wang Tang couldn't help but worry. He was afraid the person might not be at school right now. If the challenge fell through, he didn't know how the female demoness would torment him. He sighed heavily, clearly drained from the trouble he'd gotten into the day before. A bearded man rushed over, quickly opened the door, and stepped inside. The senior recognized him immediately. You're Wang Tang, right? Polite, he said. Senior, may I ask if you're free tonight? Wang Tang inquired. Quan misunderstood and started adjusting his pants. Ah, junior brother. Sorry, I'm not into that kind of thing, he said. Wang Tang froze, completely taken aback by the response. Quen, hearing the gossip, quickly started speaking again. That's not what I meant, he protested. No, senior, I want to challenge you. Yu Jun, clearly surprised, didn't see this coming. Challenge me. He thought Wang Tang was joking. Do you even know what you're saying? Wang Tang quickly apologized. The master's orders are hard to refuse, he said, setting the time for the duel. 7 p.m. at the martial arts field. Will you come, senior? Yu Jun smiled, agreeing with a laugh. Ha ha, all right. Then I'll show you the strength of a top 100 fighter. Having achieved his goal, Wang Tang didn't want to trouble Yu Jun any longer, so he left. I'll wait for you then, Yu Jun called after him. Watching as Wang Tang walked away, he couldn't help but think it was impressive how quickly he'd become a disciple. Clearly a genius. No doubt he had caught the attention of a master already. I wonder who it is. The news spread fast, and soon people were talking. Did you hear? Seeker Yu Jun, ranked 100th, is about to duel someone. He's going up to the stage. Who's he fighting tonight? This is huge. Hurry up and invite people to watch. Wang Tang then received a call from Tai Quan. Ah, I know, master. I'll definitely win. If I don't, you can deal with me however you want. He stared at the phone screen, exhausted. This on is really annoying, he muttered. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Junior brother Wang Tang, you seem like you don't know this person at all. Who are you? The person introduced himself. I'm Zhu Xiao Liang, a third-year student at the Command Academy. Wang Tang found it a bit strange. Aha. Shuj continued, my original name was Zhuge Cheng Liang, but because I greatly admire Zhuge Liang, I changed it. When I surpassed him, I'll change my name to Shuj Da Liang. Wang Tang was confused. You really are something. Shuj kept going. So, did you call me over for a reason? Shuj leaned in and whispered, well, here's the thing. Isn't the Quan family about to fight someone? I'm not sure who the opponent is, but how about placing a bet? I heard the challenger is pretty strong. How about a 3-to-1 bet? A few people nearby overheard the conversation and chimed in. Shuj Pan, how many times have you been caught gambling and you still dare to set up a betting pool? Yeah, exactly. Shuj turned back and annoyed. Whether you want to play or not is up to you, but we haven't even gotten to the point where we're betting like this, and still, everyone here wants to join in, don't they? I'll bet 100 course points on Yu Jun winning. I'll also bet 100 course points on Yu Jun winning. Then I'll bet 50 course points on Yu Jun winning. Hold on, one at a time. Wang Teng was surprised by how many people were getting involved. Well, why had Senior Shuj called him over earlier? A senior sister explained to Wang Teng, it's not strange. The new students keep scamming points from him, so if he's not scamming you, then who else would he scam? Wang Teng decided to join in. All right, I'll bet 100 points too. The challenger will win. The people around him thought Wang Teng was a bit foolish. They knew Zhu was trying to scam him, yet he still went along with it. Little did they know, everything was under Wang Teng's control. Wang Teng turned around, pretending not to notice. Just 1 point, it's all for fun. You guys are about to lose yours. Before leaving, he kindly added, all right, I've got a duel to fight. I'll head on ahead. The group was left speechless, confused. What had he just said? It wasn't until now that Shuj finally realized he said he was going to fight. So this kid was the one everyone had come to watch. Wang Teng was the challenger. How could it be him? This freshman actually dares to challenge Yu Jun, one of the top 100. Who gave him the guts? I admit this kid isn't weak, but this is just too arrogant. But somehow, Zhu had a strange feeling that Wang Teng might actually stand a chance. Unlike the others, he didn't think he was making a foolish move. Most people thought Wang Teng would lose, but Zhu's eyes sparkled with the thought of making some money. This was getting interesting. Before the battle even started, he figured he'd make a few more bets. Yu Jun looked around. Nobody seemed to think he had any strategy. It was a bit of a shame, really. Wang Teng sighed. It's fine. I'm just here to complete the task Master gave me. I don't need their approval. Hearing that, he radiated a killing intent. A task? Wang Teng's words were maddening. Yu Jun could only show a look of regret. Ah, sorry. As expected of Senior Yu Jun, you won't hold it against me. It's fine. Show me your full strength. But whether you can use me as your task depends on whether you're qualified. Wang Teng immediately switched into battle mode, and the referee signaled that the match had started. Both of them charged at each other like predators. Wang Teng used the techniques he had learned from Tai Quan, and Yu Jun was just as fierce. He wasn't going easy on his junior. At this point, both were evenly matched, and no one could tell who would come out on top in this fight. The crowd below was buzzing with excitement. Senior Yu Jun is incredible. No wonder he's one of the top 100, but Wang Teng is also impressive. I'm amazed. This is what a 3-star warrior martial artist can do. Both of their punches packed nearly the same power, but it was Wang Teng who was sent flying. Yu Jun stayed on his feet. He seemed to be enjoying the fight. His strength was impressive too. No wonder he had the guts to challenge me. Yu Jun leaped high, apparently aiming to strike from above. Watch out for this move. The result was an explosion that tore up the ground, sending debris flying. The audience, who had been criticizing him earlier, was now in awe. To think this kid can hold his own against Senior Yu Jun must not be using his full strength right. Yu Jun took a step back, creating another explosion. Just when he thought he had won, Wang Teng reappeared, attacking with even greater force. Yu Jun was barely able to block it in time. If he hadn't, the fight would have been over. This kid is really something. His energy is only at the 2-star warrior level, yet he's matching me at full strength. Now, Yu Jun understood what was going on. As for Wang Teng, he seemed more energized than ever. Now I get the master's plan. Yu Jun's foot dug into the ground as the two continued to fight, defending and countering at every opening. Yu Jun threw a punch straight at Wang Teng's face, but Wang Teng skillfully dodged it. It was clear now, after understanding his master's plan, Wang Teng had become even more aggressive. He attacked Yu Jun faster, making it harder for him to keep up. Finally, Yu Jun realized what was happening. Why is this kid's attack getting stronger and stronger? It's starting to feel almost overwhelming, even unreasonable. Does Yu Jun still think I was just joking earlier? But what I said was actually true. That little brat really used me as training material. Wang Teng sighed, looking regretful. You figured out. This time, I really did get angry and used you for training. Well done. The audience watching couldn't help but laugh. It's happening. It's happening. Yu Jun's fist looked like a lion roaring. This was his furious lion fist technique. Wang Teng casually raised his hand to brush off the wind. Is this his combat skill? He muttered. He quickly reached for his weapon. This move relied on anger to fuel it. The angrier he got, the stronger it became. The two of them were now fighting with their own methods. Before launching his attack, Wang Teng called out, "Take this sword of mine." He drew his sword and struck with a single slash, causing everything to fall apart. The audience gasped in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening. Even Yu Jun didn't see this coming. How could this happen? Wang Teng's sword had sliced through Yu Jun's lion attack in half. As the dust settled, everyone could finally see the aftermath. If Yu Jun had been just a little less powerful in that moment, he might have lost his life right there. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had no choice but to. I lost. He collapsed to the ground in pain, looking utterly defeated. Getting into the top 100 was incredibly hard. He had fought and endured so much to avoid being defeated by anyone, but no one had expected the senior from the Quan family to perform like this. Yet we lost. Wang Tang stared at Yu Jun's back as he walked away, a bitter feeling settling in his chest. Master, do you ever think about how crushed they'd be after being defeated when you asked me to challenge them? He shook his head and pushed the thought aside. In the martial arts world, strength is what matters most. It was time to report to his master. With both competitors gone, only the crowd remained. Wang Tang Xiao is incredible. He even beat his senior in the top 100. How is he a freshman? He's ridiculously strong. I almost feel heartbroken being in the same generation as him. Soon after, someone caught up with him. Wang Tang weighed up. Wang Tang turned to see Senior Jude from Sha smiling. I came to give you your points. Junior brother, you're truly a hidden gem. I also gained quite a bit from this, thanks to you. Thanks, Wang Tang replied modestly. It's nothing. He gave Jude a sly look. But senior, I still plan to challenge some top 100 students. Want to team up? Jude's eyes lit up as if someone had flipped a switch. Sure, I can tell right away you're someone with big potential. I'm in, but how do we split the points? Wang Tang grinned. 50-50s. I'm completely confident I'll defeat the opponent. Senior, are you willing to trust me? Shu seemed both surprised and a little uncertain. Hold on, let me think. He paused, thinking it over carefully. After a moment, realizing this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, Shu finally agreed. All right, I think I see my disciple coming back. Tai Quan, has she finished? How does it feel? She doesn't seem too bothered, just focused on the game and the food in her mouth. Wang Tang shrugged. He didn't feel anything in particular, but he could tell there had been some effect. Upon hearing this, Tai Quan stood up. Is that all you're proud of? Let's head to the training room and do some more. She wants to test you. Let me see how much you've improved tonight. Unlike last time, Wang Tang felt that meeting this aunt of his was the start of his martial arts journey. Having already lived through one life, he believed his future was wide open. It seemed that both the master and the disciple shared the same belief. Tai Quan thought she would witness his rise firsthand. Right now, though, Wang Tang was lying on the floor, out of breath. Tai Quan smiled with satisfaction. Looks like you're making progress. Keep pushing yourself, kid. Wang Tang responded, thanks for the compliment. She glanced at him and added, don't forget to challenge the 99th ranked student tomorrow. Wang Tang quickly sat up, tired but obedient. Got it, master. How could I forget what you told me to do? The scene then shifted to Fang Ming's room, where he was holding a cup of hot coffee. He asked, so you just fought with Yu Jun and now you're going to challenge me? Wang Tang sighed. No choice, Fang Ming Sr. I have to fight with him at 7 p.m. tonight. My body's worn out. He explained, teacher's assignment is one person a day. Fang Ming looked puzzled. I see. Seems like your teacher has high expectations for you. Well, I'm curious to see just how strong this little prodigy really is. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but groan inwardly. The teacher was really piling all this pressure on him. As he was heading home, a group of female students suddenly called out to cheer him on. Xiao Tang, I'll be watching you tonight. Good luck. Another girl chimed in. Wow, you're amazing. You've been challenging the seniors nonstop. Wang Tang felt a little embarrassed. Oh no, not at all. Then it hit him. Wait a minute, I just set the challenge to Senior Fang Ming earlier. How do they already know about it? Could it be? Before he could finish the thought, he quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket. A message from Zhu Pan popped up. Well, is this big enough for you? If you think it's not exciting enough, I can add more fuel to the fire. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He knew immediately this was Zhu Xiao Pan's doing. They chatted for a bit, then Wang Tang sent a message asking, how many people have placed bets so far? Xiao Pan replied, about 80 or so, all regulars. Wang Tang, still a little concerned, responded, what if the teacher finds out? Xiao Pan replied casually, what else? If we can't get the points, will we get punished? Wang Tang, uneasy, warned him. Be careful. Don't push it too far. Xiao Pan answered, don't worry. I've done this plenty of times. Wang Tang sighed, reading the message. Xiao Pan followed up with another one. Just focus on tonight's match. If you win, we'll both be rolling in money. Before long, the match was about to start. By then, everyone had gathered on the field. The crowd below kept shouting, Hang in there, senior. My junior brother has already placed all his points on you. Wang Teng focused, releasing a powerful internal force in a flash. Fang Ming quickly leaped to avoid the attack, moving with ghost-like speed, positioning himself behind Wang Teng. This caught Fang Ming off guard. Before he could react, Wang Teng struck again from behind. The two continued to fight for a long time, causing the earth and stones around them to shake with every move. After some time, Fang Ming knelt on the ground. I admit defeat. Wang Teng, ever humble, replied, Senior Fang Ming, I concede. The crowd erupted into cheers. Wang Teng wins again. He's amazing, so strong. On the third day, Wang Teng's momentum remained unyielding. As time passed, by the sixth day, his opponent was knocked out with a single move. By the 13th day, he had kept winning. The battles had become increasingly intense. He stood firm, radiating fiery energy, flames dancing around him. Chen Xiao, eager to watch, couldn't help but feel exhilarated. How many matches has this kid won in a row? How far can he go? Top 59, top 30, Yang Lin said, impressed. Wang Teng is truly amazing. He's a genius. After a brief pause, she added, but as the competition goes on, the difficulty will increase exponentially. It's not going to be easy. Finally, after many days away from home, Wang Teng was finally returning. With a big smile, he called out joyfully, Dad, Mom, Dao Du, I'm back. His father stepped out, smiling with happiness as his son had finally come home to visit. Everyone missed you so much. Dao Dao couldn't hold back her excitement and rushed over. Brother, she noticed the bird on his head. Her curiosity piqued. Is that a crow? Did you adopt a crow? Wang Teng replied, This is a star beast. His father paused, surprised. The star beast. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he said cheerfully, Son, you must take good care of it. His mother quickly added, A few days ago, some of Dao Du's relatives came by and tried to take her away. Dao Dao had refused, and her mother wasn't fond of them either. They're not good people. Wang Teng answered, Then let Dao Dao be my little sister. If they come to cause trouble, I'll handle it. His father laughed heartily. My son has become a martial artist. Even his words carry weight now. By the way, son, do you think the Wang family could expand into the martial artist world? Wang Teng responded, Of course, there are plenty of opportunities. Medicine pills, weapons, even rune tools. All of them are potential business ventures, but we'll need a long-term plan. We can't move forward until I have enough strength to protect the family. Otherwise, we'll just become targets. Hearing this, his father grew serious. You really think things through? In the future, our family will rely on you. Wang Teng humbly replied, Dad, you're the pillar of this family. I still have a lot to learn from you. The next day, Wang Teng continued packing for school. Everyone is already here, he thought, glancing around. But where's the team leader? We're supposed to go hunting today. Suddenly, the crowd on the other side stirred, and one of them shouted, Captain Lin, don't be unreasonable. Our young master knows exactly how many people are in your team, and he knows when one of them leaves. If you really want to join, why don't you just agree? I told you we already have another member. King Ji's face darkened. He responded, I know he's the top scorer of the martial arts examination, but he's just a 1-star warrior. Our young master is a 3-star warrior. Clearly, he'd be a better fit for your team. The person beside him added, Captain Lin, are you interested in that Wang Tang guy's potential? Every year, there's a top scorer in the martial arts examination, but how many of them become famous? Only those who know when to step aside are the real heroes. He laughed loudly after speaking. Captain Lin replied firmly, You don't need to say it anymore. Our team doesn't just dismiss members like that. King Ji wasn't ready to give up, so he pressed on. Captain Lin, our young master, is the high-ranking officer at the martial arts school. Turning him down for someone like Wang Tang, who has no background, isn't a smart move. Captain Lin immediately shot back coldly, Are you threatening me? Let me tell you something. Wang Tang was assigned to our team by the Vice Hall Master. If you have a problem, take it up with him. The man was left speechless. A person next to him, wearing a dark expression, cut in. If that's the case, then forget it. Let's go. Just then, Wang Tang quickly approached. Captain, are you here? When Wang Lan heard his voice, he turned around and snorted coldly. Wang Tang glanced at the group and asked, Captain, who are these? Captain Lin replied, A second-generation martial artist who wants me to kick you out so he can take your place. Wang Tang glanced at him, seemingly noticing the large umbrella he was holding. Captain Lin continued, It's fine. This is Dong Hai, the deputy manager here, and he's the highest-ranking one. Besides, that kid doesn't seem all that impressive. I wouldn't feel comfortable having him join my team. He slapped Wang Tang on the shoulder and said cheerfully, All right, enough about him. If you're here, let's get moving. Meanwhile, a panicked voice suddenly shouted out, cursing loudly. Damn it. Liu Yan looked at the bird following them by the bridge, startled. This is a star beast. Captain Lin was also taken aback. Where did you get this star beast? She exclaimed. Wang Tang, now standing in front of the two wax statues, couldn't help but wonder. Why is everyone so surprised? Is it really that rare to find a star beast? Captain Lin yelled. Of course it is. We rarely encounter star beasts, and most of them are weak. Your bird looks really intelligent. How about taking it to Bao Pavilion Mansion and signing a spirit beast contract? That would be much more reliable. Wang Tang looked like he was about to cry. Boss, stop shouting. I'll go, but my clothes are about to tear apart. Everyone stop standing around gossiping and help me. Scene change. At that moment at Bao Pavilion Mansion, the soft sunlight bathed the ground. Wang Tang's group quickly entered, everyone looking around. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching Wang Tang's attention. May I help you, sirs? A beautiful girl with a curvaceous figure smiled brightly and introduced. We have all kinds of protective charms here. Wang Tang looked at her and casually replied, I need a spirit beast contract. The cheerful girl greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please follow me. I'll notify the boss. He's the only one with the authority to retrieve the genuine item you're looking for. Just then, an elderly man with silver hair stepped forward, beaming with joy. My name is Lai, and I'm the owner of Bao Pavilion Mansion. He pointed proudly to the item in the girl's hands. This is the spirit beast contract you seek. You're welcome to inspect it. Captain Lin stepped up to examine it. Yes, this is indeed a spirit beast contract. Wang Tang quickly asked, how much does it cost? Boss Lai answered casually, 130 million. Wang Tang was stunned. How much? The reply came again, 130 million. Clearly shocked, Wang Tang muttered, that's way too expensive. He thought to himself, even if I have the money, this price is outrageous. Boss Lai quickly explained, it's not expensive. This spirit beast contract was crafted by Master Ling Su, a renowned rune master from another realm. Its quality far exceeds that of ordinary rune masters. Liu Yan looked closely. It definitely bore Master Ling Su's signature. Captain Lin added, in that case, the price seems reasonable. Boss Lai eagerly nodded. Of course, at Spirit Treasures, we always do business with integrity. Though it hurt a little, Wang Tang let out a deep sigh. All right, swipe the card, he said, thinking asterisk, good thing I earned over 500 million hunting the star beast earlier. This is manageable asterisk. The payment was immediately deducted from his account. Boss Lai smiled broadly. Thank you for your business. As they left, Liu Yan teased. Who would have thought little brother Wang Tang had such a fortune? Wang Tang grinned. Not really. Captain Lin continued, all right, the wealthy have signed the spirit beast contract, so let's get moving and finish the mission. This time, we're helping the dwarves at Hom Feng Hill deal with the swarm of deformed mantises. Liu Yan said with a sly smile, the dwarves have great wine and weapons, but the swarm of deformed mantises might be a bit tricky. Wang Tang thought to himself, I could pick up some wind attribute bubbles. My wind attribute is currently the lowest, so it's a good opportunity to improve it. Liu Yan added, while we're still on our way to Hom Feng Hill, you should form a spirit beast contract with Xiao Bai. Wang Tang was startled. Right, I almost forgot. He quickly signed the contract, and soon, both of them seemed to be surrounded by a warm, fiery aura. Wang Tang thought, this is amazing. It feels like my bond with Xiao Bai has gotten a bit stronger. Suddenly, a strange look appeared in Wang Tang's eyes. He froze for a moment. Wait a minute, Wang Tang thought, his mind feeling a bit dazed as he glanced at the crow. I can actually sense Xiao Bai's vision. This made him jump. I didn't expect the spirit beast contract to have this effect. Realizing this, Wang Tang quickly asked, Captain, what exactly does the spirit beast contract do? Captain Lin replied, it just lets you sense your spirit beast emotions. Is there something more you were hoping for? Wang Tang gave a bitter smile. No, that's fine. Wang Tang thought to himself, could this be my golden finger? Yeah, probably the eye of spiritual sight that lets me and Xiao Bai sense each other. Just then, their vehicle was suddenly hit. Captain Lin slammed on the brakes, panic in his voice as he shouted, the enemy is attacking. The area around them quickly went up in flames, but luckily Captain Lin's driving skills were up to the task. He glanced back anxiously and asked, is everyone okay? The collision had been so violent that Wang Tang ended up with his face pressed directly against Liu Yan's chest. Once he snapped out of it, he quickly realized what had happened and turned bright red. He immediately sat up and said loudly, Miss Yan, I didn't mean to. She snorted coldly, I'll deal with you for this later. Still, being a woman, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. She quickly changed the subject. What's going on, Captain? Captain Lin blushed as well. It's nothing, but there are a few people tailing us. They look like they want to take us out. Without wasting time, Captain Lin slammed the gas pedal, trying to shake off the pursuers. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "They're sticking to us like glue." Liu Yan casually opened the hatch and said, "Then just take them out." Without hesitation, she grabbed her gun and aimed it at the two tanks behind them, firing relentlessly. At the same time, she kept firing at the enemy, not about to let them back down. Bullets flew, and the air was thick with smoke and dust. One of the enemies laughed maliciously as they pulled out heavy weapons and aimed them at their vehicle. Gunshots rang out, followed by the roar of Liu Yan's two handguns. Another explosion rocked the vehicle, shaking it violently. Inside the car, Captain Lin gritted his teeth and yelled, "Damn these kids." The motorcycle inside the car also fired back fiercely, shouting, "You think we're easy targets? Take this, you bastards." A loud explosion rang out, shaking off the two cars trailing behind and temporarily stabilizing the situation. The car carrying Wang Tang's brute kept moving forward. Just then, two tanks charged out from the explosion, and a loud laugh echoed. The driver couldn't help but chuckle arrogantly, saying, "Don't underestimate us." Realizing things were going downhill, Wang Tang finally revealed himself. He rolled down the window, stuck his head out, and his gun was already aimed at the enemy. Wang Tang shouted, "I want to join in too." The driver, still confident, replied, "At this distance, Liu Yan can't even hit me. You young one don't understand the real world." Before he could finish, Wang Tang fired a shot, hitting the driver with no chance of escape. The enemy's tank quickly lost speed and crashed into a nearby ancient tree. With one of their men out of action, the other vehicles quickly lost their balance and seemed on the verge of crashing into each other. Liu Yan smiled with satisfaction. "How was that shot?" Wang Tang blushed slightly and asked, "Was it good?" He silently praised himself, thinking his shooting skills were pretty impressive. Captain Lin, proud of his team, said, "Nice work, now finish them off." Liu Yan, eager for some fun, turned to Wang Tang and said, "Little Junior, let's see who can take out more." After the earlier collision, every time she looked at him, he couldn't help but blush. "All right, if Miss Yan wants it, I'll play along." Just then, the enemy vehicles caught up quickly, firing relentlessly at the rear of their car. On the other side, Wang Tang and Liu Yan kept firing nonstop. The driver couldn't help but flinch. Damn it, their firepower is too strong. He ordered his men, "Quick, close the distance." In no time, the two vehicles closed the gap, catching up to his car. They opened the side doors, and two men inside wasted no time, firing at the driver. The man with a sly look picked up a cannon and aimed directly at Wang Tang's car. "Take this." Captain Lin, realizing things were getting serious, shouted loudly, "Hold on tight." At the same time, he quickly switched the car's mode to boost. The vehicle roared to life, leaving the other two cars behind. Liu Yan couldn't help but cheer, "Nice one." For a moment, they had managed to shake off their pursuers, but suddenly Captain Lin slammed on the brakes. He jumped out of the car and grabbed a sledgehammer. "You want to kill me? Let's see how I deal with you." Meanwhile, their enemies weren't backing down. "Charge! Kill them!" The three antagonists glared at him and yelled, "Kill them!" Captain Lin's sledgehammer came down with a force that shook the ground. Wang Tang, watching the display, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. The captain's pissed. He's terrifying. Out of nowhere, one of the men appeared in front of him and yelled, "Hey kid, stop looking around. Aren't we pretty skilled?" He silently thought to himself, "Asterisk, this kid looks like a rookie. He must have just started as a one-star warrior asterisk." Wang Tang silently mocked the man, watching his smug expression and thinking, "Asterisk, let's see how you handle this asterisk." Without hesitation, he drew his weapon, vanished, and then reappeared, saying, "How embarrassing." In an instant, Wang Tang appeared behind him, causing the man to jump in shock. "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you I'm a one-star warrior?" Wang Tang shouted. "I'm not some rookie you can push around." Before the man could react, Wang Tang made his move. The man collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, completely stunned. The others stood frozen, watching in silent fear. Damn. Huzi was a 2-star warrior, and this kid just took him down like that. Something's off. This kid is dangerous. I better get out of here. Panic spread quickly, and the group scattered like a disturbed beehive. "Run! Don't come near me!" One of them shouted, trembling. "Run! This kid's too creepy. I just want to live." Another shouted, barely keeping his composure. Wang Tang's eyes gleamed with menace as he spoke coldly, "You think you can run?" Just then, a scream echoed behind him. The man froze, sensing a powerful aura approaching. When he glanced over his shoulder, he saw Wang Tang standing right next to him, having appeared out of nowhere. Calmly, Wang Tang asked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" The man looked at him with wide eyes as if he were face to face with death itself. His fear made him drop to the ground, his words tumbling out in a stutter. "Please, please spare me." Wang Tang's expression hardened. Answer a few of my questions, and maybe I'll let you live. The man, desperate, nodded quickly. Ask, I'll tell you everything I know. Wang Tang got straight to the point. Who sent you? The man didn't hesitate, replying it was Yang Cheng, head of the Yao family. He has connections with several martial artists. Tell us to attack the martial artist squads from level 4 and below, who are returning for the Foggy Jungle 3 months ago. Upon hearing this, he paused, deep in thought. The Foggy Jungle. At that moment, Captain Lin walked by. Wang Tang, little brother, are you finished over there? Wang Tang asked in surprise, is it done on your side, Captain? Almost, he replied, then added, this guy says that Yang Cheng, the head of the Yao family, sent them to attack us. Lin looked surprised. Yang Cheng of the Yao family. Liu Yan chimed in. I heard that last month, the Yao family head's son was killed in the Foggy Jungle, but the killer was never found. Wang Tang continued, so Yang Cheng issued orders to kill anyone in the martial artist squads returning from the Foggy Jungle, making sure no one escapes. He wants to wipe them all out. At that moment, Jin Yu couldn't hide his anger. A debt is a debt. The head of the Yao family has no sense of right or wrong. Killing people indiscriminately is too cruel. Jin Ming spoke up, though in the martial artist world, the strong prey on the weak, this method is really despicable. Captain Lin pressed further. So, what exactly is the Yao family like? Seeing the man hesitate, Wang Tang interjected, you got the strongest strength in the Yao family, so you must be the head of the Yao family, a 6-star warrior, right? Plus, there are 4 5-star warriors and 8 or 9 4-star warriors. Liu Yan sneered. The Yao family is definitely a strong force. Let's just leave it at that. Wang Tang thought for a moment. Captain, do you have any more questions? If not, we can deal with this guy however we want. The man cried out in fear. Wait, didn't you say you'd let me go if I answered? Wang Tang smiled coldly. What I said was if I'm in a good mood, I might consider letting you go. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. A scream echoed through the air as fresh blood spilled. Captain Lin nodded and said, all right, I'll take the car. Let's get this done first, then we'll see what happens. The Yao family from the other realm won't be able to find us here on Earth Spirit. Liu Yan grinned. Exactly. Let's head to Hongyi Hill now. I'm in the mood for some dwarf brewed wine. Not long after, the group stopped by the side of the road. Someone spoke up. You're the human martial artist from Martial Arts School Extreme, right? The smart little girl introduced herself. I'm Nea, a warrior from the dwarf race. We're almost there. We'll be helping you deal with the swarm of deformed mantises. Wang Tang couldn't hide his surprise. So this is a dwarf? She's pretty cute, isn't she? At that moment, the little girl shouted over to her people. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, saying she was still as lively as ever. One of them observed them and asked, is this really okay? The swarm of deformed mantises is very tough to handle. He pointed at Wang Tang and said, the others seem fine, but this kid, he's handsome, sure, but he doesn't look very strong. Wang Tang frowned and thought, asterisk, just because I'm handsome, is that a problem, asterisk? Naya shouted back, this is our distinguished guest. Shot her a sideways glance and asked, what's with all the shouting? Nia quickly turned to Wang Tang, looking embarrassed. Sorry, doesn't know what's gotten into him today. Wang Tang smiled gently. It's fine. Let's just get going. They passed through a rice field where everything was lush and green, fully in bloom at this time of year. The group explained the swarm of deformed mantises has taken over our wheat field. Their leader is a 3-star star beast. It's fast, with extremely sharp claws, all green and very hard to spot when it's hidden in the field. They quickly warned everyone to stay extra cautious. After a while, everyone split up to search the rice field. Wang Tang glanced around and thought, asterisk, where did they hide, asterisk? At that moment, he sensed a strange surge of internal energy heading straight toward him. Excited, he thought, asterisk, it's finally here, asterisk. Without hesitation, he gathered his internal strength and launched a powerful strike. The praying mantis, which had just lifted its head, was startled. Wang Tang couldn't help but smile to himself. Asterisk, that was easy. This swarm of deformed mantises isn't as dangerous as they made it sound, asterisk. Over on the other side, Captain Lin saw him take action and burst into laughter. Kid, you're really something, he said, then grabbed a sledgehammer, aimed at the mantis, and shouted, we can't let Wang Tang show us up. Let's finish it off. A huge explosion rang out as the sledgehammer struck, shaking the ripened rice field. At that moment, it seemed like Captain Lin was holding something in his hand. He shouted, these asterisk, wind-blight asterisk mantises are only dangerous when their limbs are intact. Cut off their limbs first. Liu Yan quickly grabbed her gun and shot forward, replying, got it, boss. Watching their coordinated attacks, word was left in awe, thinking, asterisk, these humans are so strong, asterisk. Nia immediately shouted a warning, warriors, don't get careless. The wind-blight mantis king could appear at any moment. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was still searching the field. Asterisk, where could the swarm of deformed mantis king be? Asterisk, he wondered. At that moment, little Naya was alone in the middle of the rice field when a vicious mantis suddenly charged at her. Wang Tang spotted it immediately, and, with a glance, his heart sank. Asterisko, no asterisk, he thought. Wang Tang immediately grabbed his sword and rushed forward, shouting loudly to warn Naya, watch out behind you. She quickly turned around and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when she saw it. It was the swarm of deformed mantis' queen. Too was visibly concerned and called out, Naya. Wang Tang gritted his teeth. The swarm of deformed mantis' queen had been hiding there. Asterisk, why did the spirit eye detect it? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but well, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Asterisk. He sprinted toward her and finally managed to block her path, delivering a powerful sword strike at the mantis. The force of the blow left it stunned for a moment. Everyone stood frozen in shock as the swarm of deformed mantis' queen fell immediately. Given the level of power displayed, it was hard to believe she was only at the 1-star warrior level. Nia quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, human warrior. Wang Tang gave her a bright smile and replied, no need to thank me. It's the least I could do. He glanced at the system interface, thinking asterisk 36 points in wind elemental power, and there's also the hidden wind skill, so that's why the spirit eye couldn't detect it. It's a hidden talent, asterisk. On their way back, Captain Lin couldn't help but feel proud. I didn't expect our brother Wang Tang to have improved so much in such a short time. Truly a genius. Now let's finish cleaning up the battlefield quickly. The swarm of deformed mantises had plenty of valuable materials on them. Everyone laughed as the order was given. Soon after, they made their way to the martial arts school's branch in the other world, arriving excitedly with quite a haul. It was truly a stroke of luck. They mocked Wang Tang's group, laughing at how they could complete the mission smoothly, even with a rookie. Just luck, that's all they said. Captain Lin thought to himself, asterisk, the people on my team aren't clueless rookies. Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Lin Jan, right? He responded immediately. That's me. Who's asking? Hurry up and identify yourself, the voice continued. I'm a squad leader from the Chaihu Legion, currently on a special mission. I'm delivering an urgent message. Your Tiger Battle Squad is being summoned. Captain Lin was taken aback. He asked, can you tell us why the military is summoning us? The voice replied, the squad leader is keeping it confidential. It's classified, so I can't say more. Wang Tang thought to himself, asterisk a military summons. Unless it's an emergency, the army doesn't usually call in outside martial artists. Asterisk. He stepped forward and asked, sir, we're not just walking into danger, are we? The man snapped, kid, watch your mouth. Wang Tang smirked. Who are you calling a kid, old man? Judging by your insignia, you're just a non-commissioned officer, aren't you? The man barked again, kid, what are you trying to say? Wang Tang casually handed over his ID and said calmly, take a good look for yourself. The man quickly glanced at his ID card and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a corporal rank. The military officer was taken aback as well. The kid looked much younger than him, around 20, he's still a student, and yet held the same rank. What was going on? The man sighed, realizing he had been rude. I apologize, he said. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. Once they were outside, the man spoke again. At first, I was hesitant to share this information, worried it might shake the morale of the troops, but given the circumstances, it's better to make it known. The reason we brought in martial artists from outside is because we discovered a group of dark species. Among them are high-ranking dark species. They have intelligence just like humans and are capable of deceiving others into becoming your slaves. Captain Lin was stunned. What? Wang Tang's expression darkened. He thought to himself, a high-ranking dark species? That sounds like a real challenge, but can I actually handle it in my current state? Meanwhile, the leader of the group was sitting smugly in a chair, exuding an air of superiority.